Thank you so much. It's grace for me. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are going to be watching me. L_fashion scene. You have one of the best smiles, sir. Okpo. Thank you so much. Really appreciate. Facebook family, Sister Remy Odwala, thank you so much. Vivian Theodore, thank you so much. Samuel Binuyo, I can see all of you on there. TikTok family, thank you so much for joining. And please, as you're joining, please help me continue to power tap and then help invite church goers. Church goers. They are the ones we are hoping that will be liberated now. I have Ebony 07317. Thank you. Adefemi Jokonke. Thank you so much for joining. Olowo Fayakun. Thank you so much. Olive Odele. Thank you so much for joining. I see Aderonke Olamide. Thank you so much for joining. Living Authority, you're not left behind. Ideranimon, thank you so much for joining. Hair Fashions, thank you so much. Stomach.care, thank you so much. Ibiyemi_Awelewa. It's Adone44. Àwọn ìyá nìyẹn, thank you so much. Really appreciate you for all the encouragement. Sister Oritoke Omobolanle, I salute you too, ma. Thank you so much. Wahid Ademoye, thank you so much. I appreciate you, Sister Yabo. I can cite all of you. YouTube family, I can cite you too. Thank you so much for joining us. Joining Power Tap, and please share with friends and family. Sister Florence Shade Adeyemi Olorun Jedalo. What a powerful name. I cite you, sir. I cite you, man. Thank you so much. 1 minute and we'll start. Rotimi Daniels, akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tí Ọlọ́run tọ́lọ́rọ̀ bá gbọ́ Rotimi Daniels, òkú iṣẹ́ takuntakun. Bàbá ẹwà Olúwa, òkú iṣẹ́ ọpọlọ. Lákàyè rẹ kò mà ní dọ́gba o. Lágbára Ọlọ́run, ó máa ní sọ̀rọ̀ sọ. Ó ní tẹnugbọ́ bí ọ̀wọ́. Ó ní tẹnugbọ́ bí ọ̀wọ́. Àṣẹ ìṣàmọ́dún ọdún ayọ̀ ló máa ṣe. Ó ní sọdún ìbànújẹ́. Lágbára Ọlọ́run, Timi Daniels. Okay. Egbe. Sister Labake Ojowara. A kú ọ̀rọ̀ ènìyàn, Ọlọ́run á gbẹ́ kí ọjọ́ jìnnà síra. Kúkú rí tọlọ́jọ́ ṣe, àrùn la rí wò. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are watching this live video. I appreciate every one of you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me first say this. Without sentiment, it will be very easy for you to understand where Awikoko is coming from. If you have children and you truly love those children as Nigerians or as Africans, you will definitely understand the reason for my passion. Brother Razak Ademola, how are you doing? Omolua Biro to me, Dan is a little agbe. Omo Egbalishabi Agungu Akala. Ede Kimiori mi wu. Thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate. All right. If you truly love your children, you don't want them to undergo the pains that some of us went through when we were growing up as a result of the religion our parents accepted. You will understand the reason why my blacksmith has been eating a particular spot, and you would already be saying that Awikoko is not doing this for money, he's not doing this for fame, he's not doing it for followers. In fact, on daily basis, I block people, and I have my reasons for blocking. I always want to manage my energy for things that are worth the while, not some people dragging me back. And if I have stepped on your toes before with this liberation movement, in one way or the other, I am saying maybe sorry to you guys. Unfortunately, if I am not looking to please human beings, I just want to give the message, okay? I just want to give the message, Tori on me, and go. I will still continue to step on your toes. And of course, stepping on one another's toes means that we're not stagnant. It means we're moving, we're doing something that is worth the while, and that is why we step on one another's toes. You know, I am happy that the kids just resumed school, and I can tell you wholeheartedly from the messages I've gotten, and there is so many kids couldn't go back to school. The parents are still running helter-skelter to make sure that they have food to eat first, not to talk of school fees and textbooks and some other daily expenses as they go and as they come back. Now, what am I talking about today? I titled it The Righteous Man and Inheritance, because Bible says that a righteous man leaves inheritance for his children's children. But before I go into that topic, with so many churchgoers will be required to be on with me today. It's going to be very short because I'll be going to work later in the day. When I speak the truth that cannot be denied, churchgoers will come on my post, just few who think they have the mind and I appreciate them. Now, when they come, they call me Antichrist. Some say that I am sent from the pit of hell. Some even upgrade and say, you this guy, you are a devil. When they cannot deny the truth. But look at it this way. The biblical God, after creating everything, he made Adam and Eve. After creating Adam and Eve, don't forget that the Bible says that everything, the biblical God says that everything he created was good and beautiful. And from the same book, we read that the devil was one of the angels. In fact, he was in charge of the choristers. You know, he was in charge of the choristers. He was the one coordinating how they were always eulogizing God, the biblical God. And to date, we have not even asked the Christians and pastors. So ever since the devil was dropped, was dethroned, was de-heavened, who is now the person in charge of eulogizing the biblical God? A question for another day. So nobody is asking if everything he created was good and devil was part of the ministers and the angels in heaven. So who created the evil that swallowed the heart of the devil, a creation of God? Who created that evil? So at the end of the day, when they call me all these names, the biblical God, after creating heaven and earth, he now created the tree of good and evil. You see this biblical God and his followers, it's another ball game entirely. So at the end of the day, he told Adam and Eve, said, see all this compound, all this garden, you can eat everything that you want. You can play here, you can play there, you can do everything. But you see this apple tree, you see this tree, do not touch it, because if you touch it, you will surely buy. So they ran away from the tree. Just like as expected, the biblical children, the believer of the Bible, they must always put something in place to test their children. If you have not started doing that, then that means you are not a Christian yet. That after you say you love your children, you must always put something that will make them to fall. If you have not done that, you are not a Christian yet. But that is not where I'm going. So the biblical God told them that they will pay if they do this, do that. But after the devil was thrown out, according to that story, now went to them. Adam and Eve, how far? How are they? Will they fire? Have you people tried Miss Money Sweetness? Me, I like apple. No be for my page you go chop apple, I beg. Now, please listen to this very well. When they call me devil, they call me Antichrist, they call me, they say I'm from the pit of hell. I have agreed. But you see your children, me, I will never allow them to go without being spoken for. Whatever names, people who called me that name about 4-5 years ago, they are back with us, fighting the battle with us. Now, the devil now told Adam and Eve that, Baba, I salute you, sir. So after everything, the devil now went to them and said, Why are you guys not eating this fruit? Look at how precious, look at how luscious, look at how delicious it looks. At the end of the day, you know what happened? They now answered the devil. They said, the biblical God said we shouldn't eat it though. If you eat it, what will happen? Says we will buy. Really? It is a lie. You will not buy. In fact, your eyes of understanding will open. You will know your right from left. You will even see that you are naked. Just try it. So, at the end of the day, when you are eulogizing your forefathers, when you are eulogizing your foremothers, it will make sense. Gbanigbani lọ́jọ́ ogun le. But you see, biblical God was not there when Adam and Eve needed him most. Àti ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò ẹ ti ń flag. Oh my God. TikTok family, I need your help today. Hello mama ni orí wọn. Gbogbo àyín tẹ́ tilẹ̀kùn ṣe rere mọ́, ó ràṣẹ̀ tilẹ̀kùn ṣe rere ò sí nídìílé wọn tó ní wọ́n tilẹ̀kùn ṣe rere mọ́ yàn. Now, before they flagged, I was saying something. So the devil told them, said, you won't die, but your eyes of understanding will open. You will see that you are naked. And they tried it, to cut the long story short. And that's what happened. Truly, their eyes opened. Truly, they saw that they were naked. Truly, they grew wisdom. Now, they didn't even buy. So, between the biblical God and his creation, who actually lied? Who lied? That is number one. Number two that I'm talking about today, and this is what I'm going to be. I will be very, very angry with our fathers in the Lord. When you claim that Brother Taiwa Digun, Sister Florence Shade Adeyemi Olonjedalo, I see you, Modupe Oshidele, thank you so much. Now, the first narration is something you can go and, you can go and think about. Teresa Daudu, thank you so much. Sister Rosemary Okenwa, our troublemaker in the house. So anyways, go and think about that. Who lied? Between, was it the biblical God that lied or the devil he created? How did he create the evil? Where did the evil come from if devil was the one controlling the choristers? Gbọ́ ohùn àwọn áńgẹ́lì tó ń kọrin. Gbọ́ ohùn àwọn áńgẹ́lì tó ń kọrin. Wọ́n ń kọrin ògo ògo, wọ́n ń kọrin ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ. Wọ́n ń kọrin ògo ògo, wọ́n ń kọrin ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ. Gbọ́ ohùn àwọn áńgẹ́lì. So he was leading all the chorus. All the choruses, all the Hosanna, 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 ẹ̀yin nìkan lógo. The devil was doing that. Then how did that evil get inside of him that he was thrown out? Who was there to record the outbreak or the outbreak of palaver in heaven? And that is not even where I'm going. Now, coming back home. Another one. Bible says that you should not lean on your own understanding. Believe or how did the Bible quote it in the book of Psalms? You have to put all your trust, everything in God, and lean not on your own understanding. But so many of you Christians, when you go and come back, Father, fún mi ní ọgbọ́n ìmọ̀ àti òye, fún mi ní ọgbọ́n ìmọ̀ àti òye. Why are you asking for wisdom, knowledge, and understanding? when the biblical God says that, you don't need to lean on your own understanding. Why? How? Because you should believe that he will do everything for you. The reason why this book has tied us down for so long is because our parents raised us not to ask questions. Because they believed that even asking questions. Thank you so much, More Precious. Thank you so much for the gift. I appreciate you, ma. Now, you raised a generation of children that shouldn't ask questions. And look at how everything has come to be. You go to primary school, secondary school, higher institutions. Some of you even went to polytechnic, colleges of education before proceeding to universities. Our opportunity. Some of you wrote your WAEC like 3, 4, 5 times before you proceeded, and all these things, you now have your masters, you have your PhD, even in abroad, in diaspora. But look at how your education has been, that what you are reading, you will understand it. For example, because I love mathematics to some extent, even though I don't know it. If they say find the value of A, if the equation given is A plus B equals C, they now give you the values of B and C. You will do what you call subject of formula. A is going to be C minus B. Then you put the figures, you find your A anywhere in the world. But today I sat down and I thought about the people who put together the Bible. I give kudos to them. Because Bible and Quran happens to be the only books on planet Earth that 10 people will read a particular passage, and these 10 people will be getting different illustrations, different meanings. That is how ambiguous, that is how useless those books are. It is either you accept or you leave it. But you see, because of our children, we will not keep quiet. Now, why am I saying this? People who used Ababio. How many of you remember that chemistry textbook, Ababio? We used it in the early 90s. Mid-90s. There is a particular topic, acid, bases, and salts, chapter 6, if I still remember very well, because I know water and whatever should be chapter 7 or so. But acids, bases, and salts is chapter 6 of that book. There is a particular section, they wrote it NB, nota bien. Note this point. Do not add water to acid, concentrated acid like H2SO4, tetraoxosulfate 6. Do not add water to acid, but you can add acid to water. So many of you didn't see this when you were in secondary school. And this is a clear-cut instruction. Why is it that Bible and Quran will never give a clear-cut instruction? Because the writers who gave us these two books never thought a time like this will come that we will be asking questions. Now, you say you are asking for wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, when the biblical God already told you that you don't need it. And we have seen a lot of illustrations on social media where people draw a picture, they open the brain, they say, please, this is my brain, I don't need you again because I've accepted Jesus. And that is why I will continually say it till I live no more, that Jesus has destroyed us in Africa more than any war, more than any internal or external war. It's either you accept it or you leave it. Quran has done more damage to us in Africa, and it is still doing the same thing. It is either you see beyond your nose or you leave it. The one I'm talking about today. Bible says that a righteous man leaves inheritance for his children's children. Okay. Mommy Baroness. Sorry, YouTube family. Bible says, and I quote, a righteous man leaves inheritance for his children's children. Let me start from Olukoya. There was a woman whose husband departed this planet Earth. And the man had a very big building. He was also a pastor when he was alive. So when the man died, the children, I think the sister said like 4, there were 3 or 4 children. So they were scrambling, trying to survive and with no place to stay. They were not like, but our father left us an inheritance, you know. So let's go. Only for them to find out that their mom had already willed or had already given out the house to MFM. Okay, mommy, why would you do that when we, the children, are still suffering? Why would you do that? Because one of the ladies was actually sleeping in an uncompleted building. But at the same time, the mother had given out their house as gift to MFM. And people tried to come together like, oh, look, you have to sign out this house back to the owner. You know, I am taking it gently now so that you won't say, Rotimi is disrespectful to these men. Their behaviors, their activities that warrant respect, you people don't give me. Give me one thing that they have done that should make us to respect them as elderly people. I am yet to see, I'm yet to find one. That somebody gave you a gift, yet the children of the giver are sleeping outside under bridge, and you as a man of God, you conveniently sat down under such a property and you are preaching Jesus. You are preaching from the Bible. That is number 1. Number 2, as a church goer, can you truly look at our faces and tell us that with your commitment for the past 10, 15, 20 years in either Redeem, Winners, MFM, Deeper Life, CAC, Anglican, Foursquare, gbogbo àwọn embodiment of slavery yìí? Come and tell us as a man that with your normal job, normal regular job that you are doing today, with the money you are expected to be spending in all these churches, that you will definitely even have enough to eat, not to talk of leaving inheritance for your own children, not to talk of your own grandchildren. That I am receiving 100,000 today. Let's take Wigwe for example. If the money you think you are giving to God, if the money you think they are collecting from you is what they tell you will make you to live longer, is that not what Baba Deboye tells you? Is that not what Oyedepo tells you? Is that not what Olukoya will tell you and Baba Kumuyi? Is that not what they tell you? That the owner of the heavens and the earth, whom the Bible says that is the owner of 1,000 cattle on 1,000 hills. The same man will now be waiting for you to give him the little money you should use in adding protein to the food of your children. If that God truly exists, and that God is who they are introducing to you, I tell you that that God is the most wicked being on planet Earth. What am I saying today? Come and tell us, come and give us the proof. I am saying this to liberate us today, churchgoers. Today is Wednesday. Thursday, you will go for, what do they call it in Redeem? On Thursday. Then on Friday, you might likely go for vigil in your church. On Saturday, the choir must go for meetings. Then on Sunday, you're in church. Now, your house is not behind the church. You must always take transportation. How much is your income? How much is the expenditure? How much do you spend even for your own family members as a man and as a woman? I am asking today, please, and I need answers. What percentage of your income goes to all the endless services that àwọn bàbá pàlàpàlà, àwọn bàbá abániláyé jẹ́ yìí? All the method, all the means they have created for your income to be leaking into their pocket in different manners. Baba Adeboye established a day with Daddy Gio. And the same Bible they are preaching says that when a man leaves the father's household to join the woman too, they get married, they become one. But in Baba Adeboye's diary, they are still not one, because both of them must still pay different amounts to be able to meet up with a day with Daddy Gio. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin ìránṣẹ́ Ọlọ́run, gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ pé ra yín ní ìránṣẹ́ Ọlọ́run. Tálàárọ̀ bá jẹ́ kó rọ̀ yín pé ó tiẹ̀ ti rọ̀ yín. Tọ́lọ́sàn ó jẹ́ kó mọ̀ dàbí ìgbà tó epo ń san yín lọ́wọ́. Mo fi títóbi Elédùmarè ṣẹlẹ́rìí, alálẹ̀ ò lè jó lẹ́yìn. That when we were small, it was only Sunday medicine before we got liberated. And at that time, there was something that made even the Sunday to be like a do or die affair. Because there was love and humanity. There was truth. Those were the days that somebody would bring money to church. And a pastor will say, Iboleti Rowoyi, as an Okada man, where did you get 200, 500,000 to give us as donation? But currently, ǹjẹ́ bójú ṣe ríre tá a fi ń jobi lọ́jà Ẹdẹ àwọn bàbá rádaràda tó yẹ kán ti mọ káwọ́ sẹ́yìn rojọ́ yìí. 2012, open heavens, but either September or November, open heavens of Baba Adeboye. Baba Adeboye said, and I quote, that if you pay your tithes regularly, you pay all the offerings regularly. Don't forget that Baba said about a few days ago that the reason why they are collecting all this money from you is for you not to be poor. Have you been removed from the level of poverty from the years that you have been attending these churches? Now, in open heavens, Baba said, and I quote, that if you pay all this money regularly, that even your electronics will not have problems. What did I say? Baba said, and I quote, that not even your electronics will have issues. But here in abroad alone, how many of you know that there is a dumping site for your electronics? You even have to pay. That is abroad, where They don't even take light. They don't withhold light. The light is not always, it's stable. Yet your electronics get damaged. So when you want to go and dump it, when you pack everything, there's an amount of money you pay to dump those things instead of leaving them littering the compound or the environment. Not to talk of Nigeria, where NEPA or PHCN, when they bring light at times, it's like the sunlight is inside your house and it will be boom, 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 boom. All your bulbs, all the electronics. You Redeem members, if the truth is inside of you, if it is not because of sentiments that you still attend Redeem, Winners, MFM, all of them, if it is not because of stupidity, if the truth is in you, please, who of you has been able to write a letter to Baba Adeboye? Say, Baba, this is my card. I pay my tithe regularly. Even when somebody gives me gift, I monetize the gift and I pay 10% of it. But sir, there was a malfunctioning of the electricity supply about a week ago, sir. All my electronics are gone. How do you explain this, sir? Where is the truth in the religion that you are willing to die for? That is my question to all of us today. That yes, we want to continue to be a Muslim. Where is the truth in the Quran that they are using to preach to you? Why is it that it is difficult for us as Nigerians to know that inati jedori koko when it comes to the standard of living? As Christians, where is the truth amidst us? I am asking us today. I am talking about the wickedness of these men so that I can allow people to talk. And they have already made provisions. Look at where they nail you. Thank you so much, Baba Edauto. Baba will say your faith is not enough to cover for your losses. Thank you so much for that comment. Please, like I always say, I am going to say it again. Please, let's follow one another. Please, you can let me go on the YouTube to subscribe and press the notification button, Rotimi Daniels. On TikTok, please, let's follow one another massively. And once somebody follows you, make sure you follow them back. Please. We have to continually spread the tentacles of this liberation. On Facebook, please follow people, let them follow you back. I am begging. I am pleading, please. Now, what am I trying to say? After all said and done, when you even complain that things are not going very well, you pay your tithe, eventually they drag you to a position where they make you feel that there is an hidden sin inside your life. As if that there is an instrument to measure somebody's sin. And that is why so many of us, how many of you remember, let me even say this. How many of you remember that there was a time that all the things that Baba Adeboye will say now, all the things that Baba Oyedepo will say now, all the things that all these men will, they said now, and all of us were reacting, that a guy is even doing his own comedy today. He will bring the video of one of them, he will strike them with shovel. That is how degraded they are. But how many of you remember that if the statements they said today that are irritating to our ears, if those statements were said about 4, 5, 6 years ago, even me, I would be like, oh, preach on, Daddy, Baba, preach on. Baba, preach on, say it louder. Now, what happened? How did we now get to this stage where we are now liberated? Yet we're having so many soldiers still tied down. And many of you remember that when you remember those things back then, please bear me witness. So if I'm lying, tell me now that I am lying. How many of you remember back then that when these men were talking, as you are standing there, you're already asking God. You're already saying, God, I will not socket again so that I can get as much power like this man, so that I can hear you too. How many of you remember? How many of you that, no, God, this man, he's powerful. He's a powerful man of God. You now begin to deprive yourself of sane living. That is what led to some people not brushing their mouth, because they think it is part of what made Kumuyi to be holy. Who told you that Baba Kumuyi is holy? Who told you that what you want to do or what you wanted to do is what Adeboye did, that is able to control people like this? Go and find out. You think it is what you want to do that is making that Oyedepo did, that is making him to control people like he's using remote control? I'm asking. Ẹni bá máa jẹun gbọ̀ngbọ̀n lọ̀rọ̀ wọn, ó gbúdọ̀ tilẹ̀kùn gbọ̀ngbọ̀n. You are more righteous before God, before this Eledumare, than any of these men that you are running after. I can say it wholeheartedly. Some of you are not even pastors, you are nothing. You are just an ordinary church goer. Yet, when somebody comes to you for help, especially food, you drop everything that you're doing. You make sure that the person has something to eat. How many of you remember? Whatsoever you do to the least of my brother, that you do unto me. When I was hungry, you gave me to eat. When I was thirsty, you gave me to drink. Now enter into the house of my father. Is this not one of the songs they taught us back then? And àtẹnikẹ́ni tí wọ́n bá nípa láti ṣe ìrànlọ́wọ́ fún o, òun náà lẹ́ni kejì rẹ̀ tọ́jú rẹ̀. These were the songs they used in tutoring us in Christian manner, in Christian lineage, until when these babas, àwọn bàbá kú má mọ̀nà àwọn bàbá rádaràdà ẹ̀ tí irun funfun wọn ò ṣe é fi tọrọ, when they took over the stage. Look at what everything is now. That you conveniently, you could be controlling billions of naira. Yet your conscience is so dead that your members, your followers cannot eat 1 square meal a day. Show me that God. I want to drag it out with that God. My father says, my father says. Ẹ̀yin àti bàbá yín, bàbá Adébóyè, Mr. Adébóyè, ẹ̀yin àti dáàdì yín yẹn ẹ̀ níjọ kúre. Ẹ̀ níjọ kúre. Oyedepo, Ọlọ́run tó introduce sáwọn èèyàn for so long yẹn pé àdákú lówó church yẹn, ìwọ àtọlọ́run yẹn ẹ̀ níjọ kúre. Kúmúyì, Ọlọ́run tó ló ń sọ oríṣiríṣi fún ẹ yẹn, pé káwọn èèyàn má ṣe báyìí, kán má wọ jeans, kán má sọ̀rọ̀ fast, kán má jẹ ilé, kán má ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. Ìwọ àtọlọ́run yẹn ẹ̀ níjọ kúre. Ó lè wà ní UK lénìí. Nígbà tí wàhálẹ̀ bá máa dé, kò sí dókítà kankan ní UK tí ó rí àìsàn tó ń ṣe ẹ́ lẹ́yìn bàbá rádaràda ẹ̀. Ẹ mọ̀ fún ẹ mọ̀ níṣe. Lẹ́yìn bàbá òṣè ti bayé aláyé jẹ́ ní Nàìjíríà. A righteous man leaves inheritance for his children's children is what we are talking about. With the life that they have, with the methods that they have put down, are you even able to feed yourself? Are you able to feed your wife and children? Not to talk of leaving inheritance for them. Yet, wọ́n gba orí gbígbẹ orí tútù, wọ́n gba gbogbo ẹ̀ papọ̀, àwọn build the empire fún ara wọn àtàwọn ọmọ wọn. And that is why when I say some prayers, some of you will sentimentally say, Rotimi, yes, we know they are this, they are that, but Bible says thou shalt not judge. Go and read your Bible very well before you come and tell me thou shalt not judge. Bible put it there, judge, but judge righteously. Do what? Judge righteously. What are we saying today? That a family will have income of 100,000 naira. How many families do we have in Nigeria today that is making up to 100,000 naira? How many? And the children can no longer go to school. I have some people in my inbox. Please, if you can help us for Emigan Beloni. Kìkú ṣe pé bóyá mo nílé kan lórí or bóyá mọ́tò ńlá kan ni mo rà, èmi ń ṣerú èèyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Some people will say, ọkàn tí ẹ wà ń bẹ̀ yẹn ni, àkàn tí ẹ rí papò wà lọ́hùn yẹn lásán mọ́ mi ìkọ́rọ̀ ayé jọ. It's not my thing. Humanity is my thing. It's what I live for. It's what I eat, what I drink. I am not saying what I'm not doing. Now, a family of 100,000 naira income with 2 or 3 children, Baba Deboye Oyedepo, all of them, they have devised, they have brought up madness that the family must spend money every week, even though they get paid once a month. But a very good percentage of that money will go to different church activities. And it happened in 2011 or so. Me, I will give you instances. Church goers come. In Ibadan, when I was attending, what is this? Awolowo, Jesus Chancery, Awolowo. Number one there, if you're in front of the UBA, you'll be seeing Jesus Chancery like this. Our pastor then was Pastor Austin Ologbese. He was an Ondo man. He said something during the workers' meeting. If you wanted to know about some things, be a worker in that church and come and hear some truth. Pastor Austin Ologbese said, and I quote, that the same Redeem that was and is causing is one of the reasons why we have so many accidents on that Lagos-Ibadan Express Road. If Redeem decided to build UCH Standard Hospital, at least to be rescuing people on that road, Redeem will never feel it that they spent money. I'm telling you, he said it and I quote. Then one of the worker services, we were having it, and he said, in December, if you want to eat chicken and rice, please make sure you are contributing or you are saving 200 or 300 naira every month for your Christmas chop. Because if you come to church for food, the church cannot give you. But this is the church where I'm paying my tithe and offering everything. He told us the truth. You can look for redeemed members of Jesus Chancery. Tell them that one Rotimi Daniels said so thing. And eventually, the same man left Redeem. He went to open his own on Osuntokun, the fortress. To the extent that they were even fighting for this Toyota Ayas bus. The guy said he used his own ministry to buy it. Redeem said he must not go with the vehicle. Láwọn bàbá olórí burúkú rádaràdà. That a man controlling millions will conveniently park 2, 3, 4, 5 private jets with houses that are uncountable, pẹ̀lú 30 cost account, and you will still be having that lack of conscience to the extent that you are telling people that are selling pepper, selling fish, that if they don't bring their hard-earned money to you, they are not going to heaven. Baba Deboye, ẹ̀yin àti ọ̀run tẹ́ ń sọ yẹn, kì í ṣe ọ̀rẹ́rẹ́, kì í ṣe ọ̀rẹ́rẹ́. Mo ti sọ tẹ́lẹ̀ màá tún sọ. Kó kù ìjọ kan péré tẹ́ ẹ lò lórílẹ̀ ayé. Ẹ mọ̀ wá ẹkún kíkorò mu. wàláì ẹ mọ̀ wá ẹkún kíkorò mu lórí ibi tẹ́ ẹ di àwọn èèyàn mọ́ lórí hell àti heaven nírọ́ tẹ́ ẹ ń pa. With the threat that you dish out every day, and these people do not know their right from left again. Ẹ̀yin lẹ mọ̀ tẹ́ ẹ ṣe ó yé yín. Ṣùgbọ́n mo fẹ́ jẹ́ kó yé gbogbo yín wípé ewé ò jẹ́ fún yín mọ́, egbò ò wà fún yín mọ́. Ṣé wá láwọn bàbá nínú ìṣẹ̀ṣe tó ń tì yín lẹ́yìn tó gbé yín débi tẹ́ ẹ dé, àwọn gan ti gbọ́n báyìí. Ṣiṣẹ́ tọ́mọ ewúrẹ́ ń ṣe tó fi ń báyẹ̀ sùn, ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn wọ̀ yín láàrin lẹ́ni tó yẹ pé kí wọ́n èyí tó yẹ kán gbé fún yín pé kẹ́ ẹ mú ẹ mọ̀ fi wẹ̀ ni. Kì í ṣe ọ̀rẹ́rẹ́. Ṣé ti notice wípé ewé yìí ti súnkó? That the things you will say years back, and so many of us will be saying, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, we wanted to be like you. At the end of the day, it's the same thing, story that you're saying today. People don't even want to hear your voices again. Your voices are irritating. If I'm lying, Jamie. Their voices are now so irritating to somebody who is liberated. Ẹ kàn flag ni kò ní sú wa kò ní rẹwà. Kò ní sú wa kò ní rẹwà. Ẹ̀yin báwo? Now my last question is this, kí n gbé yín wọlé kẹ́ wá sọ̀rọ̀. How can a man, a church goer in Nigeria, with all these ideologies of bring money, how can such a man and how can such a woman leave inheritance for his or her children's children with the way and manner that the likes of Baba Deboye have created means for them not to even have rest? This is my question today, and I want to bring up people. Sister Rosemary, I open the floor. Please unmute, Sister Rosemary.
Yes, sir.
I think gbọ́ báyìí.
Okay, sir. Baba mi, ojú òní tí.
Àṣẹ Ìdùmarè.
Funny enough, we are learning gradually because I grew up in church where ojúrí tó. Ojúrí gidigidi gan ni, because mo ní àǹfààní láti jẹ́ one of the pastor's daughter. So church la máa ń sùn, church la ti máa ń jí. So gbogbo àwọn àṣírí oríṣiríṣi tó jẹ́ bí ìkọ̀kọ̀, gbogbo ẹ̀ wà wá yìí la wà ń gbà yẹn, because akéré ń gbà yẹn adẹ̀rí gbogbo bó ṣe ń lọ. Bọ́ ìgbà yẹn máa wò pé báwo ni wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe kínní yìí? Ṣé wàá rí àwọn obìnrin tó máa wà ní church náà? Àwọn náà ìkan tó ń ṣe láàyè pásítọ̀ pọ̀ o. Because wọ́n ti ti àwọn bàbá yẹn ṣubú lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìgbà.
Ẹjọ́ ẹ já wa sí i, kí ni nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀?
Dádì ẹ ṣe kínní. So ìgbà tẹ́mi kéré bọ̀ yẹn mo ṣáà ti máa notice, mo máa rí àwọn all these top big beautiful women, they will come around. Pastor tó dẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ó ti wà nínú ayé tẹ́lẹ̀ kó tó di pọ́lọ́ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá pé tó wá ṣe kínní, tó wá ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá tó wá calm down. Àwọn náà ẹlẹ́ran ara ni wọ́n.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
They are not so daddy ẹ gbàdúrà fún mi. Àwọn secret things náà lè bá ọkọ wọn sọ nílé. Àwọn deep secret things náà lè wọ́n máa sọ sí pastor lọ́wọ́. Pastor máa grab, ó máa gbọ́. Àwọn àṣà máa wòran pé kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀. Ṣé ẹ mọ̀ pé most of all these women.
Please power tap, they are flagging. Oh my God.
Now I was a virgin then while I was in church. So tó bá ti fẹ́ ṣe, tó bá ti mọ̀ bọ́ ti dẹ́ṣẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, ó ní àwọn bọ́ ṣe máa ń ṣe oríṣiríṣi tó máa fi yọra wọn. So ojú ti rí tó sà, wọ́n dẹ̀ ti àwọn pastors ti commit a lot of atrocities.
Sister Rosemary, somebody is asking in the comment section, Auntie Rosemary, please, which church did your daddy pastor?
Tí mo bá sọ síta, ìgboro máa dàrú.
Ẹ sọ, òótọ́ la fẹ́ mọ̀ sọ báyìí ẹ sọ.
Sami onílé sọ mi nílé sọ is a big church. It's a big church. Ìgbà yẹn gan mo tún rántí ìgbà yẹn. Ẹ mọ flask tó tóbi kan báyìí tó máa ń keep omi gbóná, máa ń keep omi tútù. Stout ni mo máa lọ ra stout.
Fún bàbá.
Inú kìíní yẹn. So ẹ máa rí níwájú ọ̀tà. Ẹ máa rò bóyá gbogbo ẹ̀mí tí bàbá fi ń gbàdúrà yẹn máa rò bóyá àwọn ẹ̀mí kìíní ni. Ó gbomi dánmù yẹn, àwọn nǹkan tó fi ń jíjà ara ni o. So ìgbà tí mo wá dàgbà, ó wá ń wo gbogbo àwọn lifestyle pé kí ni irọ́ ni gbogbo àwọn kìíní yìí, kò sí kankan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀. Ẹ wá mọ nǹkan tó wá kúkú mú mi bínú pátápátá pé mi ò tẹ̀ wá lọ church mọ́. Sunday náà bọ́lọ̀ ń gbàdúrà mi, mo marry. Ìgbà tí mo wá marry, mo kúrò ní church ńgbà yẹn. Although baba was not happy because ó láwọn nǹkan tó máa ń fi mí ṣe tó jẹ́ pé up till now mi tí mọ implication of those things. But ìgbà yẹn ọkọ mi Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ ṣe àṣírí bò. Mi ò wá join choir mọ́, mi ò wá kí ṣe gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tó ní kí n máa ṣe. Inú wa ń bí bàbá yẹn pé kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ pé tí mo bá marry èèyàn ní pé kí èèyàn máa sin Ọlọ́run. Ọkọ mi ní òun ò fẹ́ gbogbo àwọn kinní yẹn mọ́ pé ṣe bí ẹni ọkọ lórí aya. So ọkọ mi tried to pull me away from all those things that I used to do for them. Bí pé kí lọ àwọn normal things tí mo máa ń ṣe. Ẹ mọ̀ pé àṣírí ti ń bò lábẹ́bẹ̀ yẹn. So and I'm this type that I don't talk. Even kẹ́ni ti ń ṣẹlẹ̀, wọ́n ti rí pé ẹnu eléyìí máa ń mọ̀. But mẹ́wàá ń ṣẹlẹ̀ o, mẹ́wàá ń ṣẹlẹ̀.
Ṣé fẹ́ describe ẹ tí ẹ lè describe irú ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì yẹn? Ṣé dáàdì ni GO àbí wọ́n pastor lọ́ndà church yẹn?
GO gangan is like no, bàbá tèmi gangan ni pastor ni under church. But okay. The real GO, no, he's not. My father is a pastor under the GO. So he's a second in command. He's a second in command.
Ẹ kàn fún wa láwọn ẹ má dárúkọ church ṣùgbọ́n ẹ kàn describe nǹkan tó lè jẹ́ kórìà.
Tí mo bá describe, sir, people will notice immediately. So I don't want to go into that. Àmọ́ ojú wa ti là, sir. Lord, we really appreciate you because what you are saying is the truth. What you are saying is the reality. But àwọn míì wà tó jẹ́ pé orí wọn mi lè sọ pé bóyá out of ignorance, and there are some tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n ti wọnú bẹ̀ gidi gan tó jẹ́ pé àti jáde gan ìtìjú ló máa jẹ́. Ìtìjú ló máa jẹ́ fún wọn. Dábàá rí àwọn members báyìí, they are going poor, that is wọ́n kàn poor lọ ni ìgbà owó eléyìí, ìgbà owó kìíní, ìgbà owó eléyìí. To our own side is even it's not monthly, it's weekly tithes. Oró yẹn jẹ wá ní kò san tithes. Oró mi mu wá ní kò san tithes. Tẹ́ni tí bá ṣẹlẹ̀ sí èèyàn pẹ́rẹ́ tó bá wá sí church tó bá ní ẹ̀wọ̀ ẹ bá mi gbọ̀rọ̀ iye òwò kò tiẹ̀ yé mi kò ṣe kíní kan. Òróró náà máa tún wá tí kò ròróró. Wọ́n á tún ní kó tún ṣe lé. Wọ́n á tún ẹ̀wọ̀ sà gbígbà yẹn ti pọ̀ jù. Ọlọ́run nìkan ló lè ṣàánú wa. Church is now business center. There is nothing like where you are looking for. It's a personal reason. So ẹni tó bá ti já kó tètè mọ̀ pé kó jára ẹ̀ kó dẹ̀ move on. But tí ò bá já kó jókòó síbẹ̀ ojú à tó clear because kò sí kankan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ mọ́. Kò sí kankan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀. Àwọn eléyìí wọ́n ti ń fi agbára ìṣẹ̀ṣe báyìí náà fi ń back up. It's not the real God they are talking to any longer. Thank you. So I saw submit so that other people too can talk.
Thank you so much, Yami. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bàbá ẹ̀dá ọ̀tọ̀. Bàbá àgbà mo kí yín o. I'm honored, sir.
Màá kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ báyìí. Mo kí gan gidi ẹ ṣe gan ẹ kú iṣẹ́ ribiribi lẹ́ ń ṣe àwọn èèyàn ò mọ̀. Bọ́ lábẹ́ ibi tí mo ti ń kí yín.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Àyà mi máa ń já. Ibi tí mo ti ń kí yín àyà mi máa ń já pé ọkùnrin yìí láyà o. Màmá yìí lágbára o. Elégbára bá kún yín lọ́wọ́.
Àṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Dààmú láéláé.
Àṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Àǹtí tó sọ̀rọ̀ délẹ̀. Nǹkan tí gbogbo ilẹ̀ máa ṣe ni pé kẹ́ máa fi ẹnu iyọ̀ kẹ́ máa fi wí ti Mr. Rotimi. That is so that Elégbára máa bá wa torí a nílò àwọn èèyàn ẹni bí ènìyàn jẹ́ pé wọ́n á lè máa jáde kán tiẹ̀ máa kojú àwọn tí wọ́n máa yí àwọn èèyàn wa jẹ́. So a nílò àwọn èèyàn láti máa tì wọ́n lẹ́yìn láti máa fẹ́nu yọ wí tiwọn láti máa fẹ́nu rẹ wí títí wọn. Lágbára àwọn tó nílé ayé ní dààmú láéláé àbúrò nípa yín. Now ibi tẹ́sí kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ inú mi dùn pé for the first time tètè dé mo gbọ́ láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ tẹ́tí bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ìgbà tí mo wà ní kékeré mo rí kinní kan ní Bible ó dẹ̀ pa mí lẹ́rù ó pa mí lẹ́rìn. Genesis chapter 4 verse 16. Nígbà tí a ti ka Bible tí wọ́n sọ pé Genesis chapter 2 ó ní ẹ wá ẹ jẹ́ ká dá èèyàn ní
àwòrán ara wa.
So ó wá dá Adam àti Éfà àti Adam wọ́n bí ọmọ méjì. Wọ́n bí Cain àti Abel. Cain àti Abel wọ́n wá ní gbọ́n mi sùn mi ò tó nítorí pé ẹnìkan ṣe kíní kan. Cain wá pa Abel.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So nígbà tó wá di Genesis chapter 4 máa padà síbi kan tẹ́ wá ọ̀pọ̀ tí mo kàn fẹ́ bẹ̀ láti ìgbà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Genesis chapter 4 mo wá rí pé Cain wá kúrò, went out of the face of the Lord and went to the land of Nod. Kò wá débẹ̀ kó kọ́ hot, kò débẹ̀ kó kọ́ hamlet. He built for himself a city. Torí kó fẹ́ yàwó, ó bímọ. Okay, ká tó débẹ̀. Ó wá àti ọ̀pọ̀ yẹn sọ pé Cain wá, àbúrò ẹ̀ ń kọ́, olùṣẹ́ máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ àbúrò mi lọ́wọ́ mi. Èmi jẹ́ kí mo kọ̀ láì lọ fa gbóńkọ́nà kan. Lọ́wọ́ mi ó ní ó ti pa àbúrò ẹ kíníkan máa fi ó ní jọjọjọ máa kọ̀ sí ẹ àwọn oníjọ má ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ má jẹ́ káwọn kan pa mí.
Àwọn wo.
Confusion wà bẹ̀ sí sẹ́tì pé ìwé yìí chapter 4 ló ṣì wà yìí òkú èdè mi kọ̀ọ̀kan ìwé ẹ̀dẹ̀ pé bí báyìí. So láàárín chapter 1 sí chapter 4 èèyàn mẹ́rin péré ló wà ń bẹ̀ èèyàn mẹ́rin. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Ta ló fẹ́ pa bọ̀bọ̀ yìí? Ta ló fẹ́ pa? So going further àwa rí pé bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn wá marry. Ta ló fẹ́? Ṣé chimpanzee ló fẹ́ ni? Àbí ìgbà tó tún bá wá marry kò ṣe kó marry nìkan ní ojú ayé ẹ̀ he built himself for a city.
A city.
Kò ń ṣe hamlet, kò kì í ṣe hut, kò kì í ṣe town gan pàápàá. City ló dálẹ̀. Báwo ló ṣe máa jẹ́ kó lọ dá city lẹ́yìn nígbà tó yẹ pé àwọn mẹ́rin ló wà lóde ayé? Náà àwọn onírọ̀ kan máa ń sọ pé Adam àti Eve wọ́n bímọ. Irọ́ wọ́n bí Seth 25 years after ìgbà tí Abel kú. Ó wá ní torí pé Ọlọ́run tù mí nínú. So tù mí nínú lórúkọ ní Seth jẹ́.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Láti fi replace
Abel.
So meanwhile as at that time Cain ti ṣe tiẹ̀ ó ti marry ó ti níyàwó ó ti lọ́mọ ó ti ní gbogbo ẹ̀ níbo ló ti rí. Kí ló fà á tí mo fi sọ̀rọ̀ nǹkan báyìí? Question tẹ ọkọ béèrè ló fà á tí mo fi sọ story. The question is mo máa ń béèrè ní tiẹ̀ tí ìbí láwọn Christian mo máa ń béèrè láwọn Muslim wípé òkè ṣé Ọlọ́run yín Yahweh òun ló dá gbogbo nǹkan. Nígbà tó dá gbogbo nǹkan tán ó ní onínú jẹ́ dùn pé inú òun dùn gan pé tó gbogbo ẹ̀ ó dá gbogbo ẹ̀ dáradára ni. Ṣé Yahweh Ọlọ́run Yahweh yẹn ṣé òun náà ló dá attitude? Àbí attitude kọ̀ lálẹ́ wù ni? Tó bá jẹ́ pé òun ló dá attitude tẹ́yìn bá sọ pé òun kọ́ ló dá màá rí fáyín sí Bible nínú the book of Daniel ó ní I created evil and good nǹkan tó sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ nìyẹn. Màá tún mú yín lọ sí ibùkún kan tó ní ẹ̀mí búburú láti ọ̀run wá sí balẹ̀ Sọ́ọ̀lù. So àti ọ̀run ni ẹ̀mí búburú yẹn ti ń bọ̀. So kí wàá lóye pé ó ṣe wá gbogbo ẹ̀ perfect tí wọ́n bá dá nǹkan burúkú tó dá nǹkan tó dá ó ṣe máa ló perfect kò lè perfect now. Number 2 àbí number 3 ni pé níbi tẹ́yìn náà sọ̀rọ̀ dílé kan sọ pé ó wá lọ create igi méjì ó ní pé ìkan ìmọ̀ rere ìmọ̀ búburú ó wá ní kó máa jẹ but bọ̀bọ̀ tẹ sọ pé bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn ò dá yẹn Satan tẹ́lẹ̀ kò dá yẹn bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn ló wá sòótọ́ pé irọ́ ni bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn pa fún yín o
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
bá jẹ́ ẹ máa mọ state ẹ máa mọ knowledge level yín ìgbà tó dẹ̀ jẹ́ lóòótọ́ wọn rí pé àwọn wà mọ́ bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn torí pé ó jó nírọ́ ó bèrè lọ́wọ́ Adam ó ní Adam gbọ́dọ̀ wà ó lóun wà gbà bàbá ó ní pọ́tà ó ní mi ní pọ́tà sẹ́ àní mi wọṣọ mi èrò mi rí fún yà ta ló sọ fún ẹ pé wà ń bò that guy is a deceiver because of àṣẹ deceiver ni èèyàn tó jẹ́ pé and kí ni yẹn ṣe ní ẹ̀kọ́ tá à ń sọ lérè yìí ó dùn mí pé ó pẹ́ kó tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí yé àwọn èèyàn
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
ó dùn mí pé ó tèkì irú ẹ̀yìn tẹ́ ẹ jẹ́ ọmọ kékeré lẹ́yìn sáwọn táwa gbà wọn ní ọpọlọ kó tó wá máa kọrú àwa yìí kó jẹ́ pé irú ẹ̀yin táyà tí ẹ̀ sì jìnnà sí irú àwa lágbàlagbà ẹ̀yin lẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń sọ fáwa lẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń sọ fáwọn tó yẹ pé wọ́n ti lọ tí wọ́n tètè ronú síbi tẹ́yìn ronú sí ẹ wá kí wá èèyàn mélòó ni irú àwa tó máa yá nírò rí tẹ́yìn ní. àwọn ẹwà tó ti dà tó sì wá wájú ó ń dùn mí pé irú ẹ̀yin lẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá ń dé lẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá ń ṣí àwọn èèyàn wa létí. àbórí yóò pé ní ẹrú ọ̀rọ̀ yìí náà nígbà téèyàn kan ń parọ́ fọmọlà kejì ẹ̀ the guy is a deceiver again tẹ́ bá lọ wo Job chapter 1 Bíbélì sọ pé ńgbà tí àwọn ọmọ Ọlọ́run tí wọ́n ṣe ìpàdé ó ní Lucifer sì wà níbẹ̀ pẹ̀lú wọn tí mo bá bí àwọn ọmọ 15 tí kan bá jẹ́ olè àwa fẹ́ ṣe family meeting olè mo dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé olè ni ó máa ń jalè ó ti lọ rọ́ọ̀bù àwọn ọlọ́pàá wa tí ń bá rí mi ní sọ pé Túndé pé ibo ló wà bàbá rẹ̀ ṣe wá ń ṣe ṣòwò àpàṣẹ ti rí ilé àwọn ìsàlótì mi tó ṣe lọ jalè.
tí o ti lọ jalè ń bẹ.
I will berate him because ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ máa mú wa. The first thing he said was ó ní àlùsọ ó ní ibo ló wà. Number one ni pé wọ́n kọ́ register bọ̀bọ̀ ìgbà tó ń ṣe registration tó ń ṣe roll call wọ́n pè é in fact wọ́n dárúkọ àwọn yòókù. Òun gangan ló lú ọmọ tó dárúkọ wọ́n ní ó wá bí ó ní àlùsọ ó ń bọ̀ ló wà láti ó ní ìbò ẹ̀gbọ́n ibi wàhálà tó lè kí n máa ṣe náà ni mo ṣe káàkiri o. Ó ní nínú wàhálà tó ń ṣe yẹn ǹjẹ́ orí jò ìkànnìyàn yẹn ìkànnìrú yáwè bẹ́ẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Another thing tó tún fi jẹ́ ká torí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn pọ̀ àwọn ọmọ kéèké another tó fi jẹ́ ká ni pé ẹ má gbàgbé pé Job was a full grown man tó fi ọwọ́ ara ẹ̀ ṣiṣẹ́.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
tó fi ọwọ́ ara ẹ̀ kó ọrọ̀ jọ.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
tó dẹ̀ bí àwọn ọmọ tó yẹ kó sìn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
tó àwọn ọmọ yẹn náà ń ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ mí tó ṣe déédéé káwọn ọmọ yẹn ti ní girlfriend kan ti law school kan ti graduate kan ti ní ọjọ́ ọ̀la àtọjọ́ iwájú tí wọ́n lò tí wọ́n lérò. Yahweh sọ fún Lucifer pé kó lọ pa gbogbo wọn rùn and he did that. Now nǹkan tí mo máa ń rò nípa Bible àwọn Christian ni pé ó dàbí ẹni pé irọ́ ni wọ́n pamọ́ Satan tó ń lójú mi Satan gan ló dá. A ti sọ bíi mẹ́rin márùn tẹ́tí àti ẹ̀ríkà yìí tẹ́tí sọ látẹ̀kọ́. Jẹ́jẹ́ ni sọ́ọ̀lù jókòó ẹ̀mí búburú látọ̀dọ̀ Ọlọ́run wà ló bá ní sọ́ọ̀lù.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Yahweh ló pe Satan kó lọ bá yé Job jẹ. Ó lọ parọ́ fún àwọn wòlíì kan lára àwọn wòlíì tó ń bá wọn bí ààbọ̀ sùn tó ń bá iṣẹ́ òun ló dì sí fún wọn tó pa irọ́ fún wọn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ó ní kó lọ parọ́ fún ọba.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Ẹ̀mí irọ́ tún wà nínú ẹ̀mí ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ó dẹ̀ tó ń parọ́ again gẹ́gẹ́ ni àwọn ọmọ kékeré kan rí bàbá apárí kan bàbá apárí yẹn wòlíì àwọn ọmọ yẹn wá ní just like tẹ bá ra wọn mọ́là tó bá rí wá ní mèkútúrú wá ní mèkáfò àní àfin àní rárá a máa ń pa àwọn èèyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ èèyàn tó tún wá jẹ́ ìránṣẹ́ máàlù yẹn tó jẹ́ ìránṣẹ́ Yahweh yẹn ó dẹ̀ ní kí àmọ̀tẹ́kùn bàbí nǹkan àbí kíni kó pa gbogbo àwọn ọmọ yẹn jẹ́.
Ó dẹ̀ pa gbogbo wọn.
àwọn kékeré tí wọ́n wà innocent tí wọ́n mọ nǹkan kan now tẹ bá tún mú fọdà kẹ bá ní mo pé mo jẹ làwọn guys yẹn. Ọ̀gá mi kan rọ́pò orí ńlá á ní you Christians you are cannibals you are cannibals tẹ́jọ́ jalè olúwa tẹ́jẹ́ because ó ní èyí ni ẹran ara mi èyí ni ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ẹ máa jẹ ní ìrántí you are cannibals if you are not cannibals kò ní pa àwọn mẹ́kìrì tí wọ́n lẹ́sẹ̀ náà tẹ́ bá lọ sí star ọ̀dọ̀ Noah mo fẹ́ agree for the sake of the Bible itself wípé gbogbo ayé ni ó parun. Ó pa gbogbo ayé run because of ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ àwọn èèyàn kan tí wọ́n ń gbé ní pé abil areas Iran ó dẹ̀ pa gbogbo ayé run ojú ẹ̀ ò ká gbogbo ẹ̀ tó ẹ̀ ó pa gbogbo ayé yẹn run. This same guy ló máa rí ilẹ̀ onílẹ̀ ńlẹ̀ tá a sọ fún àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ ní tábà sọ tribalism àwọn ẹ̀ máa pe tribalism if you are a Christian you do not have mouth to speak against tribalism. Ìdí ni pé your God created so many people ẹ̀yin lè sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ pé God created gbogbo wa. So ìgbà tí God yín ti create gbogbo wa yẹn that same God tí ó create gbogbo wa yẹn ó wá choose àwọn èèyàn kan. Now ẹ wá máa sọ pé as a father ìwọ náà máa ń ní favourite. Àkọ́kọ́ ni pé kò tẹ̀ ṣe gbogbo father ló ní favourite. Number two ni pé does it mean that your God has an attribute of a man? Is he a man? Tó fi máa choose èèyàn kan ó wá choose ẹ̀yà kan nínú ẹgbẹ̀lẹ́gbẹ̀ ẹ̀yà tó wà lágbàáyé. So àwọn ẹ̀yà tó choose yẹn àwọn ẹ̀yà yẹn á wá ní kán lọ sílùú onílùú òfin eléke náà bóyá gòkè mú wá.
Ó máa ní kán pa wọ́n run ni o.
A ní máa fún ẹ ní gbogbo ìlú Èkó mo fún ẹ tó bá ti gorí òkè Olúmọ gbogbo tó bá ti dé mo fún ẹ gbogbo ẹ. Kí ló dé tí o ṣe kúkú dá ilẹ̀ míì fáwọn yẹn tó lọ́ra? Tẹ bá dẹ̀ wò dáadáa ẹ rí pé ìgbà tí God yẹn tó padà wá bímọ tó mú kàkíní kan lè mú tẹ̀lé tàgé tó rèpù Mary tó fún Mary lóyún tó wà níbi Mary máa wọ níbi máa bí ọmọ ẹ rí pé ọmọ tí Mary bí Jesus yẹn náà ó padà lérò wà burúkú yẹn báwo ló ṣe lérò wà burúkú yẹn Jésù olóhùn bóyá ó gbàwẹ̀ ní bó ṣe ni ó dẹ̀ ń bọ̀ ó dẹ̀ rí igi ọ̀pọ̀tọ́ kan lásìkò ọgbà tí igi ọ̀pọ̀tọ́ yẹn máa so kò tí ì tó.
Ó dẹ̀ fi igi yẹn ré.
Ó dẹ̀ kọ́sẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ ní kò tó so láíláí ẹjọ́ ewu ni báwa beneficial nígbà tó débẹ̀ tí ò bá oúnjẹ ló rẹ̀ kó ní láti nílọ wọ́gì kó máa so tòjò tẹ́rùn ewu ni báwa beneficial sí humanity. Àbí kò mú igi yẹn kò fi rí. Now all of this being put together tí ọba jẹ́ tó lọ́pọlọ kékeré just ọpọlọ tíntín kékeré a realize pé kékeré tí ò tí ì ju ewu lọ èèyàn tí ọba wò wẹ̀ èèyàn á realize kò tiẹ̀ kọ́kọ́ sí nǹkan kan nínú nǹkan tí wọ́n fún wa kápá kò sí kò mọ́lúwàbí kankan bẹ́ẹ̀. Now nínú ìṣẹ̀ṣe Yorùbá ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà important sí wa ni bẹ́ẹ̀ wa ó wà important sí wa gan ni àwọn ẹbí wa èèyàn wa àwọn ẹbí wa ní extended ẹni pé àwọn Yorùbá nígbà tí ìjọba ti dé lọ sí ní state Yorùbá ò kí ń gbéra wọn ní state kan ìṣàlélé kíní kan tó mì pé ẹbí wa by extension ni pé èmi àtẹjọ jẹ́ ẹ̀yà kan ṣùgbọ́n that same Jesus yẹn ṣe mọ̀ pé bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn ó dẹ̀ sọ pé tó bá fẹ́ tẹ̀lé òun àfi kó lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bí ẹja irú pálapàla wo nìyẹn. Ó lóun ò mú fọkànbalẹ̀ wá o òun ò má láfíà wá o òun wá dojú bàbá sọmọ ọmọ sí bàbá ọmọbìnrin sí ìyá ni o. nígbà tó ń dẹ ẹ wá mọ̀kọ́ tó wá fọ́ ni kẹ́pà ni mo pé ìka aláyé bàjẹ́ làwọn bíbí yẹn nígbà tó ń fẹ́ kú tó wà lórí igi àgbélébùú ó pé àbúrò ẹ ní ó ní ìyàwó ọmọ rẹ ọmọ wo ìyá rẹ má fira yín lẹ̀ bọ́tì wọ́n sọ pé àwọn tó bá fẹ́ tẹ̀lé wọ̀ pé wọ́n gbúdọ̀ fi bàbá àti nǹkan ti ṣe wá. náà tábà wá ro owó ẹ̀kọ́ tí wọ́n bá jẹ́ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ kékeré ó lè máa pọ̀ kò sí bó ṣe lè kọ́ ọpọlọ ẹ̀kẹ́ kókò kéré tó bá lọ gbogbo àwọn kìíní yẹn dáadáa tó fọpọlọ gbé yàtọ̀ sí pé akàn má ẹ̀mọ̀ ìwé kan àkọ́kọ́ ni pé kò tiẹ̀ kọ́kọ́ lè sí gbogbo ọgbọ́n ayé nínú ìwé ẹ̀yọ kan kò possible ayé ti wà àti wà ayé is infinite ó ti tóbi jù kí ọpọlọ ta fẹ́ lò lórí ayé kó wà nínú ìwé kan kò lè possible ìyẹn kan àkọ́kọ́ nìyẹn. ìkejì ni pé tí ọba wa lọ́pọlọ tí ọba wo nǹkan tó ti kàkàkà tó bá fọpọlọ kà á tí ó ṣe pé ọkàn nísinsìnyí wèrè kan tó dó síwájú tó fẹ́ gbowó àpò ẹ̀ wà á wá rí pé ìwé yẹn belongs to the dustbin because ìtàn àṣà àti ṣe àwọn ẹ̀yà kan ní tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n need láti codify kan tọ́jú ẹ̀ irọ́ ni òótọ́ ni wọ́n àwọn náà ní nǹkan wọn fúnra wọn in fact àwọn Christian Nàìjíríà ò tiẹ̀ mọ̀ pé àwọn Júù wọ́n ń wo àwọn bí abọ̀rìṣà nípa àwọn máa pé àwọn ó yẹ káwọn Júù àwọn Júù máa rò pé ó yẹ káwọn àwọn Christian particularly Christian and Muslims nípa abọ̀rìṣà ni wọ́n máa fún lápẹẹrẹ kan kí tó mọ ìwà kí tó mọ rẹ̀ wá sí ìdádúró ọ̀rẹ́ mi kan Ṣẹ́gun Adéfínà ó gba àlejò àwọn ará Israel àwọn Júù wọn Israelis so àwọn afọwọ́n fẹ́ ṣe kọ̀ọ̀kan wọ́n wá ní àwọn èèyàn wa bá ṣe máa ń ṣe máa fẹ́ ṣe àwọn ti lóyìnbó Christian wọn ẹ̀ ká gbàdúrà ká tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ́n bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí gbàdúrà gbàtọ́ máa bọ́dọ̀ ní Jesus Ṣẹ́gun ní bàbá ẹ̀ bá ní pé ẹ wá ẹ ti yà wèrè ní èèyàn jẹ́ pé treasonable fellow ni wọ́n fi lè kó ń lo àwọn wọ́n fi ń gbàdúrà mi báyìí àìsàn ní sọ̀tàn nọ́ọ̀sì gbogbo àwọn tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ wá ń wá àwọn pípín yẹn bíi ẹ pé èèyàn burúkú ni wọ́n. So second one tó sọ fún mi nígbà tó lọ sí Jerusalem ó wá ń ṣáà tó lọ sí Israel ó wá ń gbàgbà Jesus tó bá ní ṣé ìwọ ò ní bàbá ni orúkọ the God of Abraham the God of Isaac ìwọ ò ní bàbá ó dẹ̀ gbà wọ́n ní bàbá náà tí wọ́n bá arogun kìíní yẹn pọ̀ wọ́n á rí pé that book belongs to the gospel but kí ló fà á tó fi difficult àwọn èèyàn wa láti túwé yẹn quickly tẹ bá lọ wo bí wọ́n ṣe formulate Christianity látọ̀ gbèdé bí wọ́n ṣe rampage tó ń ṣe wàhálà lọ sínú gbó what they did was to create a boarding school wọ́n wá mú àwọn ọmọ kékeré sí boarding school yẹn àwọn ọmọ bíi 4, 5, 6, 7 náà kú síbẹ̀ àwọn èṣù bíi yìí Ṣàngóṣákí Ìfálábí àwọn Ìfáyàngbé wọ́n kó wọn torí nǹkan tí wọ́n jẹ́ nìyẹn wọ́n kó wọn sí church wọ́n kó wọn sí school wọ́n wá kọ́ wọn léèwé so wọ́n kọ́ wọn wọ́n ṣe catechism wọ́n ní bàbá àti ibẹ̀ lọ́rùn kọ́ kakí nìyẹn ẹni tó bá mọ̀ dáadáa wọ́n á fún wọn á rí bọ́ọ̀dẹ̀ so lè fa àwọn ọmọ sí boarding school àwọn tó tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ lọ wo bí sẹ́mi ẹ̀ ṣe àwọn tó kó ń gbà yẹn wọ́n tó bí 100 everybody ló struggle ọmọ ìgbúdọ̀ lọ school because àwọn tó ń darí wa wọ́n kàwé ìwé náà fi ń darí wa beyond the fact pé wọ́n jẹ wá nípa wọ́n fi wá ṣe wàhálà kọ́rọ̀ wa tó dọ̀rọ̀ pa tiẹ̀ gbàdé ibẹ̀ yẹn so ìgbà tó ti wá kó wọn lọ tẹ́ bá imagine pé wọ́n ti mú èèyàn bíi 40 ní ọdún yìí tó ń bọ̀ wọ́n mú èèyàn bíi 40 wọ́n mú èèyàn bíi so ìgbà tó máa fi kọ́ gbogbo wọn tán kékeré ni wọ́n ti pẹ̀ka àrókò yẹn. bẹ́ẹ̀ni. so ìgbà tó máa fi táwọn ọmọ yẹn máa fi dàgbà tó máa fi lọ sí primary school second ẹ má gbàgbé bọ́dẹ̀ yẹn ń ṣe tán church yẹn náà lọ CMS church yẹn náà lọ
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
wọ́n lọ CMS church yẹn not the catechist not the teachers not the headmaster not the gbogbo ẹ̀ àwọn náà ni wọ́n ń kọ́ àwọn tó ń bọ̀ lẹ́yìn wọn. It was so rapid that in just 30 years they have turned out about 1,000 scholars, so to say. You will call them scholars, I will call them scholars, but in the real sense alábọ̀dé bí 1,000 students. So nígbà tó máa ní student alábọ̀dé bí 1,000 yẹn wọ́n kàn spread wọn sáàrin wa. Now ẹ má wàá gbàgbé pé ọjọ́ yẹn ti pẹ́ so ọjọ́ yẹn ti pẹ́ wọ́n dẹ̀ ti wọnú wa gan. Ìtọ́ ti wá wọnú wa pẹ̀lú medicine pẹ̀lú kinní kan Ifá kan dẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ kan ó ní ohun àbínibí wọn kì í jọ
ohun ẹlẹ́ni ló ń já káwọn láwọn lára.
Adíá fún wọn dẹ̀ ṣe alábàárẹ̀ ẹ̀já so àwa náà gbàtà tó wá gbà kí nìyẹn fáyìn àwọn èèyàn tí wọ́n ń wọ shirt wọ́n tẹ́ pé wọ́n ṣe kò sáṣọ tó lè dàbí nínú àdúgbò tá à ń gbé èèyàn ò lè máa so táì mọ́rùn báyìí ṣe kò jẹ́ ewúrẹ́ tó bá wọ bùbá tó wọ ṣòkòtò tó wọ kónkóló tó wọ kẹ̀mbẹ̀ tó wọ jókòó
dànsíkí bẹ́ẹ̀ni
dànsíkí tó wọ ẹsíkí tó ó pọ̀ àwọn aṣọ tó bu ìkú yẹn ṣùgbọ́n bàtà àwọn èèyàn á gbé pé làwọn eléyìí wọ̀ wọ́n ṣe everybody bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí rush lọ síbẹ̀ so ọjọ́ yẹn ti wá ọjọ́ àbòkí wa ti wá pẹ́ lókè ọ̀yà ó ti pẹ́ ó ti wà endemic sínú wa kò wá rọrùn ṣẹ́bọ̀ kó tó ti fi bọ́yàn for instance máa sọ̀rọ̀ fáwọn ìdájọ́ wa tí Ọlọ́run bá fún mi lórí ọ̀fẹ́ tí bá lọ sí ìlú òyìnbó ebi máa ń pa mí tí máa fi dé àyàfi tó bá jẹ́ pé nígbà tá à ń lọ àpọ̀ àgbòjẹ̀ dání à ń sìn àyàfi tó yẹ pé bí a mọ̀ gba Airbnb or something but tó yẹ pé mo lọ sí sóòtẹ̀ ebi apá mi torí tí máa jẹ bàkẹ́ẹ̀tì yẹn báyìí gbogbo páàlì ló máa ń ro mi kí ló fà á ní pé wọn ò fi rú àwọn oúnjẹ yẹn tọ́ mi dàgbà ẹ̀bà ló fi tọ́ mi fẹ̀sẹ́lù ló fi tọ́ mi iyán ló fi tọ́ mi so nítorí pé nǹkan tó fi tọ́ mi nìyẹn ó difficult fún mi láti máa jẹ gbogbo pasta tẹ máa ń jẹ yẹn ẹ má bínú pé mo fẹ́ gbà tàbí mo lọ síbi kan recently wọ́n làwọn pípa lọ pé woman kan wọn láfíríkà ni gbogbo máa so oúnjẹ fún mi kí n má wọlé ó máa so oúnjẹ fún wa àtàwọn boys mi woman yẹn dẹ̀ try lóòótọ́ ó so oúnjẹ yẹn bọ̀dá ńgbà tí mo gbé ẹnu lé ìrẹsì yẹn kí n má bàa disgrace woman yẹn mo sọ fún ọmọọṣẹ́ mi kan wà yẹn ó lè jẹ gbẹ́ntẹ̀ ìyẹn ó ṣàjẹ gbogbo ẹ̀ mo ní mi ì ní jẹ́ ojoojúmọ́ máa so oúnjẹ ńlẹ̀ ni níwọ̀n bá taba lè rí sí taba lọ rà ní all the time máa jẹ ìdí ni pé wọn ò fi irú oúnjẹ yẹn tọ́ mi rọrùn fún mi láti tètè yíra padà sínú oúnjẹ yẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni àwọn ìṣẹ̀ṣe wa àwọn èèyàn ti wọnú àwọn aráàlú wa gan for a long time àwọn èèyàn ti ń lọ school ti di ọ̀nà òtítọ́ àti ìyè àti ẹ̀rọ nípa prosperity mọ́ because the real prosperity ó wà nínú iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ the real prosperity ó wà nínú iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀dẹ
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
the real prosperity ó wà nínú iṣẹ́ ọnà the real prosperity ó wà nínú iṣẹ́ àwọn iṣẹ́ gidi làwa ń ṣe ṣùgbọ́n pàtó yáyá àwa ní kúdà ká máa kọ̀wé yẹn ló pè wá wá rọrọ síbi ìwé yẹn ebi wa ń pa wá àwa ń fi ilẹ̀ wa ṣe housing estate ní ìsìn kìnìún kan lágbára 350,000 naira per plot so ṣe wá ara àwọn agent of destruction tẹ́yìn wa ń bájà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ sí because nǹkan tẹ́ fi ń bá àwọn jà gan ẹni Bible ló wà Ephesians chapter 5 ó sọ fún wọn pé do not condone any act of unrighteousness but rather rebuke it nǹkan táwọn náà lè ṣe rebuke it so ẹ̀yin gangan lè wrestle against principalities and powers.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni báyìí o.
àwọn gangan ni principalities and powers rulers of this world because àwọn wèrè tẹ́yìn wa ń bájà yìí nígbà táwọn máa dé okay for instance ẹ̀ka tí ẹ̀ kọ́kọ́ fi Christianity lẹ̀ because ìṣẹ̀ṣe àwọn Greco-Roman kàtì ẹ̀ má bàjẹ́ ká filẹ̀ ẹni tó bá ti lágbára lórí èèyàn náà ó máa ń lò àwọn báwọn Greco-Roman Europeans wọ́n lò lé wa lórí so àwọn èèyàn ti nígbà táwọn tó ń lò lé wa lórí ọ̀fẹ́ mà ní school wọn ọ̀fẹ́ indoctrinate wa ni wọ́n fẹ́ báyé wa jẹ́ but ọ̀fẹ́ ló ń ṣe kí ni táwọn tẹ̀ ń dárúkọ yẹn ń ṣe lọ́wọ́ nísìn wọ́n fẹ́ báyé wa jẹ́ ni wọ́n tún gbowó lọ́wọ́ wa.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni owó wa náà dẹ̀ náà a ti gbẹ́ wọn léyìn wọ́n wá ń fẹ́ yín yẹn gé wa jẹ báyìí.
bàbá tẹ̀ ń dárúkọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn ní àdúgbò mi tí mo dàgbà sí tí mo gbé ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì kan wà ńbẹ̀ redeemed church kan àpárọ̀ sí Danko parish náà gbé parish yẹn wá ní school redeemers church àbí redeemers school àbí lọ́kàn wọ́n wá gbé pásítọ̀ kan wá síbẹ̀ pásítọ̀ yẹn náà òun náà awíkoko bíi ti nígbà náà ló fẹ́ jẹ́ unfortunately inú ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì ló ṣì wà gbà ẹ̀ pásítọ̀ yẹn ṣàbẹ̀ tó máa dá owó ní church yẹn wà lára school yẹn wọ́n gbé school yẹn wá bá church yẹn so owó tó máa pa ní church wọ́n máa ní kó máa fi sanwó tíjà owó school a máa lọ sí ibòmí bá ń jókòó àbí nǹkan bá adé jókòó àbí nǹkan máa ṣe yàrá níbi láíláí ẹ̀ lè ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ owó tá a bá ti pa ń church ẹ̀ tẹ́kù dé church ẹ̀yin tẹ́fẹ́ owó school yìí ẹ̀ bá lọ sí school yìí. Meanwhile àwọn ọmọ àwọn tí wọ́n lọ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì yẹn wọ́n lè lọ school yẹn. So òyìnbó fẹ́ báyé wa jẹ́ wọ́n fẹ́ dáyé wa wọ́n tiẹ̀ ti ṣe but ìgbà tó máa ṣe ọ̀fẹ́ lọ ṣe. In fact wọ́n tún introduce scholarship láti fi lọ sí ìlú wọn. Wọ́n ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ káwọn bàbá ọlọ́wọ́ tó wá fún great golden age fún wa. But still àwọn olórí ikú má ṣàǹfààní aláyé bàjẹ́ aláyé dojú tó tún wá fẹ́ báyé àwọn èèyàn wa jẹ́ lórílẹ̀‐èdè ilẹ̀ Yorùbá yìí náà. Wọ́n tún wá gbé skul wọn dé skul wọn wá wọn débi pé ìjọba gan wá wò pé nígbà táwọn èèyàn bá lè lọ sí táwọn skul báyìí kí táwọn kò lè fowó kówó skul because àwọn èèyàn kì í mọ orísìí táwọn ìgbà kan ṣe máa ṣe lórí. Now mọ́mì tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn pé ìgbà tó Ọlọ́run pé yàn Ọlọ́run ò ní fóònù nọ́mbà anybody tó fẹ́ pè kò sí Ọlọ́run kankan tó fẹ́ pè anybody èèyàn ló máa ń pè ara ẹ̀ ọ̀hún pé anybody lọ sí anywhere. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Ìwọ àti ara ẹ̀ nǹkan tí ìṣẹ̀ṣe Yorùbá fi yàtọ̀ nìyẹn ìwọ àti ara ẹ̀ ló ní ara ẹ̀. Though collectiveness ni communalism ni but within the communalism system it is your salvation is personal. Let me use that word. It's personal to you. Tẹ́ ẹ bá ti nífa ẹ̀yin lẹ nífa. In fact the funniest thing ni pé táwa méjèèjì bá tọ́májọ tẹ̀fánìsì tájọ dá tó yẹ pé ifá tó tẹ àwa méjèèjì òtún àbàrà ni ló tẹ àwa méjèèjì àbí òtún àṣẹ ló tẹ àwa méjèèjì lọ́jọ́ bí àwa méjèèjì a lè ní èèwọ̀ ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ àwa méjèèjì lè ní èèwọ̀ ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ìbáàjẹ́ òtún àríwá ló bí àwa méjèèjì a lè ní èèwọ̀ ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ kò mí ìpé tó bá wọ́n ti jọ bí wá sí kíní kan wọ́n lè ní kẹ́yìn má máa jẹ fún ẹran mí lè máa jẹ fún ẹran tó bá dìbò bẹ̀rù fún mi lójú. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. So it's very very personal. Ọlọ́run kankan ò lè pe èèyàn kankan máa sọ pé máa darí àwọn èèyàn báyìí máa darí àwọn èèyàn báyìí darí anybody lọ sẹ́niwẹ̀. Wọ́n nítorí ibi tó ti ń bọ̀ ó ti nípọn jù wọ́n ti wọnú wa jù wọ́n ti tẹ̀ wá rí jù òun ló sún wa débi tá a wá dé. Now nǹkan tó wá jẹ́ kó wá easy fún wa fún àwọn olórí burúkú ọ̀bàjẹ́ láti báyé wa jẹ́ mọ́ ni pé ńgbà tí Elédùmarè tún máa wá fìyà jẹ wá díẹ̀ sáà fìyà jẹra wa látọ̀dọ̀ Elédùmarè òun ni pé wọ́n wá lọ create Nàìjíríà tí ó yẹ pé the system was not created to create prosperity for us as black people. So ìyà tó wá ń jẹ wá yẹn láwa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí rò pé Ọlọ́run ló lè ṣe Ifá ló lè ṣe èèyàn ò lè ṣe adíáfúnládẹyọ tí ń gbẹbọ ẹrù òde ọ̀run ó ní bániṣe ògbẹ́ni Ifá lè ṣe àmọ́ Ifá fún ara ẹ̀ mọ̀ pé wàá lọ ṣiṣẹ́ ni.
Torí òòṣà tó ń gbé ọlẹ́ kankan ò sí.
Kò sí bàbá ibẹ̀ kan ni mò ń bọ̀ ó máa lọ ṣiṣẹ́ ni kò ń ṣe pé bóyá kò dáfá lè ní kò dáfá là ajínasẹ̀ ẹlẹ̀ kankan ò lè jẹun ajígbọ́n nínú wàá lọ ṣiṣẹ́ títí ẹ̀ wàá dẹ̀ máa wá dá Ifá ẹ̀ wàá máa fi kọ́rọ̀ ayé tiẹ̀ kó lè kún kí ìlú yín lè dá kí gbogbo ẹ̀ lè ṣe wàá máa ṣiṣẹ́ ni wàá máa ṣiṣẹ́ wọ́n á wá bèèrè lọ́wọ́ fún pé iṣẹ́ wo ni kí ẹ̀dá ọ̀tọ̀ yìí kó máa ṣe o wọ́n á ní iṣẹ́ gbẹ́nàgbẹ́nà ni kó lọ máa ṣe òun ló dáa jù òun ló bá lára mu jù òun ló rọ̀ lọ́rùn jù òun ló máa tètè yé jù simple. náà mo ṣe wá rí gbogbo àwọn olórí burúkú tó fẹ́ báyé wa jẹ́ yìí ní ìdánudúró ẹkọ́nọ́mì Nàìjíríà ló jẹ́ kó easy fún wọn ẹ rí i pé tó bá dé Canada ẹ rí i pé prayer àwọn ó máa ń yàtọ̀ ọkùnrin kan wà ládùúgbò mi nígbà MFM headquarters àdúgbò mi ló wà so ọkùnrin kan wà ládùúgbò mi ọ̀rẹ́ mi ní àjọṣe kéré nígbà kan ó máa ń pray fún woman kan ó máa ń pray fún woman lórí fóònù á máa pray kábàdàkàrà ṣe olùkọ́ ìbáṣe olùkọ́ ojoojúmọ́ tí máa ti rí láàárọ̀ tí máa ti lọ jọ́ọ̀gì báyìí á ṣe máa pray ni ta ló ń pray fún ó ní woman yẹn pé obìnrin alágbára kan ó ti gba ọkọ ẹ̀ nílùú Canada nígbà obìnrin alágbára ti gba ọkọ woman yẹn nílùú Canada meanwhile woman yẹn wá promise ọ̀bọ̀n yẹn pé tóun bá ti dé Canada o máa máa ṣe bẹ̀bẹ̀ fún ọ̀bọ̀n yẹn lo 5 years o àdúrà yẹn ò gbà ìjọ tí 5 years yẹn wá pé ọ̀bọ̀n yẹn ṣàwà sí Nàìjíríà ó ti ṣe fún ìyàwó ẹ̀ àtàwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ wọn lọ nígbà tí woman yẹn wá dé Canada woman yẹn tó bá máa pè ọ̀rẹ́ mi bóyá ẹ̀ẹ̀kan lóṣù ọ̀rẹ́ mi wá ní pé àǹtí spiritual life yẹn ti drop o ó ti drop kan ni because tiẹ̀ kì í gbàdúrà mọ́ àǹtí ẹ̀ máa ní pé sorry o brother Deji kí ni fẹ́ gbàdúrà fún jàre Nàìjíríà ti kọ́ máa múná lọ wà ní Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kọ́ múná dé ọmọ ẹ̀ á ṣe tí àwọn àníkọ́ lọ́n di ó pass kìíní kan ó ní kò sí gbogbo yẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ pé gbogbo nǹkan tí àwọn máa ń gbàdúrà fún ní Nàìjíríà 99.9% ìjọba ti provide nílùú Canada ọ̀rẹ́ mi ní irọ́ ni ká wá mọ́rọ̀ wá sí ìdádúró ẹjọ́ ọ̀rẹ́ mi yẹn vodka tó mú nísìn agbára mi ò gbé nígbà tó náà dé ìlú Canada eventually tó wá rí àwẹ̀ aláyé wọn ò ní dá so wọn ayé kankan tó ń ṣòwò ẹkọnọmì ló dò nígbà tó wọn kò rí bọ́ síbẹ̀ tó wá dé tó wá lélẹ̀ ní agbé vodka báyìí tó bá ti ń bọ̀ àti bá wa ra hendrix wa àbájọ gbogbo yẹn tí lè máa fi mọ̀ àjọ forí balẹ̀ fún wa ni so adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín fún
ẹ ṣé bàbá mi.
láti liberate àwọn ènìyàn wa.
Thank you so much.
ẹlẹ́gbàá ìlú ṣe ilẹ̀ yìí nìkan ifá kan sọ pé ẹnìkíní kàdí kejì kàkàdí méjì òdòdó adíá fún ẹdùn ẹlẹ́yin ju ẹgbẹ́ ó lè dàbí lè dànù màbí mo ti ń jẹ́ ọ̀wọ́rẹ́ lábẹ́dọ̀ ẹdùn nìkan ni ní dánìkan sílé ayé yìí.
àṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
tẹ́ bá ti ń wẹ̀ yìí báyìí ẹ máa ráwọn èèyàn gidi.
àṣẹ Èdùmàrè. àṣẹ Èdùmàrè. àṣẹ Èdùmàrè. àṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Thank you so much, bàbá mi. I am happy having you here today. The comments keep coming in on YouTube, on Facebook. Thank you so much, Daughter. Please, let's follow one another. Like I always say, let's follow one another and follow back, please. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ jẹ́ á ṣe lè fúnra wa. Torí ìjà yìí ìjà gbogbo wa ni. Sister Ọlápéjú Agúnbíadé, ẹ on mute. Ká ṣe pàápàá ká tó máa lọ lénìí. Sister Ọlápéjú ṣe ti on mute.
Oh, mute. Like I always say, it's just what is happening. Ó yẹ kó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ láti bí 20 years ago. Èmi wá ti lò dájú ilé ayé tèmi. Kí n tó máa kójú tó látàn finally kó dáná. Ó yẹ ká ti mọ̀ sí pé.
Ó yẹ ká ti mọ̀. Well, it's better late than never.
Never, yeah. It's just the brainwashing. It is too much. Me, Mubati, I was that vulnerable. And I'm saying this because I have to now walk away. Share is share. Color play biggest role. Is share. Only role here to play. Because you still see those very rich and comfortable. That will not you while I bear it, Can I yod? I'm not sure if you saw that clip.
I saw it.
Don't pray for money.
I saw it.
Ó ní òun láṣẹ lórí ọmọ òun ju pásítọ̀ lọ.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Gbogbo àwọn mélòó la mọ̀ yẹn.
Now, when it comes to buying a house, renting or buying,
okay, 8 to 10. To my normal berry, 8 and they finish at 10. So on time. So pastor me, all the man woman jadi. So he now called me one day. I won't retire me. Money about Leshemo. Money come on while I envelope and all that. Money making tight. Oh my God. Cousin got you sort. And I said, me over convinced. Iboye came so tight. Timobani conviction about tight. I'll probably be paying tight. Only but I have so much commitment. That you want to sorry charity to
ó tiẹ̀ tó àwọn humanitarian kìíní tẹ́ máa ń ṣe lọ́dọ̀ yín yẹn. Ọlọ́run àtúbọ̀ máa ràn yín lọ́wọ́.
Kí n ná dúró àmì kí n máa ná dúró yẹn kẹ́ tún ní kí n kó tight sílẹ̀. Ọlọ́run ò rò. So I said we okay tight and leave it as that. And then this handkerchief thing. Kí ló máa ń pè é láyé mi. You know that white handkerchief tó máa sọ pé kéèyàn máa mú dání all the time.
Mantu.
God bless you, mantle. They said we should all bring that mantle. Àdúrà bá kàn mí, mo handkerchief mi dà. Mo ní ṣe bí mantle be point of contact ṣáà ni mo ní ọwọ́ mi rè mo bá tẹ́ ọwọ́ mo lọ́wọ́ tí mo fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ mi lélẹ̀. Make it my mantle. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi ti sún wọn jọ́ọ̀dì yẹn. Mo lọ́wọ́ kó bá mi gbàdúrà sí mo lè gbàgbé handkerchief sílẹ̀. Ìgbàgbọ́ tèmi sọ wípé bá mi gbàdúrà sọ́wọ́ mi. Ó tọ́ mi. So I really pray that gbogbo wa máa search mind wa. Nǹkan tó bá máa fún wa peace ní ká ṣe. Tó bá jọ pé wọ́n brainwash ẹ, jókòó fẹ̀yìntì, rò dáadáa. Bible yẹn ti dàrú. Anyway, you know, that guy that spoke, that song.
A doubter.
A doubter. You know what? Bible to change. Because authority Catholic in cow. Authority Anglican. Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-rain, no. The way one
Jehovah Witness, author.
You understand? A one version. What's the best version?
I mean, yeah.
Emma Bino, Auntie Alakbuju.
Yeah.
Baba Emma Bino, Baba Emma Bino. That's how I saw on fire. Kisaba, that's Calibre or Bible or church of Islam, and it's about that's where the land because.
Yeah.
Network.
It's a slash or but quickly, you won't buy it. I want MFM, I want neo Pentecostal churches. But you want to ballet. Neo Pentecostal churches, but you want to ballet because the first Pentecostal church was Lutheran, the first Pentecostalism, Lutheran. Martin Luther Ludale. Lenny Anglican, our Anglican, Lutheran government Pentecostal churches, no one. Now, Jerry Bible, Bible to pay off in West, you was in Nigeria. Only Bible Anglican in Lowe. Or not in West Christianity was in Nigeria because Britain, you go was so CMS, the Wasibi, CMS, Bible, Bible Afua. Now go see, Roman Catholic at CMS to one Adlawo, the same Bible only controversial debate. One year way me the way me meji the Benimaka beats were book of wisdom, Kiniko. Do what I want to a lot of words. You wait till one Christianity was Bible and no one no war. I want Anglican on our MFF on our every other person. Now, a water church a book of Mormon near one latter days Kiniko. Book of Mormon, about the point where Joseph Kiniko but one year our American church the won't here, we share by revelation till the John time in 19th century by revelation to the full quest for requirements in the Bible. So once you enter that introducing yes, one being share them being power, anything automatic move from a John Wapula over me change it here, no doubt. I'm a man. The Bible church want to be Tibo, you call them in the church won't find the body back, every church won't find one. Church fine. Yeah. Over stand out. I remember all the church here fine. All the do away my Africa and ties I want economy. We don't know the economy into the being power. But share the Bible here. Bible see what to see. To buy a Bible tell Catholic look that Catholic look on one I want to why no the one look it's called to see. Should not as a whole in general. Si fún wa ẹ̀sìn yẹn ò sí fún wa kò sí tó kàn àwa pẹ̀lú ẹ̀sìn yẹn ní nǹkan kan ṣe torí tí dáàdì yín bá ń parọ́ fún yín kí dáàdì yín jẹ́ òkúrọ̀ ẹ wá fi irọ́ dáàdì yín lẹ̀ ẹni torí pé dáàdì àwọn ọkùnrin tìmí náà máa ń parọ́ dáàdì wọn dẹ̀ ga ó fáìn wá so ẹ wá lọ ń support irọ́ dáàdì wọn ẹ̀rí pé yìí lùsà kàgbà pé irọ́ ni méjèèjì so àwa ni lùsà. Because àwa fi ká sọ pé irọ́ ni gbogbo ẹ̀ irọ́ ní tàwọn bàbá wa irọ́ ní tàwọn yẹn náà ò ṣe kúkú mú rọ dáàdì tiẹ̀ kó o mú dání kó o adopt rọ bàbá tiẹ̀ pèlè ta ṣe pé kíní kan wà lẹ́bẹ̀ẹ́fẹ̀ tó máa ń pa mílíọ̀nù tí máa ti kọjá ní àdúgbò tí mo gbé máa ń sọ pé ọgbà wù ní lẹ́bẹ̀ẹ́fẹ̀ kí la fi sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé ẹ̀kọ́ ìdí máa rí ọkọ̀ akọ̀ máa lọ báyìí kí ló lè tó yẹn ṣé èmi kan mo bímọ náà àwọn ọmọ mi ò kí ń béèrè nǹkan lọ́ọ̀bì lẹ́ẹ̀mejì tí bá ní fún wọn wá sọ pé vitamin N vitamin O kò sí tí máa fún wọn wá sọ pé okay máa ọ̀rẹ́ kò do it so wèrè kan máa wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí máa pariwo fàdà kí ló dé ṣé tó bá fẹ́ lọ tọrọ kọ́lọ́ dáàdì ẹjọ́ máa lọ fi pàjálẹ̀kùn ni. So even nínú Bible yẹn because tí máa fẹ́ discuss pẹ̀lú àwọn Christian unfortunately pẹ̀lú fún àwọn èèyàn wa on the three sides wọn ní ìmọ̀ the three sides fún àpẹẹrẹ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe bàjá oníṣẹ̀ṣe àfi bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ̀ Bible àfi bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ̀ Quran àfi àwọn kan tó dedicate time wọn even within ìṣẹ̀ṣe tí wọ́n ṣe Christianity ni wọ́n dedicate time wọn láti learn gbogbo àwọn kìnìyàn. Àwọn Christian náà wọn ò mọ Ifá, àwọn Muslim náà wọn ò mọ Bible. So ká pé àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá gẹ́gẹ́ bí onímọ̀ ọmọ aládé tá a jẹ́ lórí ti ọkùnrin tí wọ́n ń ṣe lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ń sẹ́, ká ní pé àṣejọ́ onímọ̀ ẹ̀ ká la máa ń try láti study gbogbo nǹkan ká wo kó àti tètè rí tipẹ́tipẹ́ pé ṣàṣùkìtì ni. Báwo ni Jésù ní ìsìn ó lóun máa padà wá pé àwọn tó wà ń bẹ̀ nígbà tó ń kú yẹn wọ́n dẹ̀ máa wà láyé. Okòó dẹ̀ ti lọ láti bíi 2000 years. Ṣé àwọn tó wà nígbà yẹn ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì wà ń sìn ni? Ṣé kò yẹ kí wọ́n ti mọ̀ pé bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn tó bá tiẹ̀ máa wá àdúgbò yín bí kan ló fẹ́ wá á ti dé sí àdúgbò tí wọ́n lọ? Torí nǹkan tó sọ ni pé gbogbo ojú ló máa róhun tó ń bá dé, àwọn tó dẹ̀ wà ń bẹ̀ yẹn wọ́n máa ó láwọn tó gùn lọ́kọ̀ gan wọ́n á róhun, ẹ tó gùn lọ́kọ̀ gan tó bá jẹrà á ti ti yẹpẹ̀. So àìmọ̀kànmọ̀kàn wa ló fà á, because ẹ bá dó sínú Bible Matthew chapter 6 verse 6 mo ti kà Genesis kọ́nà lẹ́jọ́ mẹ́ta ó sọ pé tó wá fẹ́ gbàdúrà kan wọnú ilé wọn lọ kán tilẹ̀ kán bèrè níbi kọ̀ọ̀kan ṣe gbá. Ṣùgbọ́n tẹ bá rìn lọ lórí ìkẹ́, tẹ bá rìn lọ ní gate unilag, wọn á kọ́ ṣá máa pariwo bí wèrè ni, wọn á máa pariwo bí wèrè ni. Ọgbà kòkì ó máa kalapa ṣàlàpà. So ẹ rí pé àwọn gan wọn máa ń negate nǹkan tó wà ní òkú tó ń gbé dání. Despite the fact pé ìwé yẹn foundation ìwé yẹn irọ́ ni foundation ìwé yẹn. In spite of that, wọ́n á tún wá máa bàjẹ́, wọ́n tún wá nílò ìwé yẹn dáadáa. So ẹ ṣe.
Thank you so much, bàbá mi. So sister Lápéjú, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ṣì ń lọ sí ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì.
Bàbá ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ fún ẹ.
Ṣé ti wá jáwọ́ ń bẹ̀?
Kíní yẹn mo rí clip kan lórí TikTok, girl yẹn nípa orí pé Ifá ní orí o.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Orí mi ìwọ ni bí mo bá lówó lọ́wọ́, orí ni ó ń rò fún.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Ó dà pé mi náà dú ẹ̀tẹ̀, mo dú ẹ̀tẹ̀ lórí péjì yín.
Ni mo bá gbé sórí status mi. Ọbẹ̀ ni wọn mú jáde. Péjú, kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀? Ó ti do nífà ni mo ní tí mo fi ń dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ orí, tí mo fi ń acknowledge orí mi. That was what I said. Mo acknowledge orí mi. If that is pé mo dífá, so be it. Leave me alone. Orí mi ni. You understand? So
yeah.
It will take a while. Because obviously, if I now start acknowledging my ori, because mo ti ń kà nípa orí, mo ti rí pé mo láti tọ́jú orí, mo láti gbọ́ orí men. And tó bá ti mo tẹ́lẹ̀ àní Péjú, ó ti do nífà, ó ti di bye. But it's just the realization. And I'm not a baby. So they should let me be. Orí mi náà ni.
Ẹ ṣé ìyá mi.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I am mo ń gbé wa wọlé ní ṣísẹ̀ntẹ̀lé ni o. I am Ṣàngó. Ẹ bá wa on mute. Kẹ́ sáré ṣe pápápá.
Ẹ káalẹ́ o gbogbo ilé.
Ẹ káalẹ́ ìyá mi.
Salam aleikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Ẹ kú iṣẹ́ Olúwa o. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n kí yín ní ìgbé. Kó má dàbí ẹni pé mo dá orí kan sí torí pé oníṣàngó ni mí so.
Báwo làwọn oníṣàngó ṣe máa ń kíra wọn?
Wàhálà ibi ọmọ.
Ẹ lọ change orúkọ náà tẹ́ fi mọ bá ṣe ń kíra wọn.
Mo yá mọ̀ pé òrìṣà orí mi ni so mo kọjá mọ̀. So ẹ̀gbọ́n Rótìmí ẹ kú iṣẹ́ Olúwa jàre.
Ẹ ṣé ìyá mi. Yes ma.
Agbára àwọn alálẹ̀ ò ní fi yín sílẹ̀.
Àṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Wọ́n á máa ṣe àtìlẹ́yìn yín every time. Ẹ ṣeun gan-an, a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín.
Ẹ ṣé.
Lórí ọ̀rọ̀ àwa aláwọ̀ dúdú. Mi ò mọ bó ṣe jẹ́, but mo believe pé bí Olódùmarè àbí Adẹ́dàá mẹ̀dá fúnra rẹ̀ bó ṣe construct everything ni. I understand. Ibi táwa èèyàn ti miss ẹ̀ ni pé a lè balance ẹ̀ out. Ṣé rí Bíbélì bó ṣe wà yẹn? Olódùmarè Adẹ́dàá mẹ̀dá mọ̀ pé wọ́n máa kọ Bíbélì. Ó dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé wọ́n máa gbé wá fún àwọn aláwọ̀ dúdú. I understand, even
Then.
Quran and all of these things. But if it's hard to share mistake, ni pé balance. Ó yẹ ká di eléyìí tí Adẹ́dàá tó gbé fún àwa aláwọ̀ dúdú mú, ká dì í mú. Ẹ má gbàgbé nínú Bible fúnra rẹ̀ ó wà ńbẹ̀, ó lóun lòún dá ẹni tó deceive, òun lòún dá ẹni tí wọ́n deceive. Ègbé ni fẹ́ni tó deceive, ègbé ni fẹ́ni tó gbà or something like that. I understand, but àwa aláwọ̀ dúdú balance out ni kò sí inú kan tó wà nínú ayé yìí, even kò jẹ́ pé òpònú ló ń sọ̀rọ̀, ẹ máa ní ìmọ̀ tẹ́ fẹ́ mú nínú ọ̀rọ̀ òpònú tó sọ yìí. So bí Bible ṣe wà yẹn, ó yìí ní àwọn nǹkan tó make sense nínú ẹ̀, ó dẹ̀ ní àwọn tí ò make sense. I personally, everywhere ni mo wà, mi ò kún kankan dànù. My own is just to get the one tí mo need nínú ẹ̀ kí n fi sílẹ̀. Buddha ni o, Taoism ni o, Christianity ni o, Islam ni o, mú eléyìí tó ń wọ̀n nínú ẹ̀ kò fi sílẹ̀. But ibi táwa Nigerians tá ti ní problem, òun ni pé a gbé títí wa gangan tó Olódùmarè gbé fún wa, a gbé sílẹ̀ àjùnú.
Àjùdànù.
Tẹ́ bá kà láti Genesis, àti Genesis ló ti wọ́ wá. Tẹ́ bá ka Genesis 1, Ọlọ́run dá àwọn àbí Yahweh wọn dá àwọn whatever tó fẹ́ dá, ó dẹ̀ parí iṣẹ́ ẹ̀ síbẹ̀. Ó dá wọn ní ọkùnrin, obìnrin, ó fún wọn ní everything. Ó dẹ̀ wò ó sinmi nínú iṣẹ́ ẹ̀. Ní Genesis 2, another person bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní dá nǹkan, ó ṣẹ̀ wá dá Adam àti Eve. I understand. So àwọn èèyàn ò farabalẹ̀ kàn ká Bible code ni fún ẹ láti understand nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ pẹ̀lú nǹkan táwọn òyìnbó kọ. O ní láti study etymology of àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn. Ìgbà wo ni wọ́n kọ́kọ́ lu àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn? Kí ni ark? Noah kọ́ ark, built the ark. Kí ni etymology ark? Ṣé pákó ni wọ́n sọ ni? Ṣé spacecraft ni? Ṣé kíní? But kò apply sáwọ̀ aláwọ̀ dúdú because a ní àwọn terminologies tiwa tá ń lò tó dẹ̀ ń ṣiṣẹ́ fún wa. Ìyẹn ò mean pé a lè learn títí wọn. Wàá gbé mọ́rí. Ẹni tó fẹ́ lọ dá ìdá mẹ́wàá ní church, ó rí ẹni tí ebi ń pa lójú títì o. A máa gbọ́dọ̀ church lọ ni, ebi ń pa òun fúnra rẹ̀ o. A lọ fi ìdá mẹ́wàá yẹn sílẹ̀. Gbogbo kíní yìí ò make sense. So a ní láti balance ẹ̀. Mo believe pé everything ó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ bí Adẹ́dàá mẹ́ta bó ṣe fẹ́ kó ṣẹlẹ̀ ni. At the end of the day, nǹkan kan náà ni gbogbo wa ń sọ. We are only saying it differently out of love. Tá a bá sọ gbogbo nǹkan tá à ń sọ, èmi pé Ọlọ́run ni Olódùmarè, àwọn Muslim pè ní Allah, àwọn Christian pè ní Yahweh, whatever. Tá a bá sọ with love intention, it would have been better. Bó bá ṣe fẹ́ ríra wa jẹ, bá ṣe fẹ́ ra Lamborghini nínú nǹkan tá a fẹ́ gbà lọ́wọ́ àwọn tó wà ní church. Babaláwo ó sì tẹ́bálẹ̀ lọ sọ́dọ̀ wọn rẹ̀ gbé ṣìnáàpù lọ, wọ́n máa gbé yín ṣépè. Àwọn òṣà ò mọ ṣìnáàpù mọ́.
Kí náà mú ń sìn?
NSC, wọ́n máa sọ fún ẹni NSC kìíní kan $100,000 ni wọ́n rà. So everywhere ló wà. Everywhere, because I feel we are not doing it out of love, out of okay, mobile juju, let me do my own service. Kinti emo àwọn juju díẹ̀ kúrò kemi tó lọ. Bó bá ṣe fẹ́ hard mọ́ juju ayé aláyé òun là ń wá káàkiri.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí n sáré sọ nǹkan kan ìyá mi. Ẹ sọ nǹkan kan wípé tí mo dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé ó jẹ́ òótọ́ pé ká wá ìmọ̀ kún ìmọ̀, we should always seek for knowledge, wisdom and understanding. Just the same way tán ṣe fún wa ní àwọn education wọn. We studied biology, physics, chemistry, economics, all of it. And we found out that, okay, these things don't make sense, Abi. But when it comes to Bible and Quran, do you think that it is worth... Do you think it is worth wasting time on seeing all the lies and contradictions in it?
No.
Because oh, you can't lie.
The time that I'm wasting, you know, the problem is me. I've always said it's just like a physics textbook. You read. Commercial students, secondary school. So, physics textbook. You've learned how wave sound works. It doesn't mean okay, ibelo jokusi. In one in the Bible at least now. To so okay, love thy neighbor as thyself. That is enough. Mass of everybody. I'm not raising my kids to be religious. I am raising them to see you in your neighbor. When you see you in your neighbor, oh, need Christ, oh, need Jesus in your neighbor. When you see you in your neighbor, oh, need Christ, oh, need Jesus. So the only aspect of the Bible, Timo believe we apply to everybody. There about one Islam, I want also peace. Can we at least be in peace with one another? I understand. So, in go tell me fisile tó bá ka Bible bí ẹni pé òun ka novel, ó máa gbé àwọn tó gbé Bible wá sí Nàìjíríà, ó máa fi wọ́n sí orí shopping board, ó máa dá ìsìn, ó máa fi wọ́n yan gúre ni. Because Ọlọ́run ò kí ẹ̀ ó kàn máa pa everybody. Ọlọ́run yìí náà dẹ̀ ló sọ fún yín pé forgive one another. Kò dẹ̀ lè forgive àwọn bàbá wọn Adam and Eve. Ó ní láti pa ọmọ ara ẹ̀ láti satisfy ara ẹ̀. So people are telling you make sense. But above all, ìfẹ́ ni kókó. Ìfẹ́ yẹn náà dẹ̀ ni wọ́n lack. Mi ò tí ì ráwọn tó lack ìfẹ́ bí àwọn tó gbé ẹ̀sìn mọ́ rírì.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Kò sí bí àwọn ancestors ẹ ṣe máa pè ẹ́ àbí bí orí ẹ̀ ṣe máa pick ẹ́. The first thing tó máa sọ fún ẹ ni pé o ní láti nífẹ̀ẹ́ ọmọnìkejì ẹ̀. For them to even pick you, wọ́n ti máa rí ọkùnrin pé ẹni yìí máa nífẹ̀ẹ́ o, and then you come for you. Òun ló ṣe jẹ́ pé àwọn tó wà ní church, àwọn ológun ń jà, àwọn náà ni ogun tó ń jà wọn. Ẹ ṣeun gan sà.
Ẹ ṣé ìyá mi. Ètò tòní odò ń gbá rèrè. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n gbé Sister Bola _14 wọlé. Ó máa wá ku máa gbé beautiful kìnìún wọlé. Ó yá Sister Bola bá a ṣe pápápá ẹ on mute.
Ẹ kálẹ́ gbogbo lẹ́ o.
Ẹ kálẹ́.
Èmi ò ní much láti sọ because èmi ò tiẹ̀ ṣe Christian, mo ṣe Muslim. At first I was Muslim.
Okay.
Nǹkan tó jẹ́ kí n change from being a Muslim was the fact that fine, mo mọ gbogbo àwọn surah tí wọ́n máa ń kà, like téèyàn bá fẹ́ kírun and everything. And one day I just sat and I was like, gbogbo nǹkan tí mo ń kà yìí, I don't even know the meaning. Like I can recite them, but I do not know what they mean. So I had to go for like English version of the Quran, and I started like reading those things and started translating them. Like àwọn nǹkan tí mo ń sọ yìí gan-an make sense fún nǹkan tí mo like. These are not what I want to ask God. Àwọn nǹkan yìí ń sọ different thing. Èmi fẹ́ bi Ọlọ́run ní different thing. Why can I not pray in the language that God understands? So I'm like, okay, let me just go back to being a Christian. That way I can pray in a language that God understands. Like, that I understand and God understand me too. I don't have to start learning another language because I want to talk to my God and all of that. But then I started doing my thing. But one thing about me, I have never been stupid. Sorry to say, like most of these people that give their 10% tithing and offering, I have always been a Christian, but not a stupid Christian. That's my own thing. Like if I feel like I want to give, I will give, but you can't push me to give. I've never tithed my whole life. Because I have 2 sisters and a nephew that I'm taking care of. Those are my tithes.
Of course.
So they're even taking more than 10% of my salary every time. So there was a day I came across this Abel Damina's preaching. I don't know if anyone have heard about that man, the pastor. So I came across the man preaching and I was so thrilled, like, wow, this man is spitting fact. And ever since that time, I won't lie to you, I used to join Avesta's church every morning. Like whenever they go on live, I join them every morning. And ever since that time, if I join the service in the morning, I always feel like I cannot even look at the pastor. Like I always have this doubt in my mind. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Ever since when I listened to that man teaching, and I'm always like, How am I sure even this? And they too, they are guilty of everything the man talk about. They have Nigeria accounts, they have PayPal. Name the kind of account they don't have. Name the kind of, they have every account. You just click on the link, you will see everything. There is POS option, there is everything. All in the name of we want to talk to God. So I just got tired of everything. So this evening, I was just scrolling on my TikTok and I saw your video. I'm like, wow. There's this young guy that used to do dread. I think that guy was the one that started with this whole video of attacking that pastor man. So people were always like swearing, cursing him, like that young boy, he would die, he would do this, he would do that, and all of that. I'm like, this guy is spitting fast. When I came across your video, luckily you were live, and I won't lie to you, I just came back from work now. I've not even showered. I'm just stuck on this live. I'm just here like watching the live. I'm listening to people and I'm like, and I am so grateful. Like, I'm ready to follow anybody that follow me. I'll follow back. I'll always be here on this live. Like,
Thank you so much.
I am so here for this, and I hope people can like share this live and let other people to see it. It's just so sad. Like, people that are the real victims are the people. Most of all these church members don't even have an Android phone. Not to talk of they being on this TikTok right now. Some of them have Nokia touchlight phone. That's just the thing. But anyways, whoever sees it, see it. So good luck to everybody. But
Thank you so much.
I'm proud of you. I don't know you from anywhere. It's my first time of joining.
Thank you so much.
I just got stuck here in about 30 or 40 minutes that I've been watching. And trust me, nothing is going to happen to you. If you have children, you will take care of your children and you will enjoy the fruit of your labor.
Amen.
Thank
you so much.
You will enjoy the fruit of your labor.
Amen.
Nothing is going to happen to you.
Amen.
So that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much.
Have a good evening.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We are saying something. Beautiful life. We are saying something. Yes, sir. We are saying something that I want us to really stick to concerning the fact that Bible says that a righteous man leaves inheritance for his children's children. Is it possible that church goers, with the number of days they have to be in church, the little money they make, how the money is going, can they actually eat 1 square meal a day, not to talk of leaving inheritance for children's children? Ẹ bá mi gbóhùn sókè sà. Ká tó wá mọ bá ṣe máa advice wọn kan bọ́.
Ẹ káalẹ́ sà. Ẹ káalẹ́ mà gbogbo ẹ̀yin òbí wa tẹ́ wà nínú ilé o, àti gbogbo yín.
Yes, sir.
Ìbéèrè tí mo máa ń béèrè ní ọwọ́ àwọn èèyàn wa ni pé ta ni Jésù? Brother Rotimi lálẹ́ ti tòní, gbogbo ìgbà tẹ́ bá máa lò nínú ayé ẹ ò ní mọ̀ nira.
Àṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Wàhálà ó wá kéré, ó tóbi, kò ní kàn kan
Àṣẹ
àwọn
Èdùmàrè.
òbí. Ẹ̀yin gangan ni Jésù wa nígbà tiwa. Ó tí mo fẹ́ kí gbogbo ẹ̀dá dámọ̀ mọ̀ nìyẹn. Saheed Òṣùpá ń kọrin, Jésù tiwa ní ẹ̀rà wa nìyẹn. A gbọ́dọ̀ believe bẹ́ẹ̀. Báwo ni wọ́n máa ṣe fún wa ní olden day story more than 1,000 years back? Pé ó exist, a dẹ̀ believe bẹ́ẹ̀. Ó kú, ó jí dìde, ó fò lọ́run, a dẹ̀ tún gbà á bẹ́ẹ̀. Irú èèyàn wo ni wá? Màmá wa sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé ó ti pẹ́ káwọn tó jára wọn kò bá pé 20 years back. Màmá mi kò tí ì pẹ́. Níta torí pé kí ni àwọn ọmọ yín máa béèrè lọ́wọ́ yín pé wá ìtẹ̀yìn náà gbà bẹ́ẹ̀ táwọn ò bá sọ lónìí. Adùn ni mo fẹ́ kó jẹ́ fún yín pé tó tẹ́yìn bá tiẹ̀ ti wọ scam. Àwọn ọmọ yín tó ń bọ̀ ò lè wọ scam. Torí pé we are here. Táwọn ò bá dẹ̀ tún sí ń bẹ̀ mọ́, àwọn ẹlòmíì tún sì máa sọ pé ohun tó fún wa yín ò rí bẹ́ẹ̀, àwa kọ́ la ní o. Àwa kọ́ la ní, kò ń ṣe tiwa. Ifárẹ̀mí lórúkọ bàbá mi. Àbúrò mi wọlé ńjọ́ kan, ó ní pé àbọ̀dá mi ẹ kírun mọ́, ẹ ṣe gbámọ́, ẹ ṣàwo mọ́. Mo wá pè jókòó. Mo ní Ifá ni mo fẹ́ lọ kọ́ nípa ẹ̀sìn. Orúkọ tí bàbá mi ń jẹ́ yẹn ni mo fẹ́ lọ ṣe research lórí ẹ̀. Níta torí pé kí ni wáyé tí mi fi ní láìkí àwọn bàbá tọ̀dọ̀ mi tó fi jẹ́ pé àwọn bàbá ẹnìkan ni màá máa lọ gbé dání, wáyé tó máa fi rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Ló túmọ̀ sí pé èmi tèmi bá ti fẹ́ gbàdúrà ń sìn, kémi gbàdúrà pẹ̀lú èdè abínibí ti tọ̀dọ̀ mi ni.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ọlọ́run ò ní rẹ̀yàn sí ẹ àyàfi kó gbọ́ ohun tó ń sọ náà wá ìta máa fi believe pé wọ́n gbé wá àdẹ̀gbà bẹ́ẹ̀. Àdẹ̀gbọ́ nǹkan tí wọ́n ń sọ wọ́n dẹ̀ ń túmọ̀ ẹ̀ fún wa. Ohun tó wá ń túmọ̀ àwa accept ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀. No kò yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀.
Kò yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀.
Kò yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Kò yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ẹ ṣé bàbá.
Ó ti pẹ́ adẹ̀ ti pẹ́ gan ló túmọ̀ sí pé kó ní kálukú lọ wá rẹ̀ rí, kó ní kálukú lọ wá ìmọ̀, kó ní kálukú lọ mọ nǹkan tó lè fi tolé ayé. Àìmọye èèyàn tó ti jí lọ chọ́ọ̀chì jí lọ mọ́ọ̀tù tí mọ́tò ti padà nù o.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ọlọ́run náà la máa ń lọ sí o. Wá ìtọ́lọ́run yẹn ò yọ ọ́ kúrò ló túmọ̀ sí pé àwọn ìgbà míwà tó yẹ pa gbúdọ̀ ṣera aládẹ̀ máa bá wa sọ ṣùgbọ́n àwa la ò ní fura. Àwa la ò ní fura níta nítorí pé kíni níta nítorí pé a ti gbé ẹrù ẹlẹ́rù sórí àwa fa tiwa lọ́wọ́. A ti fa tiwa lọ́wọ́. Ta ni wá? Kí ni wá? Níbo la wà? Níbo la dé? Níbo la ń lọ? A gbúdọ̀ máa béèrè àwọn nǹkan yìí lọ́wọ́ ara wa every day. Àwọn nǹkan tá à ń sọ fáwọn èèyàn lélẹ́yìí pé ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo wa lọ mọ̀ pé gbogbo wa ni Jésù. Gbogbo wa ni ìránṣẹ́ kan. Ọlọ́run gbé ẹ dìde níta nítorí àwọn kan ni. Ọlọ́run gbé mi dìde níta nítorí àwọn kan ni. Àwọn tó wà nílé ayé lónìí yìí, àwọn èèyàn tó láǹfààní àti rí ṣe dáadáa sí wọn, náwó oore fún wọn, náwó oore sí wọn. Jẹ́ kí wọ́n mọ̀, jẹ́ kí wọ́n ní impact kan nínú ayé ẹ, jẹ́ kí ìwọ náà ní impact kan nínú ayé wọn. Níta nítorí pé kí ni Jésù ò ní yé máa wá. Ànábì ò ní yé máa wá. Ìwọ gangan tó ń gbọ́ mi lálẹ́ ti tòní ní òjíṣẹ́. Wá lọ mọ irú iṣẹ́ tó fẹ́ jẹ́ fáwọn èèyàn. Lọ mọ̀ gbà tó lè pe Ọlọ́run rẹ. Kò síbi tó lè ti pe Ọlọ́run rẹ. Kò sí. Àwọn messengers wa tí wọ́n ń ṣe dáadáa fún wa ní gbogbo àgbáńlá ayé èèyàn wa ni wọ́n, Jésù wa nìyẹn. Tá a bá ti kú àti lọ o. Ọlọ́run tún lè fi wá mọ̀dì nǹkan tó bá wù ú. Ó lè sọ wá di nǹkan tó bá wù ú. Opportunity nílé ayé tó wà lónìí. Opportunity nílé ayé tèmi náà wà lónìí. Ṣé ò ń ṣe dáadáa ń bẹ̀? Wá ń retí Jésù. Ò ń retí Jésù. Jésù ń wá lójoojúmọ́. Aró tilẹ̀ kù náà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Àwọn Haúsá ni wọ́n rí fásitì ni wọ́n pa. Ṣé Jésù wa kọ́ nìyẹn ni? Ọmọ yẹn ní intention àti máa gbé kọ́pútà fò láti lè fi pa àwọn ọ̀tá náà. Ṣé kò ń ṣe Jésù ni? Mohbad wá ó lọ ó forin dá wa lára yá. Ṣé kò ń ṣe Jésù ni? Mọ́tì Afọlábí wá ó lọ. Ṣé kò ń ṣe Jésù ni?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, ó ti wá ó ti lọ.
Messenger ni wọ́n náà. Ìwọ náà jẹ́ messenger fún àwọn kan. Ṣó ti wára rẹ rí? Ṣó ti wára rẹ mọ̀ ọjọ́ tí ń lọ?
Ẹ ṣé bàbá mi.
Kí àwọn ọmọ rẹ bá máa tún kú sínú ìgbèkùn ẹ̀sìn. Thank you so much, Mr. Rotimi.
Thank you so
You are
much.
the Jesus of our time.
Thank you so much,
Èmi
bàbá
believe
mi.
pé Jésù wà nìyí. Mo ń tẹ̀lé yín o, mo dẹ̀ máa ń comment.
Ẹ ṣé bàbá
Mo
mi.
máa ń really appreciate yín gan, mo máa ń comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir,
Mo
bàbá mi.
kí yín o.
Yes, sir.
Ẹ̀yin gangan Jésù ni. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Mo
sir.
really appreciate bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe fàyè gbà mí nínú ilé ìlálẹ́ yìí.
Ẹ ṣé bàbá
Thank you
mi.
so much. Tí n bá kọlẹ̀kùn tí ẹ bá ṣílẹ̀kùn fún mi, mi ò ní wọlé náà. Ẹ ṣeun mo
Ẹ
dúpẹ́.
ṣé bàbá mi. Thank you so much. Ọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́gbọ́n yẹn gbogbo wa pátá, every individual has one message or the other for humanity, for the whole world. But when we say humanity or the world, it doesn't mean that it has to be all over Nigeria. It doesn't mean it has to be all over US. If you're able to pick one person and you touch the person's life in a positive manner in a day, that means you have fulfilled part of your destiny. It is not about all these endless prayers tá à ń ṣe káàkiri àwọn Táíwò Òjó àni mo ṣe máa wá sọ̀rọ̀ lórí àwọn yẹn o, because it has gotten to a height where we must all stand up. All our mothers that are wasting away in those camps. Have you seen Táíwò Òjó of recent? Do you see what he's also building up and down in the name of prayers? What about Odekunle Epaphras? What about Sam Ojo? What about the other ones, the Olumodede or Ogumodede or whatever, in Ondo State? This is the time we have to stand up and start rescuing people from all those time and destiny wasting meetings. Mommy Baroness Lizzie, ǹjẹ́ Do you think that people can actually leave inheritance for their children's children with the way and manner things are going with these gods of men, with all the endless programs and everything? Ebawa, that's it to my papa.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, emperors and empresses all on this platform.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
agree. Hey, to first answer your question, it is not for want of not trying, because they have now seen the light, though, that all this, their connery, their thievery, their wickedness is going to end with them. I will tell you why. It's now twofold. Even their children are beginning to recognize that they may not be able to get away with it anymore.
Ben.
So that is one part of it. And then those who are thinking that maybe we want to inherit something, they are fast realizing. I'm talking about the children of our mother, Ben. Some, I don't know where it says what goes around comes around. And we are now at a point where we have come to what has been going around, and we have now come back to the starting point. What do I pay? Vanity upon vanity. And anti-console earlier also pay. I want to be acknowledge news takers and one as someone Ifa Lori Facebook. You're my Facebook handle. You know, I'm identified myself as Omoile Dumari. And I now end all my prayers with Ashe Eledumare.
Ben.
So, but I find that you pay curiously, I don't know, I would want somebody to explain it to me later, but curiously, I found out that men, you know, like my new handle. They like the way I pray. Whenever I pray and I say Ashe Eledumare, you know, they quite, you know, they would acknowledge me and say they like it. Women, on the other hand, Timothy share my drug, immediate comments in the massacre, and you don't look at Jesus. One is a capital letter. That if you have access to pay. I have lost many friends. In capital letters. Shout out to Mosa Yengi. Now I'm talking about these are ladies my age. I'm in my 60s. Shout out to Mosa Yengi. And to be fair, you know, that she's not as stupid as some of us were. And it has to be said, yes, stupidity played a part in it. Shout out to Mosa Yengi. Which is why it is making it difficult for some of us to back out. Because if we back out now, it is an admission, you know, that we were stupid. And because we do not want to admit that we are stupid, we are not therefore giving ourselves the opportunity to recognize that maybe there is a good reason for our stupidity, if we want to call it that. Poverty does not work hand in hand with intelligence, so I will tell you that for free. Poverty is heavy burdened. Poverty is very vulnerable. Poverty is very malleable. Poverty is very easy to please. Poverty is very easy to subject. And àwọn olórí burúkú àwọn àgbàyà
àwọn àgbà lọ́wọ́ Mary balẹ̀ jàǹtolo tán ní jẹun tí ó yó wọn.
Ẹ ṣe wọ́n ti discover. Ṣé yẹn because àgbà òṣì ránù.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Thank you, my darling. Thank you. Sherry, what they have found out in cohorts, we talked about less about àwọn tó wá kó wa lẹ́rú tó mú wa lẹ́rú lọ tó dẹ̀ mú wa wọ́n dẹ̀ ti mú wa lẹ́rú lọ adẹ̀ ti padà ṣé yẹ yín so adẹ̀ ti wá mọ̀ báyìí pé wọ́n kó wa lẹ́rú lọ wọ́n dẹ̀ kó wa lẹ́rú mọ́ nísìnyí náà àbí so what happened just decades ago, which we have now seen the revelation. We now know, yes, everybody acknowledge it. We now know that the books were all the holy books. And one of my beautiful sisters there talked about being knowledgeable to reading all the holy books. Because yes, all the holy books, àti Quran, àti Bible, àti Torah, àti ìwé táwọn Buddhist lò, àtàwọn táwọn Shinto lò, àtàwọn tí, all of these books, they agree on one thing. There are books within them which can help human beings, and there are books within them which are going to exploit human beings. And one thing which you need to realize, all of these books, all of them, from beginning to the end of these books, they were all written by who? They were all written by human beings, depending on their intention. Because there is a book inside the Bible, I believe, which talks about if a man or if a woman should if her husband is fighting somebody, and then she accidentally touches the other man, her hands is to be cut off, and there are all kinds of stories in there. Somebody has talked about the story of Job. Our uncle has talked about.
They are flagging big time.
Where it says that we are made in the image of God. So if we are made in the image of this God, I would therefore say that the followers of this God are behaving exactly like this God. So the Jews, them, are you listening? The Jews, them, and all of them, they are behaving exactly like the God whom they are proposing to follow. Which is that they are out for blood, and the blood is to satisfy their own needs. And from time to time, when they feel that if they are losing the Mughals, then they will throw out how would I call it? They will throw out just pieces of enticement in the form of okay, take this, I give you, and the Mughals will come back again. Now, to answer your original question, you said, are they going to be able to keep
all the church goers? Can they leave inheritance for their children's children?
Yes, for their children to inherit. Yes, that is your original question. I am with my full chest saying very gladly that I think those children are going to be having a very, 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 very difficult time ahead in order to keep up the shenanigans, because it's not flying. Especially with this, I have a 28-year-old daughter. I know that when I was 28, if I had announced to my mother that I am no longer going to church, I don't even want to even think of what will happen. I know that family meeting would have been in my future, definitely, as is the case with most of my generation, you understand? But this generation, you cannot put the wool over their eyes anymore. You cannot put the wool over their eyes anymore, because the internet is doing its job. Social media is doing its job. Everybody can now see the one which they want to hide. We are now seeing it exposed. You understand? So, and the knowledge that is coming to our children is also the knowledge that is going to their own children, which is why their fathers and their mothers are very, very desperate to look for another source of income, so that when they carry when they carry themselves off into and they leave the planet at last, good riddance. When they leave, they are hoping that at least they will leave something for their progeny, for their children and their grandchildren to be carrying on the lie, But the thing is, this is the thing about a lie, Sooner or later, when the truth surfaces, that lie would lose its power. We now know that all what they are doing is a lie. It's a great big fat lie. Therefore, it can no longer be continued. Their children may be hoping, that because let me just give an example. There is one who's his parents were running the church. I don't want to mention names, but I'm definitely sure that those who know will catch on. His parents passed away, and then the church was handed over to him. And I have now been hearing from some sources within the people who used to go there. They don't go anymore, for the simple reason that they felt very annoyed that this was the way things were handed over. Like these are people who said that they themselves were instrumental in starting the church, and then when they came over, they handed it over to a boy who, as far as they were concerned, was born when they were there. You know? So they were left and right there in huff. But then they were saying that when they've been hearing Fili that he's beginning to reconsider that this church business, it might not be paying dividends as fastly as he was gaining when he was in the secular world and when he was when he was in a profession that was actually paying him quite good money. And he could see career progression. In this one, it doesn't look as if there's going to be career progression a lot too, because the demographic, you see, the demographic that still stays within all these useless places. In fact, we call them useless places, but they're just business centers. They are only there for those people who have not had an opportunity or have not had any way to link up with people like RD. Because RD, there are people like you who are talking to people like us. There are people like you who are talking to family members. They're talking to fathers. They're talking to mothers. They are opening up their eyes to which the fathers and the mothers do not normally see what is going on. They are telling them that open your eyes and see now. This Jesus, if this Jesus that you're saying, okay, so when he comes back, if this Jesus should come back today, and he come and sees what is called the church, do you think he's going to be very happy to be claiming ownership of it? Would he not run 50-50 to say that, please, do not associate me with this kind of people? This one's the wicked personality that I have known. And also, I want it pointed out, because somebody mentioned it a long time ago, I want it pointed out to me. I want to know how many people that Satan actually killed in the Bible. And I want to put it in comparison with the people that God actually killed
in the Bible. Thank you so much, ma.
No, let me just quickly finalize that.
I should come out.
Terry, the idea is that wọ́n bá ṣọ́ra wọn, ṣó yé yín, bá ṣe ń sọ bọ́ọ̀ bá ṣọ́ra wọn, àwọn ọmọ yìí gan àti àwọn tó tẹ̀lé wọn, Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ ká rí aláburú tó jẹ́ pé àwọn tí wọ́n tẹ̀lé wọn ṣe mọ̀ wọ́n ní àgbòtán bá ti wọ́n ní àgbòtán, the ram that is pushed to the wall.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ló máa yíjú padà. Bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ṣé ní gbogbo àwọn mùmú tí tó ń tẹ̀lé wọn ṣẹṣẹ ní tó jẹ́ pé àgbò ni wọ́n gbà tó bá padà sẹ́yìn? Kó máa bíbá la wà. But to answer your question, I don't think that it's going to be sustainable anymore.
No.
They have no inheritance to inherit because it is not theirs to inherit in the first instance. So, that's
thank you so much, ma.
Thank you.
I will bring up Ayashigo now, but let me quickly make this submission for the benefit of those that are watching us. Let me go deeper a bit. There was a meeting that I don't know how many of you saw that video. Baba Adeboye was there. Baba Kumuyi was there. Baba Adeboye was actually there with his wife and Leke. It was a meeting. I can't remember what country they went to for that meeting, but it was a meeting comprising the representatives of different religions of the world. The Muslims were represented, Hindu, Hare Krishna, all of them. Now, in that meeting, I don't know how many of you saw that video. In that meeting, Baba Adeboye was putting on a native, like this sky blue lace with the wife. Leke Adeboye was there. Kumuyi was in black suit. And all the other religious members or representatives in Rome. Thank you so much, Kenny.
Yes.
Kende, Bishop Andrew JP. Please don't forget, let's follow one another. Please, it is very important. Now, in that meeting, Baba Adeboye said something, and I've been holding that sentence. was One World Religion Foundation. Thank you so much, great nation. Thank you so much. Now, in that meeting, Baba said something. Because of the position, some of you will say, Rotimi, why is it that only it's only Baba Adeboye that I talk about, but he is the number one on my list. Because tí igi bá ṣubú sórí igi, tòkè ẹ̀ lákọ́kọ́ máa ń yanjú. Now, in that meeting, when Baba was asked to come and speak, he said that the work that his father sent him, that he is just scratching the surface. I am going to explain this to people who are still on the fence, whether they should still be going to all these churches or not. Even now, you may not know, you may not make up your mind about what you want to do, but I think it is high time that we all started to go back to love and humanity. It makes life to even have more meaning. And that is why I will always preach it. Now, Baba said the work that his father sent him, he is just scratching the surface. If Baba Adeboye has done so much damage to a generation, and he's still saying that he's just scratching the surface, then my question is, what more assignment does he have, especially in Africa? Because the Yoruba saying say that ẹni tán gé lórí ló bọ́lẹ̀ tó ń jẹnu wúyẹ́wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó ṣe? Bàbá Adébóyè táṣìírí yín ti tú tẹ́ ń jẹnu wúyẹ́wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tẹ́ fẹ́ ṣe? Now, where am I taking this explanation to? All of us believe that the families are the unit of the society. When the families are okay, check such a community, check such a society. But I bring it to you today that Baba Adeboye and his cohorts, they have just one assignment. If you think it is money, it is a lie. They have one major assignment they are doing for the West and for Europe, and that is to make sure that the families in Africa cannot hold. And how are they doing that? How are they planning to achieve that? Once they help the government of the day to increase the poverty level of the environment of our nations, then whatever the West and Europe brings on us, we are going to accept. Torí ebi ò kí ń wọnú, kọ́rọ̀ mi wọ̀. Now, how do I mean by families? So many of you don't think about the microeconomic importance of all these endless services that the likes of Baba Adeboye have created. When Baba wants to play with his own grandchildren, he takes the private jet, he goes. Oyedepo, the same thing. Kumuyi, the same thing. They can see their children, they can see their grandchildren anytime they want. You that are going there to their church, to their organizations endlessly, do you even have time for your own children? You as a father, as a church goer, did you even know when your daughter started her first menstruation? You as a mother, do you know when your daughter started her first menstruation? You were nowhere to be found. You were wasting away your precious lives in church programs. The poor girl didn't have anybody to tell except her friends. Then when she told her friend, the only thing they told her was, Bolu otidobìnrin nìyẹn o kò bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní boyfriend lóko. No, Nina, don't worry, we'll get you covered. These children are dying under the weight of our stupidity, and we're not taking care of it. Now, some of you will even say, Baba Adeboye is organizing youth program. Anybody ma dash off now? You are taking your children to Adeboye to go and pray. As Adeboye prayed for his own child, Leke Adeboye, for example, or for Adeolu Adeboye, I'm asking now, You don't see anything good in your own children. You are using the children who have not even tasted anything jobs in their lives. You are comparing them with your own children that are dying on daily basis on what to become of their lives the next moment. They have disintegrated, they have destroyed families in such a way that the question on our lips now as adults is, how did we get here? And when we ask these questions, the problem now is, are we ready to actually have that discussions? That they have put in place programs, endless programs. If anybody wants to please help me screen record, please help me do it. They said, and I quote, that they have not even started the assignment their father that has sent them. My question is, who is their father? What assignment? If they have taken up the mandate for some years, and look at where we are today, and they are saying they are just scratching the surface. Bí Elédùmarè ṣe ń bẹ tẹ́ mi ẹ̀ wá, ẹ̀yin bàbá Adébóyè, ní scratch surface tẹ́ ń scratch yìí tán, kí ẹ tó kúkú oró dànù. You formulate as if we didn't even go to church when we were small. We went to church, the message you're going to listen to on Sunday will hinder you from playing soccer on Monday because you wouldn't want to hurt your neighbor. Those were the days when you will be walking on the field with your schoolmates, and your schoolmate will want to kill that ant, that black soldier ant. Then you push him away, you push her away. Don't kill it. Why? Because kòkòrò tí wọ́n ò lè dá, Ọlọ́run rẹ nìkan ló lè dá, má ṣe pa. Those were the days your friend will go and get salt to throw on earthworm. Ekolo, you will be hungry. Where are those messages? If Christianity, few people that are still Christians, tẹ́ jágbàlagbà. Wọ́n ní bí apá ò bá ṣe é sán, yóò ṣe ká sórí. Tíwájú ò bá dẹ̀ ṣe lọ, á padà sẹ́yìn ni. Òòṣà bó dẹ̀ lè gbè mí ṣe mí bó ṣe bá mi. If your spiritual sights are opened, you are going to be you will concoct some negative prayers and heap upon these men that our daughters have become what? Agents of prostitution. Yet we are opening the ark that will hold 100,000 capacities. The little they have opened, of what importance are those buildings to us as a nation? I am asking, look at our boys. Parents no longer have time to even sit the boys down. What exactly are your anxieties or your want or your fear? Where are the fathers? They are dying away in programs, endless programs, being held by Adeboye and Co. The time has come for all of us to be asking the right questions. How did we get here? Thank God it is written in their Bible, Jeremiah 6:16. It says, and I quote, seek for the old path, walk therein, so that you may find peace for your life. But what are we saying as Christians today? What are we saying as Muslims today? No, we're not going to walk therein. Even Isheshe people are not left out. What are we doing today? Where is love and humanity? And that is why I call on Isheshe people too. Ṣé bójú ṣe ríre tá fi jobi lọ́jọ́ ẹ̀dẹ̀ Ìṣẹ̀ṣe? Àwọn wo gan ló gbé agbára fáwọn tá ń pè ní pastors àtàfà? Torí owó. Because of money, we don't have conscience again. If I can beg us today, if I can plead with us, we parents, we have one important assignment. Even if it means on Sunday, when the children will have thought that you are going to church again, cancel every appointment and sit down with your children. You have to apologize to them for abandoning them for so long, for frivolities of church services. At the end of the day, I tell us, you are going to see your own children tearing up, weeping, because they have gone astray, and you are there in churches, endless programs. How do you think that boy that bite that girl, how do you think he started? Where was the father? Daddy, nǹkan báyìí ló máa ń ṣe mí. When I was growing up under my grandfather, as a child, as a primary school child, I was having crush. Yinka was the name of that beautiful girl. Opposite us. And Toba Mo, Joe, Onile Aro Dada. Then I called my grandfather. Because then he will force me to watch NTA News, Series Toba of those days, Tokunbo Ajayi. We will watch some interesting programs on TV. Then one night we were there. And I said, Grandpa, I have something to tell you. What is that? This girl, anytime Timbatiri, heart me man, wuge. Because he gave me the training to be free within. If we don't talk about the damages that have been done to families, you will never know why Awikoko has been so agitated against the likes of these babas. Our children are weeping. They are dying gradually, right in our presence. But we are busy, but guilty. I am begging us as parents today. I am pleading with everything I have in me. On Sunday, most especially, father and mother, if you're still together, for the sake of these children, tell your wife, we're not going to church on Sunday. We have to reunite our family. Wife, tell your husband, dear, we're not going to church today. We have to rebuild this family. Our children are going astray. I don't know why we have come to this direction. But these children are weeping. They are dying under the weight that you and I have created. They don't have any good role models again. There is nobody to tap the shoulder of a boy. Say, son, everything will be fine. Daughter, everything will be fine. Children can no longer find role models in their own parents. The pastors that you turn them to, the pastors are already sleeping with your own daughters and they dare not talk. They dare not talk because they know your daughter now thinks that if she tells you what that pastor has been doing to her, what that affair has been doing to her, you will never believe. But each time you say good night, your children are there weeping, hating themselves. You think it is easy for that boy to go and buy somebody. But when he needed somebody to speak to, where was the father? Where was the mother? They were busy in church. You think the boy just woke up one day and he became a killer? You think a girl would just wake up one day? If you don't know about how God has created women, before a woman will open her legs for a guy, you should know that she has something for that guy. Forget the fact that we see so many of our girls have turned. You think it's easy for them? Where is the society that helped somebody like myself without church? Yes, I was raised as a Christian, but I was raised in an environment that was filled with love and humanity. I always say it so that Muslims will not say, hey, you're talking against Muslim. Christians will not say, you're talking against Christian. I've said it times with that number. Àfáà méjì, aláàjì méjì ló gbé mọ́tò sílẹ̀ tá a fi ń lọ school. Without which so many of us in that area wouldn't have been able to go to school. Go and ask anybody. Ọjọ́ onílé aró. Alhaji Yekini, he had a cement store, big cement store at Ojurin Sango back then in the 80s. Alhaji Yekini, Alhaji Raifu, to pick up. The drivers knew where they would park, even in the afternoon to take us back home. Everybody. They would go like 2-3 times. They didn't open Quran to me. But back then, I know that if they had preached Islam to me, maybe I would have accepted because of their actions. I love Islam, because it's a religion of peace. I love Islam. Táwọn àfáàyàn á dẹ̀ gbérun sókè ńgbà yẹn tá a máa gbọ́ wá sí. But today, what do we have? Hatred. Baba Adeboye will go for such a meeting. Kumuyi will go for such a meeting. But when they come back to Nigeria, what do? They divide and separate Christians. And when I got here, I noticed that farmers with cattle, the ones with cattle, they have special brand. They call it branding. Each farmer, even if 2 farmers come together with their cattle of maybe 1,000, 1,500, each farmer will know his own cattle by the branding they do. I have helped a friend before to do that branding. They actually connect that metal to electricity to become hot. They use it to stamp the cattle. And that is the method the likes of Adeboye and Co are doing, branding their members. Because they don't see them as human beings. They see all their members as entities, as commodities. Lẹ́yìn bàbá jákujàku. Mo dẹ̀ ti sọ tẹ́lẹ̀ màá tún sọ kí n tó gbé ìyá ìwọlé. Gbogbo ìyà tẹ́ ti fi àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà sí. Tí àwọn ọmọ wa wá di ọmọ lọ́mọ. Gbogbo ìfòró tẹ́ fi wá sí. Lórí pé ìjẹkújẹ láti ilé òṣì, torí ilé òṣì, ilé olórí burúkú tí gbogbo yín ti jáde. Ilé tí ò sí ìfẹ́. Ilé tí òṣì tó ta àwọn bàbá yín, ó ràn ẹ̀yin ọmọ ju bó ṣe ràn àwọn bàbá yín lọ. I am talking about these pastors now. Ilé òṣì ni gbogbo yín ti jáde. Jet flying pastors. Gbogbo wàhálà tẹ́ fa àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà sí, tí eku òkè bí eku, tí ẹyẹ òkè bí ẹyẹ, tọ́mọ ènìyàn gan ò fọhùn bí ọmọ ènìyàn. Gbogbo wàhálà yẹn ní ìlọ́po 20, 30, 40, ní ìlọ́po 100 yóò mọ̀ gbéra dìde, yóò mọ̀ gbéra sọ sáìsì ìgbésí ayé àwọn ọmọ yín àtọmọ ọmọ. Bí gbogbo yín ò ṣe lálàáfíà látàárọ̀ dalẹ́, àwọn ọmọ yín wọn ò ní nísinmi, wọ́n mọ̀ lé wọn ní bá. Lẹ́yìn bàbá òṣì, ẹ̀yin bàbá rádaràda yìí. Ẹ wo tẹ́ ẹ sọ lúdà náà. Where is the voice? Where are the voices that will stand up like in those days and shout at government officials? Where are those voices? Where are those voices? I'm asking. Where are those voices that spoke the truth even in the face of death? Where are those voices that will say, if I die, I die. If I perish, I perish. But the truth must be said. Ẹ̀yin bàbá jákujàku yìí, irú òṣì wo ló ta yín? Ẹ tètè rí bàtà wọ̀ and so. Ṣáwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà ló ba ayé bàbá yín jẹ́ ni? Ṣé báwọn ẹgbẹ́ bàbá yín ṣiṣẹ́? Wọ́n níṣẹ́ lọ́wọ́ náà. Ẹ̀yin wá jáde, wọ́n nílé tó bá ń tòrò ọmọ àlebẹ̀ ò tí ì dàgbà. Ẹ ti dàgbà, ẹ ti wu eyín gangan. A ní Adébóyè family ìnífẹ̀wàrà. Ọmọ àrán Oyèdépò family from Kwara. Àmọ́ bí tí Kúmúyì ti jáde. Ṣùgbọ́n ilé òṣì ilé olórí burúkú gbáà ní gbogbo yín ti jáde. Tẹ́ ẹ̀ nífẹ̀ẹ́ ọmọlàkejì, that you can pack money and keep money. And keep money, paper, when your members, your hardcore members cannot feed. Àtẹ̀yìn àti bàbá àtẹ̀jọ́ mutí and everything, níjọ́ ṣoríire. Mọ̀ kákùnrùn níṣẹ́. Look at what families have become. Look at. Ìyá mi, ẹ jẹ́ sáré bá gbóhùn sókè 2 minutes ká máa lọ.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yeah, what I want to talk about is even the Bible says that a lot of people, what I just think they need is wisdom. And we need a point to be in the sense that even the Bible that is written, it takes wisdom for you to understand what is inside.
Where is that noise coming from? Okay. Continue. Continue. Please continue. Unmute and continue, sis.
Okay. So a lot of people, they lack wisdom to understand something. The only thing we hear our churches preaching these days is all about prosperity. Prosperity. There is nothing like repentance. Repent. Be in scared to kill things like this. You'll be scared to do your stuff like that.
Yes.
But I was teaching here, when I was preaching in meeting my God, but you see these days, you will never see anyone preaching those words anymore. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
So even as a Christian, as a Muslim, as a Sheshe or whatever, bad egg utiwala everybody.
Then
Bad egg utiwala everybody. To the point that even most of our pastors, our imam now, they now work with the politicians. I'm very sure that if most people have the opportunity to live this our country, you know that at times religion is something else entirely. Àwọn Muslim country wa tó máa ń gbé òṣùkà ńláńlá sórí tó máa sọ pé àwọn ṣe ìmọ̀ọ́mọ̀ àbí ìmọ̀ọ́mọ̀ ṣe ló ń pè wọ́n. Ìgbà mọ̀ pé wọ́n kàn ń ru ẹrù jákujàku sórí, ó máa look dirty and haggard. Go to Muslim countries where they are practicing Islam. In fact, ẹ máa mọ̀ pé ọbọ̀ clean, ọbọ̀ neat. But the one we have in our country become a pariwo. Even our pastors. Everything they know about is how to extort people, I wish I to give willingly. They tag you as someone that is stingy. They are busy building capacities, building this, building that. For real. Definitely God exists.
Yes.
Who exists? But we should know. Do or die fear or something. That if you don't do, it got to a point, nígbà COVID, you to my post the account, nígbà COVID.
Yes. Yes. They asked for it.
Who did this to us? People are hungry back at home. They are talking about how to pay for tithes online. What is the call of your problem? Humanity come first. How many people are you feeding? How many people are you assisting? How many people are you doing good things for?
Yami, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Of recent, about a few days ago, I saw that Oyedepo is saying God told him to increase the school fees of Covenant University again. Can you imagine? Brother John Folorun Shothiri, unmute, Keba Bones, okay. Please unmute.
Hello,
Ekale baba mi.
Gbádùn ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo fẹ́ sọ torí mo wà bí tí mo ti mu energy drink pẹ̀lú juice ní ẹjọ́ torí Ọlọ́run. Mo gbádùn show yìí, mo gbádùn gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ẹ̀ sọ.
Ẹ ṣé bàbá mi.
In fact, mo gbádùn gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ẹ̀ sọ. Mo gbádùn ẹ̀
Ẹ ṣé bàbá mi.
Mo tẹ̀lé yín o.
All right, bàbá mi.
Everybody should follow me. I will run it. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Àwọn pásítọ̀ wa yìí wọ́n ti kó wa sí wàhálà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Wọ́n ti kó wa sí rògbòdìyàn ní Nàìjíríà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ọlọ́run máa gbà wá lọ́wọ́ wọn ni. That's
Àmín.
what I'm going to say.
Ẹ ṣé bàbá mi. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
I'm with you guys.
Ẹ ṣé bàbá mi. All right.
Don't worry.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that. Ní dákẹ́. Logic Tech. Pàápàá.
Mr. Rotimi,
Mo máa gbé ń wọlé nsìn. Logic Tech.
Hello, sir. Mr. Rotimi.
Yes, sir.
So, this is not for time. I think it's Papa.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
May God give you a long life and a healthy life.
Àṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
The way you have been impacting and liberating our generations to come, your name will not be forgotten because we're going to see in the next 2,000 years. And when you actually
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
lọ fún rẹ́kọ̀ wá ṣì máa wò. Torí
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
bá a wà ní health initiative at this particular time, in the next 5,000 years, we are immortals because they will still come back and review what you have done. So I need the new foundation of our new generation.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
By new record.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So next 13,000 years, they will still come. Mo ti ń bá ṣe òun làwọn generation wọn á padà wá sí 2024 yìí pé hey bàbá ẹ̀ ní tó ṣe ni. Now, mo máa ń sọ fún àwọn èèyàn wípé I've done the research about many religions and who we are. Kẹ́rí àwọn ẹ̀dá tó ń pè ní Yorùbá á ṣe fún gbẹ̀dá kankan tó já dárí wọn lọ. Torí wípé nínú gbogbo ẹ̀dá tá a dá tó já dárí wọn ọmọ abilis ọmọ nàìjíríà ọmọ different kind of homos. Àwa nìkan la ní 19% ghost DNA. Ti science fún tẹ̀lú pé àwọn ẹ̀dá yìí ghost DNA wọn ni pé ancestors wọn they are untraceable. Yorùbá ló tún wá ní ọ̀pọ̀lérúgbarúmọlẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé àtọrúmọlẹ̀ kankan ní gbogbo wa gbàbọ́lẹ̀. So now we have 23 chromosomes from the female, we have 23 chromosomes from the male. 46 make the DNA. So we are the reincarnation than 25,000 years of the Yoruba people on this planet. So I check gbogbo wa la ní tó ń pè ní ghost DNA nínú bọ́dì torí ẹ̀sán máa sọ fẹ́ lómi pé ẹ̀pá torí ikú yàtọ̀ sáwọn adarí wọn ò ní. Wàá lè mọ nínú àwọn ọ̀kànlérúgbarúmọlẹ̀ tó bá wà wàá lè mọ eléyìí tó jẹ́ ìwò ẹ̀ bí àtọ̀ Ọbàtálá ló bá wà ó tó DNA Ọbàtálá ló wà nù àtọ̀kọ́ fi gbé ẹ̀.
Flagging. Sorry, Millie Consultancy. It's the flagging they are doing. That is why. Hopefully, it gets better now.
Now, ọjọ́ kan wọ́n ń sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n ní torí pé mi ò nígbàgbọ́ sọ́lọ́run mi ò ṣe Jésù mi ò ṣe Muslim nítorí ẹ̀ mi ò ní life. Mo wá ní firstly, you being a broker, you being a real estate, you are the same thing with your pastor. In fact, you being a pastor and also a real estate agent, you are a double broker. You are the same real estate agent because torí pé wọ́n ní ká pẹ̀lú offline. Àgbà 10% lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn 1% títí tó máa fi kọ́ bídì yẹn gan. Mo ní that is the same thing your pastor is taking from the promises 10% láti bá wọn fi kọ́lé sọ̀run. Ẹni tó bá gbogbo ẹ̀ bá ṣe pọ̀ bóyá town house ni wọ́n máa bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n dà sọ̀run ni àbí villa. So they are off-plan agents selling off-plan to the promises to the gullible people. Now, mo lọ sí Redeem Church ìgbà tí mo wà ní Nàìjíríà mo ṣiṣẹ́ pilot. Mo lọ sí Redeem Church mo lọ ṣiṣẹ́ ọjọ́ sì máa ń kọ́ débẹ̀ ìbílẹ̀ tó fi wá sí ejò ṣàlẹ̀jẹ̀ mo ṣe ń bọ̀ bí mo ṣe bá ṣe lọ oúnjẹ so ọ̀rẹ́ mi wá gbé mi dìgbàdìgbà ẹsẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ wọ́n sì lọ pé bàbá kan bí ọkùnrin ọ̀rẹ́ ọkọ̀ pé bàbá yẹn randomly bàbá yẹn lè pọ̀ fún ọ̀rẹ́ kò gidi olówó ìjọ yẹn ó sì gbẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ọjọ́ kejì mo lọ fi ṣe wọ́n ń béèrè lọ́wọ́ pásítọ̀ kan online pé ṣé Psalm 23 ní ìyówó ìjọ
kúrò lára
ṣé kúlẹ̀ aláwọ̀ ó lè yọrí ìjọ mú pè lọ́wọ́ àfáàkùn náà bẹ́ẹ̀ ní àlá ìfẹ́wá nígbàgbọ́ yín ọ̀run lẹ máa ti lọ bára yín olórí fún mo ní 2 hours láyé ọ̀nà fún mi ti ń korò because the venom is still in my body. ṣé wàá rí àwa Yorùbá ti sọ tára nínú torí bá ń fara wa wí ẹ̀yà mi mo ń sọ pé àpapọ̀ mọ́ adárinrin kankan torí pé we are born as a genius. Onírèsí wọ́n máa sọ pé onírèsí ò gbọ́dọ̀ fún gbámọ́.
Èyí tó ti fi sílẹ̀.
Ẹ̀wọ̀n ilé ìtòlínìsí ti fún kò gbọ́dọ̀ parun.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Onírèsí was one of the best craftsman in the 18th century. Ó fín gbá wọn Finland ní lẹ́ni aláwọ̀ dúdú tó jẹ́ Yorùbá tó máa kọ́kọ́ fẹ́ òyìnbó. Máa kan sọ pé àwọn Yorùbá ti sọ ohun tá a nínú àwọn bàbá ń ṣàgbẹ̀dẹ wọn ń ṣe farming. Alẹ́mpáyà ìran Yorùbá ìran olówó ni wá ìran lọ́rọ̀ ni wá. We have generational wealth. Ìṣẹ́ wọ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá nígbà tí wọ́n gbé ẹ̀sìn wọlé. Now àwọn ọmọ bàbá wa tó ní òṣàtì gbọ̀lé òsì ọjọ́ òbá tó ṣiṣẹ́ ajé ni wà tó jẹun.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
If I saw other people about to share, there is no miraculous thinking. Now they brought their own dogmatic and doctrine that you have to pray so that I can see the blessing. They started selling miracle soap and miracle water. Instead of people to work actively, they started believing in generational curse and bastardizing our own ancestors. It's problems in what the Yoruba need. I'm Muslim nowadays. Àwa dínú àwẹ̀ àwa la máa ń lọ tàjú. Allahumma innaka afuwwun tuhibbul afwa fa'fu anna báyìí kéènì ẹ̀ mo fi fún 20-something nothing changed until I become the real warrior of my reincarnation. I started looking for knowledge. Ìmọ̀ ló save me kò ṣe prayer. All the growth I've experienced in my life. Nothing these things is bringing to our own to the Yoruba land apart from poverty, creating more poverty. So now, Mr. Rotimi, adúpẹ́ fún Olódùmarè pé ó ti ń eradicate díẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
The new generation àwọn Gen Z yóò ní pamọ́ torí pé àwa tá a jìyà àwa millennial àtàwọn tó tún wà lẹ́yìn àtàwọn tó tún bí wa bí 3 to 4 generation ló jìyà gbogbo kìíní. Àwa ni the last set. Àwọn Gen Z, àwọn ni the new set tó máa gbà. This is an glorious age of information. Tó máa bí àwọn bàbá ńlá bàbá wa ní ìjì náà gbà yín tí íńtánẹ́ẹ̀tì ti wáyé wọn ò ní gbà lọ́wọ́ wọn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Oníkálukú àti olódodo.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ifá ní sọ nínú odù kan ó ní adífá fún wa láǹtakùn lọ́jọ́ tó ń ṣe gbogbo bí idán mo fi lówó lọ́wọ́ bí idán mo fi dáláyà nílé bí idán mo fi dọ́lọ́mọ. Ifá has already seen the internet coming. Is already seen the website coming. Adifa fún wa láǹtakùn tó ń ṣe gbogbo bí idán the website it is coming. If I've already seen it. Tó máa ní gbogbo tó benchmark pọ̀ mọ́ sáyẹ́ǹsì jù tó benchmark pọ̀ mọ́ astrology jù tó benchmark pọ̀ mọ́ medicine astronomy. I've done a lot of researches Ifá nìkan ni. Wọ́n máa kàn sọ ilẹ̀ wọn fi fáwọn Bible àbíkúrà ó yàtọ̀. Wàṣàmùsọ wà lè kán mọ́ ìzátàlá ó ní òun yọ wọn wá bá ayé àwọn Ifá ní bíríbírí láyé ń yí. And this is true. The earth won't circulate wọn ni Ifá ò sọ pé wàṣàmùsọ wà lè kán mọ́ ìzátàlá pé òun wá yọ wá bá ayé òun yọ òun ṣẹlẹ̀ rú. Ifá ti rí i pé ayé ń yí. So our ancestors they are astronauts. Our ancestors are dog. Kílẹ̀ wí?
Biri.
Biri láyé ń yí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni òun dúró ayé wá calculate lápẹ́lẹ́ 24 hours. So they thought our ancestors are gullible. No. Architect Ifá sọ Google Ifá map ani àtọ̀nà táwọn bàbá wa fi ń locate. We are not gullible. Mo kàwé kan ní wọ́n kọ̀wé yẹn ní 1967 14 volume volume 14 wọ́n pè ní the universal ẹlọ́ka àwa Yorùbá nígbà tó máa fojú kàn wá ní 12th century wọ́n fi wá wé Egyptian empire and Greece empire torí pé àti ń wọṣọ àwọn Yíbò ṣì ń da awọ ẹkùn bora Hausa ṣì ń dín bora ní 12th century. So we are genius and intelligent. Ó ṣe research nípa Yorùbá ẹkúnlẹ̀ gbọ̀n mi fọ́mọ Yorùbá gba ti sọ lẹ́nu ìṣẹ́ wa mú wá ní 18th century torí pé nígbà tó dé 12th century wọ́n rí fáwọn pípò yìí kò sẹ́ni tó ń sùn tánu wọn kò sátọrọ jẹ́nu wọn kò sóníṣẹ́nu wọn. They have already owned their own empire. They have already have their own stable politics standard. Àti lálàáfin Báṣọ̀run lè check Aláàfin as the prime minister. Àwọn Ọ̀yọ́mèsì wọ́n lè check Báṣọ̀run. Àwọn Ògbóni as the House of Rep wọ́n lè check Báṣọ̀run. Wọ́n lè check àwọn Ọ̀yọ́mèsì. We are genius. Àwa lọ fọwọ́ wa fàtẹ̀ fífa ní adífá fún àwọn ọjọ́ tó ń ṣe alábàání ẹja ohun tá a bí wọn mọ́ kì í mú wọn ohun tẹ́ni ẹlẹ́ni ló ń yá wọn lára. So that flashy of British lifestyle, we have lost it.
Uncle, sorry that to interrupt, sir, because they said in order to understand in order to appreciate the future, we need to understand the past. You know, so I learned it just recently that there was a wall which is even bigger than the Great Wall of China. They call it the Great Wall of Benin, and that this wall was 10,000 miles long, and that it was built by the Edo and the Yoruba in conjunction in order to serve as trade routes. Now, what is our British law? I think 1871 or 1891. Do you know a little bit more about this so that we can have the story to tell our children concerning the greatness of our ancestry?
Sherry, madam, firstly, ọmọ tó bá máa di akọni ọmọ Yorùbá ó gbọ́dọ̀ kọ́kọ́ mọ ìtàn.
Yes, sir.
Ó tẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ ní ọ̀wọ̀ òun ní pípọ́ lóòótọ́. Kó dẹ̀ wà very very straightforward.
I love that.
I'm the only black among the Arabs. I'm working with the Arabs. I'm working with the Egyptians as a broker. I'm not worried about them. They are worried about me. Your name is Elias Salahuddin, but by your loan, until you people started naming your own people Bayo, that is when I will be Elias. My name is Bayo. Don't repeat it. Now, I need confess for recently. People when you did a very rude guy. Oh yeah, black man, address yourself. Only firstly, for you to call me a black man, you have an ulterior motive and you are being a racist, but I know you are daft. Firstly, I came from the Yoruba land, which is one of the most intelligent and saw how beautiful Africans. Now, and so the wall of Benin. The wall of Benin is one of the least things in Africa, but just one of the popular things down in your own so far. The wall of Benin is the least. Nílé adúláwọ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ Yorùbá àtàwọn ọmọ Benin torí bá relate. Yorùbá ti ń ṣe táìsì. Táìsì wà mo ti gbàgbọ́ orúkọ tó ń pè wà ní Ifẹ̀. Yorùbá ti ń ṣe architecture. Tó ń pè lódògbó tó ti ń rọ̀bọ̀n òyìnbó kọ́ ló kó ọkọ̀ ṣe ń rọ̀bọ̀n bàbá ti ń rọ òdògbó which is the gun. So wọ́n sọ fún ìgbó yẹn pé I come from the generation which is one of the most strongest, and I'm from the Oyo Empire, and my ancestors are warriors. So back to 12th centuries, when your country was uncivilized, my country was one of the countries that they compared as one of the most civilized countries in the 12th centuries. I'm so sorry, brother. I'm so sorry. I don't mean that. Shut up. I'm highly intelligent more than your generation. because I'm the only tribe who contain the ghost DNA in my body. Go and do research what is ghost DNA because I'm a Yoruba. So now, mommy, most of the time, our generation go to but it's very easy for them because they can go through it. It's called personal journey discovery. I told you, only my shady idea, come and carton. I came from one of the most strongest Islamic popular family. But you know, thing is, what? My best one is to what I me. I'm so radical, I'm so different.
Thank you so much, Babam.
So, Mr. Rotimi, may your God, may God bless you. Only Mubapa who has swear to the far will always become a mota.
Ben.
Ìtorí ẹ̀ la fi ní ghost DNA bí yóò bá padà sílé á kọ́ máa lọ back and forth ni.
Ben.
I've done it and it's working. It is not that the way they are bastardizing it. People should just go.
Thank you so much, Babam. Thanks for that wonderful contribution.
Mr. Logic Tech, Mr. Rotimi Daniel.
Yes, sir.
First thing, confidence question yín ni pé àwọn bàbá yìí àwọn bàbá oníjẹkújẹ yìí pé ogún tó ń ṣe lẹ̀ ṣé ọmọ náà tó máa rí ìtẹ̀ ni.
Àtàwọn tó ń sìn wọ́n náà ṣé pẹ̀lú bí wọ́n ṣe ń náwó sí chọ́ọ̀chì káàkiri yìí tí wọ́n tiẹ̀ take care life wọn ṣáwọn fúnra wọn gan lè fogún lẹ̀ fọ́mọ.
Kò lè possible in the sense that àṣẹ́rí social media agbára ni. Agbára ni social media tàwa ní agbára ni. Nígbà táwọn bàbá wa tán bí àwa ká ní social media wà ní ayé wọn nígbà yẹn jẹ́ pẹ́tẹ́ tó bá yìí. Ṣẹ́rí tó bá ilé ayé yìí jẹ́ pàápàá ìlú wa Nàìjíríà yìí náà ni òun ló bàjẹ́ jù o. Because mi ìlú tèmi wà yìí tá bá ṣe Allahu Akbar àgbàlagbà arúgbó lè máa dé mọ́ṣáláṣí o ẹ̀dínlẹ́ yọ̀ọ́ gbọ̀ yín bẹ́ẹ̀ o.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Sọ̀rọ̀ mi yín sìn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Muslim ni mí. Àwọn dúdú àti funfun tá bá ti lọ kírun pé èmi náà tẹ̀ ń ṣe bẹ́ṣẹ́ bá ṣe Nàìjíríà mo dé mo lọ kírun ọba ní pé dúdú ni àwọn ẹni bẹ́ẹ̀ fẹsẹ̀ kàn yín lẹ́sẹ̀. Wọ́n ní ká fẹsẹ̀ kára wa lẹ́sẹ̀. Wọ́n ní bẹ́ẹ̀ fi ẹsẹ̀ kan dúdú lẹ́sẹ̀. Mo ṣe fi mọ́ṣáláṣí wọn lẹ̀ fún wọn. Ìmáàmù kírun yàrá mi jọ ti bá ráyè. Sọ̀rọ̀ mi yé. Ṣẹ́rí social media agbára ni Ọlọ́run kò ní Ọlọ́run tọ́lọ́run mọ̀ nǹkan tó ṣe oníṣẹ́ àlọ́ Ọlọ́run. Sọ̀rọ̀ mi yé. Bó ṣe fi bayé wọn jẹ́ yẹn èyí sì ń ṣe nǹkan tí ìgbésẹ̀ nìkan tẹ̀ ṣe nìyẹn tọrọ tán lọ́la o. Ìtàn là ń kólẹ̀ fún ọ̀la.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Sọ̀rọ̀ mi yé. Ṣẹ́rí àwọn òyìnbó yìí wọ́n gbọ́ o. Wọ́n gbọ́ nǹkan tó gba Nàìjíríà jẹ́ religion ni o.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Because nígbà tí ìṣẹ́wọ̀ Nàìjíríà ní Nàìjíríà ni mo sọ ti wọ Nàìjíríà ní etí sẹ́tù gẹ́gẹ́ gbẹ́ bí bàbá ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ kan yẹn. Nígbà tí ìṣẹ́wọ̀ Nàìjíríà tó wá jẹ́ kí religion jẹ́ kí ìṣẹ́wọ̀ Nàìjíríà o tán gba iṣẹ́ òkú lọ́wọ́ pé kán máa ka Bible study tàjà kan lọ sí oko tàjà kan lóko lóko tàjà kí olódò kúrò dò. Àti bẹ́ẹ̀ náà àti bẹ́ẹ̀ nìṣẹ́ ní Nàìjíríà wa pápá wa yẹ Yorùbá àjíká sórí oníṣẹ́ takuntakun ni wa jẹ́ pé bí ìparun Yorùbá kankan rí iṣẹ́ ò bá Yorùbá mulẹ̀ rí. Àwa ti ń wọṣọ kó ìbò tó dé o.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
A ti ń wọ bàtà kó ìbò tó dé. Ṣẹ́rí kingdom mo tún fẹ́ padà máa rántí lẹ́ẹ̀kọ̀kan ṣẹ́rí Ọ̀yọ́ kingdom àti jẹ́ kingdom kó ìbò tó dé. United Kingdom ọ̀dọ̀ wa láti gbá o ọ̀dọ̀ wa ní o. Wọ́n fẹ́ kí kingdom kó pé méjì lágbàáyé náà ṣe báyé Nàìjíríà jẹ́. Tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ pàròyè ayé ọgbà tí ìyá ìṣàlékún tó fẹ́ fi ọmọ ẹ̀jẹ̀ bá gbọ́dọ̀ fi jẹ́ ṣẹ̀gbọ́kọ̀ ló jẹ́ sìn. Wọ́n lo political way o ìṣe native kìíní wọn náà fi jẹ́ bá o.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Jẹ́ kingdom wọn o.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Wọ́n lo Bible wọn lo Kùránì o. Bọ̀tọ́ tó bá gùn lọ́wọ́ lọ́wọ́ ká máa fi camouflage kan balẹ̀ wọn jẹ́ láyé tiwa. Ṣé wá rí Bible tá a wò yẹn lé nísìn gbogbo nǹkan tó wà ní Bible láti òkè títí délẹ̀ wọ́n ti yọ kúrò ìfẹ́ inú tí wọ́n lọ́kọ sínú ẹ̀ o. Ìfẹ́ inú tí wọ́n ní o. ní Europe lé gbogbo wọn lọ church o ọ̀rẹ́ mi láti Germany ní 2013 ó lóun gbẹ́ bò lọ church gẹ́gẹ́ bó ṣe máa ṣe Nàìjíríà lọ church ó ní dẹ́fíìtì tó fi wá church yẹn kó ti pààyàn Nàìjíríà kó tó wá wọn láti dàgbà àti lọ check gbogbo òwe ẹ̀ wọn lọ check document ẹ̀ pé kí ló lé wá kí ló mú wá ìyẹ́ ìdàlẹ́ gbé wọlé jẹ́jẹ́ kókó kan kókó àjẹyọ orí ẹ̀ fún ṣùgbọ́n so dẹ́fíìtì ọmọdé ọ̀nà church bẹ́ẹ̀ ní ìlú tí mo wà yìí ọ̀rẹ́ mi jí lẹ́yìn ìdájí wọ́n ṣe aláwọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ fẹ́ lọ kírun ní 5 a.m. ìdájí ẹ̀jẹ̀ mọ̀ pé wọ́n so mọ́lẹ̀ títí di 8 a.m. láàárọ̀ wípé tó fi mú jáde ìdájí pé ó fẹ́ wá jalè ni àfihàn tó gba àwọn ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ jáde pa nínú kó ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ kó tó filẹ̀ wọ́n ti pọ́lọ́pàá fọ̀rẹ́dì sọ wọ́n ní kí ló ń wádé mọ́ọ̀sì lágbo mi ní ìdájí ṣèbáni ló mọ lọ kírun ìdájí ṣèbáni àwọn arúgbó ṣètìlẹ́sì àwọn tí àti ọ̀tọ́dẹ tí ànábì ọmọ sàrọ̀sà tó kọjá lọ́dọ̀ wọn nìyẹn tó fẹ́ tátẹ́gùn ẹ̀fẹ́ ṣé ìdájẹ́ sáré rí ni ṣé ànábì jẹ́ fámìlì wa ni ṣé Jésù jẹ́ fámìlì wa ni. Ògún Ṣàngó Ọya Ifá gbogbo ọ̀kálà tẹ̀lé ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn yẹn ni ayé Nàìjíríà orí kò ṣe rí yìí o. Àwọn ni Jésù tọ́lọ̀ rán sí wa àwọn ni ànábì tọ́lọ̀ rán sí wa but gbogbo wa wọ́n ti brainwash wa ni láti gbogbo ẹ̀ láti tẹ̀lé láti gbogbo ẹgbẹ́ Kùránì tọ́ba pe crusade sìn bàbá Débóyè àwọn náà ti gbìyànjú gbẹ́gẹ́ ní pé Nàìjíríà tó bàjẹ́ yìí àwọn gbìyànjú gan winners wọn náà gbìyànjú gan àwa nígbà kí ìlú yẹn kó tòrò kọ́ lè má rí tiwọn jẹ.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
But now the table tán àgbà báyìí sìn table yẹn àwọn fi kó ṣe wájú àwọn tó ti sunkún wájú wọn ojú ti là àti gbọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ mi yé ojú ti là àti gbọ́n gbogbo ẹ̀ ti ń yí padà kó wájú wọn sìn tọ́ba wa take care ní Europe sìn mo wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ fún mi àgbà máa rántí orúkọ rẹ̀ lú yẹn sìn church wọ́n ti kọ́ fọ́sẹ̀ sí wọ́n fẹ́ tà church ìwé bigger church wọ́n ti gbé fọ́sẹ̀ lé àbẹ̀tí wọ́n fẹ́ lísẹ̀ kó fi ṣe kàn mí náà church mọ́. Nígbà tí British kan lọ́kọ́ dé Nàìjíríà o wọ́n kọ́kọ́ rí wa o àwọn Portuguese ni o Portuguese ni ìbò funfun tó kọ́kọ́ yọjú sí Nàìjíríà bọ̀dé kan ìkan tán rí ó kà wọ́n láyà ẹ̀rú gbà wọ́n pé sóyè nǹkan kan túwọ̀ tó tó ju tàwọn lọ bọ̀dọ̀ lápẹ́ ẹnu wọn ò bò wọ́n ṣe fúró ní British gbọ́ lẹ́nu wọn ní British sá padà ló ṣe gbẹ̀yìn wá sí Nàìjíríà lọ́sọ̀ wá ṣe take over mọ́ wọn lọ́wọ́. Tẹ́ bá ń gbọ́ Lagos Portuguese ló sọ Èkó ní Lagos because ibi kan wà tó jẹ Lagos nílẹ̀ ọ̀dọ̀ tiwọn sọ́dọ̀ mi yẹn sìn Lagos táwọn jẹ́lẹ̀ ní Portuguese ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ní Lagos ibi kan wà ní Portuguese tó dàbí bẹ́ẹ̀ tọ́tọ́ ní Lagos lọ́hùn yẹn British bá bẹ́ẹ̀ ní Lagos ni àwọn kọ́nà fún ní Lagos British Portuguese ló sọ ní Lagos nǹkan tó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ tọ́yìn ilẹ̀ Yorùbá kà wọ́n láyà pé àṣọ nǹkan báyìí tún wà lágbàáyé táwọn ti débẹ̀ táwọn ti rírí bọ́tọ́ alágbọ́nu wọn ò bò ní British ṣe gba rétókòfà mọ́ wọn lọ́wọ́ bọ̀dé British dé ẹ̀rú gbọ́ àwọn pé tọ́ dé Ọ̀yọ́ yẹn kingdom lọ́yọ́ nǹkan tán rí bẹ́ẹ̀ wọn ò rí rí láyé wọn bó jẹ́ funfun tó wọn ò rí rí wọn wá fẹ́ kó pé méjì lágbàáyé lọ́sọ̀ ṣẹ́rí Nàìjíríà táwa yìí Nàìjíríà wa yẹn remote control wa àwọn British ló wà o.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Àwọn náà kọ́ náà remote wa gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ bá ṣe máa remote bèbí mọ́tò onírúurú táwọn ọmọ kékeré lò yẹn àwọn wọn ni remote Nàìjíríà wà. Àwọn akó àwọn pásítọ̀ àtàwọn fáwọn lálálá àwọn akó wọn akó orí wọn sábẹ́ àwọn ń lò wọn as instrument.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, to continue to improve poverty level. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Àwọn dàpọ̀ fọ́tì sí Nàìjíríà sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn á lè máa rọ́wọ́ tí wọ́n mú á lè máa rí tí wọ́n ṣe tí ìlú bá ti rójú tó bàrá yìí nǹkan tán jí tán kó wọ́n lè máa rí kó easily because tá bá ti rójú ráyè ní àárí pé yẹn ń jí nǹkan wa.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Àwọn adá ìrójú àrá yẹn dá sí Nàìjíríà wọn pé àrọ́mọdé mọ́ tiwọn náà wọn ò ní rí owó tó bá kú náà wọn ò ní kó lọ́rùn wọn ò ní kó lọ́rùn láṣẹ wọn ò ní kó wọn náà ní kó lọ́rùn.
Àṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Gba pásítọ̀ sí náà fọ́dà ṣe wà yẹn nǹkan tán fi lè tán ṣe àwọn ọmọ wọn ò ní jẹ́ ọmọ wọn ò ní jẹ́
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
ọwọ́ ọmọ ọjọ́ ti máa gbó tẹ máa fẹ́ kọ́ tẹ máa fi kọ́ skul ọmọ ọjọ́ yẹn náà ọmọ wà nílé lọ skul yẹn sódà bàbá ti bí yẹn náà bàbá parí yẹn náà tó náà kọ́ estate lọ rẹpẹtẹ gbogbo àwọn tó gbó náà wọ rẹpẹtẹ ó wá ní gbogbo tó fi kọ́ jẹ̀jẹ̀ pé líìsì ni.
Ẹ pé wọn ò ta fún wọn ẹ lè imagine court òde Nigeria court system òde tí ì rí nǹkan kan ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn.
Wọ́n ì rí àwọn tó wà ní diaspora tó wà tán ní tọ́jú pọ́pọ́ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí yẹn kúná sùúrù lé wọ́n ní dadi òfò tẹ́kẹ́ mú kòtò ìbọn kẹlẹ́ pa Tandadi Oshi. Tẹ́ra lè bẹ́ẹ̀ jẹ́ kọ́lé ló pẹ̀lú owó àwọn ará àwọn ọmọ ọjọ́ tí wọ́n sọ pé pẹ́ lísì.
Ẹ̀dẹ̀ gbowó lọ́wọ́ wọn, wọ́n sign agreement pa wọ́n fẹ́ ralé ni.
Wọ́n fẹ́ ralé ilé ni.
Ilé ni ẹ wá sọ fún wọn pé no ẹ lease ẹ ní. Millions of naira.
Ṣé tẹ bá kú tán ṣe fẹ́ gbélé ìlọ́dà àbọ̀ mọ́ iná lẹ́yìn tó fẹ́ fi property ilẹ̀ fún? Kò dẹ̀ possible because Ọlọ́run ọba mi oníṣẹ́ àrà ni.
Èwo lẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹjọ́ torí Ọlọ́run.
Winners.
Èwo lẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀. Winners okay fún ojúbọ.
Winners ni. Mo dẹ̀ pé Ọlọ́run lọ́jọ́ ìní á jẹ́ kí kó bá tún ìlú yẹn kó bá tún tò.
Ẹ ṣé bàbá mi.
Full tank epo, full tank mọ́tò mi 70 litre ló ń lò. Sọ̀rọ̀ mi ń sìn 70 litre sìn dédé 2,000 naira Nàìjíríà mo ní mo fi ń free tank.
It is well. Ẹ ṣé bàbá mi.
2,000 naira Nàìjíríà money mo fi ń free tank. Adẹ̀ ní àdín epo gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìlú tí wọ́n náà ṣe ní làánà lépo bọ̀dá àgbàdo epo wa. Láìrí epo wa lò. Ọlọ́run lọ́jọ́ ní ajá àtúwálẹ̀ o.
Àṣẹ bàbá mi, ní dákẹ́. Ẹ ṣé sà.
Ẹjọ́ lastly mo ní pẹ́ máa lọ 1 minute ẹjọ́ nítorí ọlọ́. Ní ìjẹrin head of ẹni tó ní company mi tó jẹ́ head of sales ó wá náwó sí mi ó ní where are you from? Ó ní I'm from Nigeria. Ó ní òun ta 24 million dirhams property tó change life òun fún a prophet daughter from Nigeria. Ó mention a prophet daughter from Nigeria kò dárúkọ ẹ̀ fún mi 24 million dirham cash. Only Nigerians are rich. You have to deal with some people.
Ọmọ prophet.
Only a prophet daughter bought 24 million dirhams. That's almost like $80 million cash. To buy off-plan property from me. That is the deal that changed. That's one of the deals that changed my life.
Please, let's continue to power tap, so that they don't fly. Please help us power tap. It is well.
Ẹkún gbọ̀n mi sínú fáwọn ọmọ Yorùbá, ẹkún gbọ̀n mi fún fáwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà, olójú ààrẹ òun motivate mi.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, tí ní bí ìjọba gbé Nàìjíríà níbi àwọn Nàìjíríà lówó lọ́wọ́ gan-an, á ní ìbọ̀tọ̀ kò wọn lára wa mọ̀ lù.
Olówó ló máa ń pè wá ń ta.
Òṣìṣẹ́ wọ́n fún ọ lówó oṣù.
Olówó ló máa ń pè wá ń ta.
Ọ̀pọ̀ citizen pátá wọ́n fún lówó oṣù. Òṣìṣẹ́ wàá gbówó oṣù.
Wọ́n ń wò wá láwò sunkún, à ń wòra wa láwò rẹ́rìn. Bọ́nà gẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ bá mi gbóhùn sókè.
Hello,
Yes.
sir.
Yes,
And
ma.
hello to everybody on the panel.
You're welcome, ma.
Well done, Mr. Rotimi.
Yes, ma.
Ejo, please, can you help me briefly recap your question again, please?
All church members, all church attending members who still believe in the callings of these men,
Yeah.
can these members affirm to us that, according to the Bible, can they actually leave inheritance for their own children, not to talk of the children's children?
That's that wonderful questions. Very wonderful question. No, I've always been, this is one of the things that I've always been discussing on the platform as well too. That unfortunately over the years, religion has made us mentally lazy. Unfortunately, it has made us more wicked and heartless. So what is the point of that religion? Because you made a statement some minutes ago that when we were growing up, even Latipa Kokoro,
Benny.
it's like you've committed this heinous crime.
Oh, yes.
Which I remember vividly. Even the tiniest era, you would be like, yeah, I've stuffed our life out of it. That is how we feel growing up. You can now imagine now that a 20-something or 18-year-old boy of recent that pied one of our church
members. Childhood friend.
So please, what is this boy being taught in church? What was Kinon Corny Church to law? Kotie, Tua Shesita, O Tua Shesi, O Shepe, Yodojon Church. From what I read also, they said he seems Ongolo Chetita Burue.
Ben.
Until one other person. So please, this boy, what has he been? You keep me in contact in Corny Church. Because I'm serious. I don't seem to understand us anymore. You expect that the rate at which church, as I always say, is growing astronomically, you will expect that morale and humanity should also follow suit and grow in tandem. But unfortunately, to grow appropriately proportionately as churches are growing and our pastors are increasing, and they are increasing in wealth and old over the people. Unfortunately, morality is decreasing, wickedness is increasing, joblessness is increasing. People no longer have hope. Hopelessness is increasing. And meanwhile, over the years, these are men that said, Bible that you, and I will open the windows of heaven. This prove me or
use this to test me.
Yes. And over the years, we've tested God, this God that they've been telling us. We've dropped offering, we've dropped tithes, we've dropped first.
Àwọn kan tiẹ̀ tún fọmọ, àwọn kan tún drop ọmọ fún wòlíì, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Yes. People have dedicated children. They've want to love come sing ba. Lọ́dọ̀ pastor.
Ti lọ fi ọmọ sìn gbà lọ́dọ̀ pastor.
Tí pastor dẹ̀ ti bà yé ọmọ jẹ́, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Lọ́dọ̀ pastor, wọ́n ti fi lé wọn, wọ́n ti drop ìwé ilẹ̀, wọ́n ti drop ìwé mọ́tò, wọ́n ti drop all kinds of things. Even ìmí gan wọ́n tí ò tí end, wọ́n ti ní pé kan pledge. And unfortunately, at the team expect okay, this God will open these windows. Now we expect that window to be showering us naira. Everybody komala fela komashe yala yolo. Unfortunately, we are in poverty like never before. As has never been witnessed in the history of Nigeria. People barely can afford to eat one meal a day. People are now selling their children
to feed.
So what are these pastors? What are they been promising? Unfortunately, these pastors that started with nothing, that could not boast of a car, these are now the richest pastor
in the world.
Of Nigeria, in the world. They are competing. They are competing in their limousines. They are competing with the world richest pastors in America, in wherever you, in dollars, not in naira. They are billionaires in dollars. So, unfortunately, can the populace, can they leave inheritance for their own children? No. It's only those pastors that have succeeded over the years in impoverishing the populace by strategically creating schemes to just put their hands permanently in the pockets of the populace, by creating different schemes in the name of offering tithes, pledges,
vows.
Vows. Even in me gone, they go in me gone to create the MMM scheme.
Benny.
Partnership with some other people. Just to steal people's money. So how can they, unfortunately, okay, for instance, this analysis, Mama tomato, oh yeah, we'll start with a capital of 50,000 naira, for instance. Oh, you can make again 10,000 at the end of the week or whatever. I lost the church Monday, Tuesday. Go to lost so I lost Monday. When it go very early, can you come morning devotion or go to lock so that even go and you tell church go even inside the market. They've created fellowship in the market.
Benny, Bodija market, Benny.
In the market, mama she fellowship and when mama fair tanko, mama fair ranko, on need a customer alone. After that, one pass around the basket of offering every day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. One big bar lati 9 a.m. Wọ́n ṣe ń parí ọrẹ kan after 1 ọrẹ ọpẹ́ family harvest. Wọ́n máa pe family by family. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà tó máa ti gba offering and tithes àti all kinds, ọrẹ ẹ̀kọ́lé, ọrẹ all kinds, ọrẹ àánú. This ọrẹ àánú is being embezzled by pastor. Pastor ló ń lọ.
Benny.
Wọ́n fi ṣàánú fẹ́yàn kankan o. Wọ́n ṣàánú for anybody o. Ọrẹ àánú is also going to the pastor's pocket.
Wọ́n máa ná 1% iye tí wọ́n gbà lọ́wọ́ onírú ọwọ́ aláta. Wọ́n á wá ní àwọn church members wọ́n á wá ní àṣẹ ẹ̀mọ iye tí wọ́n ń ná fún charity ṣá láwọn bàbá rádaràda yìí. Thank you so much, Tender Heart.
24/7 they are online and their accounts is going and coming. Ẹ̀sán owó sínú àkáǹtì yìí o. Kíní kan tí kì bá ti ṣe àkáǹtì yìí ẹ̀ má sanwó sí o. Àwọn náà ní charity kíní kan àwọn kò máa sọ pé oh my goodness, these people are rogues.
They are
rogues. Àwọn gan ni àwọn náà ń pè ní àgbà lọ́wọ́ Mary.
Àwọn ni generational curse.
Unfortunately, how can me and you and the populace now live generational wealth? For even go to see wealth yẹn kankan, even go baba go ti ẹ̀rọ oúnjẹ gan mọ́. An average man in Nigeria today is waiting for some of their children to go out to go and hustle and bring money, no matter what kind of hustle, either crime, either prostitution, or either whatever. It's the children that are now bringing money home for the family to eat. It's so sad. This is where the church and the politics has gotten us, politicians have gotten us to. This is the stage they've gotten us to, unfortunately. And unfortunately, and they will now come on the podium and be bragging and abusing our mentality by telling us that their children's children can never be poor again. Oyedeko in particular, that guy is too arrogant and proud. Baba olórí burúkú atokumaku abonorunma lawyer.
He should be arrested and jailed.
A man that said he's an architect. Okay, before becoming what project or what design? What edifice, what design only talk has seen before he became a pastor and became a billionaire?
Nothing. They are all failures in their areas of endeavors. They are all failures.
They are all failures in their field, in their field of study.
Ẹ lọ bá mi wo biography Táíwò Òjó, ẹ bá mi wo biography Ọdẹkùnlé Àpàfà, máa ṣe short video. Give me their biographies. Let's know the work they have done. Kọ́ lọ́n tó pé wọn.
Even the so-called Adébóyè that called himself a professor in mathematics, how many of the students has come?
Bàbá ń fi probability jalè, wọ́n fi trial and error method, wọ́n fi ń jalè.
While this man was the lecturer, he was the one that made me to understand mathematics. No. Is there any theory or any new kilorupe that he has spoken? No, irony. gbogbo wọn fi Ọlọ́run wọn fi.
irọ́ lẹ pa lẹ́nu.
First on that land realized that they were hooked, that they literally don't hold that land, that they literally just own occupation rights, and they cannot or they cannot sell it to anybody, they cannot alienate it. It's only the church. They have to give it to the church. So a whole lot of people were stopped on that property in a long time. How can a church be engaged in a scheme, a Yahoo 419 scheme? You are not telling develop. Even yes, they gave some people to build. But at least you are meant to tell them from the onset, this is what it is. Enter into the policy, church understand. It was over the years that some people now cry open that anything to church property even loan
Chai.
Auntie Bama, I want to ask one question.
Yes, ma'am.
You think these people, you think they consider the rest of us as human beings?
They don't. They just they see us they see us like workers that should be bringing ATM. Yeah, that is what they see. They literally see us. They don't see us as human beings. They see us that they have right over our life and over our resources.
So would I be right to say that they consider us like cattle to be used?
Yes, to be used.
It is more than that.
Yes.
It is more than that. It is more than that. I'm a real estate broker here in Dubai. Mo rí data àwọn popular pastor Mr. Rotimi will send this me personally.
Okay.
Àwọn popular pastor wọn. Wọ́n ti rà ní iye tó ń talé máa send the property website standard the current tó lè talé yẹn as for today. And we are talking about millions of dollars, not 1 unit, not 2 units, not 3 units, owned by one pastor. Oh, ní ìrànlọ́wọ́ àwa Nàìjíríà.
Àṣírí máa tú. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Bàbá mi sọ fún mi pé 24 million dirhams property in Nigeria full of cash. It was sent to Citibank in there. Mo kàn náà rí pé kò lè ra lọ́wọ́ tèmi. Kò lè
láíláí rà á. Òye àwọn tí ò mọ àṣírí wọn, tí ò mọ history wọn náà.
Àwọn tálíkà òun náà fi ń da property sílẹ̀ sílùú Dubai bíbá. Mo lọ sí mo wà ní rìdíìmù mo rí bí àwọn kan wà lẹ́yìn tí wọ́n ti ń gbé ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì pẹ̀lú ìṣẹ́. Wọ́n ti wà ń bẹ̀ permanently. Mo lọ bá wọn ṣiṣẹ́ ní Ọ̀ṣun State gẹ́gẹ́. The school was built with school tí mo sọ yìí is a university of what billions. But ẹ̀wòye tó ń gbé owó lẹ̀ lóṣù. Wọn ò ṣe fọ́mọ tálíkà wáyé fáwọn pípọ̀ ìdájú báyìí àwọn èèyàn sì ń tẹ̀lé wọn irú òògùn wọn ló sá babaláwo ló bá wọn sá.
It's so unfortunate. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Ní dákẹ́.
Yeah, but I'll just quickly go straight to your point. As
Yeah.
I want to pay on finance. Most of all these pastors, would they leave inheritance for their children?
Gbogbo àwọn church goers pátá.
Depending on the angle that you're looking at it from. It's more like a MMM scheme in the religion to a large extent. And my grandpa on top create people at the top of the pyramid. At the end of the day, they are the one making that money. So I want to come and feel will be 10 naira, 20 naira. Only man in your conlara, which is where majority of us fall under. That if you are going to church, maybe you are dropping 1,000, you are dropping 2,000, or they do a project, you are dropping 10,000. Maybe based on your salary, you will see that it might not really affect you. But I want to help one need below, you will see that those people that they are not really earning much. You will not see that those people will be struggling. At the end of the day, who is the one making this money? Is the pastor. To some people, you will see that they might leave inheritance for their children. But to majority of the people, what will affect most of us is that it is that time you are using that you would have been more, that you would have used to be more productive doing other things. You will just see that you are just helping another person's business. One thing that may have even come to realize is that, Shelly, most of all these pastors, I won't tell you, like the way you are waking up every day to go to your work, then that church is their own business.
Ben.
Church here, all those donations you are donating, you are just empowering their children, even their children unborn. It just beats my imagination that people are not seeing this. The time you are giving them, and you are giving them free services. There was a time that I made up my mind. I was telling my wife, but in Bashi, work in the church, to buy a cleaning department, ni mo fẹ́ máa ṣe ní church, máa sanwó oṣù fún mi ni o.
Ben.
Because of that time, tí mo fẹ́ máa for toilets, máa fi fọ gbélé. Tó bá jẹ́ pé mo fẹ́ máa lòdò, ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ máa sanwó oṣù fún mi, because that is just we are just helping these people. You are giving them free services. And apart from that, is that you are even saying maybe they will leave inheritance for their children. That is not even a major issue. The major issue I'm having is that religious say, but the flourish in Africa is really affecting the society. Bí ìlú tí mo wà yìí, gbogbo àwọn owó tó yẹ káwọn èèyàn máa fi ṣe nǹkan gidi, òun ló ń find the way rẹ̀ lọ sí religious house. A typical example ní ẹ̀mọ̀ kí school ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ resume nísìn. Nílùú tá a wà yìí, there are so many charities back to school. Wọ́n fún àwọn èèyàn náà àwọn aṣọ ọ̀fẹ́. Tẹ́bárẹ̀ àwọn tó dẹ̀ náà ń gba àwọn aṣọ yìí, àwọn bíi blacks náà ni àwọn Asians. Àwọn ọmọ ìlú wọn gangan ò kí ń wà o. The same thing, can we replicate that kind of something in Nigeria? We can't, because owó tó yẹ ká máa fi ṣe charity. Àwọn bíi 2020, 10,000.
Òun lọ sápò ẹnìkan.
Òun náà lọ sápò àwọn religious, òun la máa lọ dá ní offering lọ́jọ́ Sunday. Àwọn owó tá a lọ dá offering lọ́jọ́ Sunday. We are supposed to be using it for charity. Whether in Africa, in Nigeria, in short, there's nothing like charity in Nigeria.
Aside of even charity, sir. Aside of the charity, I was making an analogy of your lodger to only 50,000 to 50,000. 10,000 to you plug back into the business. Oh my God, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it's not much about 10,000 yet. Oh, my so one more gone. Ìgbà tó bá tún charge ẹ̀ tó bá lọ church lọ́jọ́ Sunday pé Abraham fún Ọlọ́run ní nǹkan tí ò dùn tí ò pa lára. Pé so wọ́n tún forí wọn ìyẹn náà tún owó inú ọjà àtúntọwọ́ títí.
That is best for business.
I'm serious. The rate of poverty experienced in Nigeria today is not only the economic situation. Our pastor going contribute to see. It's not a small deal.
It is not.
They contribute 70% to the poverty in Nigeria.
Yeah. Nǹkan tó yẹ káwọn parents wa tó ń jẹ́ pensioner tó yẹ kó máa nọ́ọ̀sì wọ́n ti over the year wọ́n ti fá orí gbogbo wọn wọ́n ti fi wọ́n ti fi oríṣiríṣi fi bible phrase nínú bible wọ́n ti fi parọ́ fún wọn wọ́n ti fi gbà àwọn náà tún lọlé ìmí àtún kọ check ìmí àtún lọlé owó tó yẹ kó máa fi jẹ wọ́n tún plug ẹ̀ pé Ọlọ́run ní pé òun á ṣe kinní kan gbogbo wa náà ò lè ní wa.
And most of all, the one thing I've also observed is that they are sweet talkers.
Benny.
Most of them now, they are not even now preaching about heaven again. On what thing will be motivation. They will be teaching they will teach you about marriage, how to make a good home, how to flourish in your place of business. Indirectly, one come achieve goal, how to make money, how to do this. With that kind of preaching now, offering budget, and it is really,
Jesus is not Christian.
they are really cashing
God
out.
himself is not Christian.
Before I will just summarize, another thing I want us to know is that Ojutinla, and the more we keep talking like this, little by little, people the enlightenment is really spreading fast.
That's why they are afraid. They are really afraid.
Our mainstream pastors, see, they had it so easy for them. Preaching preach. Because I've analyzed what is specular, but because the only thing I keep hearing is that 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when I won't be a miracle that can't be verified. But now, with this kind of gathering, this kind of talk, people's eyes are beginning to open. People are asking questions. So, the way they had it easy, I'm very sure that their own children, they're not going to find it that easy. Because now people are getting more enlightened. Then also, and I'm also happy that apart from this Christianity aspect that we're looking at, is even going far, even under religion. Muslim going to our forum there people are now asking questions.
Thank you.
Which is something that unlike before. I'm so happy that I will go to some of those forums. You will see them tackling Quran, opening Quran, dissecting Quran, translating it in Yoruba and English in the language that we all can understand it. And fellow Muslims, people are now beginning to. It shows that Ojutila, we are getting more enlightened. Again, finally, Barotin. Christianity, and that's why our government, they have a role to play, and it just beats my imagination. Our people we are not yet serious. Even the government in power, they are not yet serious to tackle the issue of this religious crisis that we're having. Casey, VDM at be NAFDAC to Shewole. To buy more serious things, Shibuya NAFDAC, who you want to arrest him.
Ó yẹ kó ti wà arrest by wọn kò kàn yẹ kí wọ́n ti ibi tó ti ń produce pa bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
NAFDAC want to issue statement. Issue statement in way that it doesn't have NAFDAC number. No, it shows that they are complicit. Can the confession won't be sharing if it's to be ordinary person like you and I? Ni mo long product to
ẹ̀wọ̀n la wà báyìí ẹ̀wọ̀n ni.
It shows that even our government, they are not ready for. So, but we'll keep talking. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, bàbá mi. OFP Kenneth, ẹlẹ́ni nǹkan kan tẹ́ fẹ́ sọ, but kí n tó gbé yín wọlé kẹ́ tó unmute. When it comes to how these men see us, I have said it times without number. And I was happy the first day the illustration came that I actually put it in their eyes very well. But when you see these men come out and say God called them, it is one thing that God calls you because it's only in Africa we say God called us and all these lies and jagbajantis. Now he has called you. Did you finish your treatment? Why did I say so? In the book of Mark, maybe chapter 5, the story of that blind man, I have used it a couple times to explain to us why the reason why they cannot even see their members, their church members as human beings. Now, let me ask. Adeboye will always want to go to City of David. There are so many redeemed churches in Shepeteri, Oyo, and all those areas. When was the last time Adeboye visited those small places? When was the last time Oyedepo visited? You members in those remote areas. Most of you know. Somebody that doesn't now Adeboye will not come to Shepeteri, yet there is a redeemed church there. They are all living from hand to mouth. Adeboye will never go there. Adeboye will never go to all those small redeemed churches, Labele, in Ondo State, in Ekiti. Why are you disturbing yourself? Now, when you consider that story, where Jesus allegedly used saliva and clay to open the eyes of that man, The first time he did, he asked the man, what did you see? The man said, I saw men walking like tree. And in my own illustration, I used a palm tree as what the man was seeing human beings like. Because there is nothing you can throw away on a palm tree. Right from the leaves and the front, you will use it for roofing activities. When you use it for broom, you use everything. The palm wine, when you drink, it's for malaria. When you carry out distillation, it's for ogogoro. For so many industrial purposes. So at the end of the day, when you now go to the palm front itself, the kind of otuwa for erepombe, which is what Malaysia is living on today. Okay? Now, you now break the palm kernel, so in different dimensions, ìwọ tó ń fọ toilet ọ̀fẹ́, you are a part of a palm tree. Ìwọ tó ń pè security ọ̀fẹ́ ló ń provide. You are also a part of a palm tree. That's how they see you. So at the end of the day, when you carry out all these activities and you think you are serving God through them, it is a lie. Your life is deteriorating. Kanowo, if it were to be by money, we see their life today. We thought the money is stolen in the banking sector. To baye alaye je, he didn't die. Ó parun ni. Bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ̀ ló ṣe máa rí fún gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ ní mẹ̀kúnnù lára through offices yín láti fáwọn bàbá Adébóyè lówó. Ẹ mọ̀ parun ni, ẹ mọ̀ pasán ni. So at the end of the day, they don't see you as human beings. They see you as palm tree. Then when they finish removing all the good parts, guess what they now do? They now use the rest to make oguso.
Even the pie body itself is a resources to them because they will bring the pie body to the church. Mo
ń bọ̀ ọmọbìnrin mo ń bọ̀ mo ṣe ń bọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Because at the end of the day, the oguso, they now use you lẹ́yìn ìgbà tán bá ti fún gbogbo mùdùmùdù ara yín tán in different forms, in different methods. They now use you as oguso. Wọ́n wá sọ yín sínú iná. Wọ́n tún fi yín dáná. Meaning that you're being alive as a palm tree. You are for them. Then when you now buy the acts of family members to pay them before they come and bury you, how else can we expose these men to you, to liberate you? If it were to be by, that shall not touch my anointed and do my prophet. Èmi ti ń fọ, mo ti ń mu òróró wọn láti 2018. Mo fi ń sanra ni kò sí ní tó ṣe mí. Òróró wọn mo fi ń dín kíní. Mi tell wá many tó fún an ideology pé they are anointed and nobody can touch them. And all of you that are looking at me, when they catch a thief, ọmọ kékeré in Nigeria, how many years ago, 2016-17, ẹ mú ọmọ tó lọ jí gàrí. Tó yẹ bí ń pa tí ò ní ìyá àti bàbá ẹ̀dẹ̀ lu ọmọ yẹn pa. Oh yes, but àwọn pastors tẹ́ tó ń jí yín lọ́wọ́ tó ń jí alẹ̀ tó ń fi ẹ̀yìn pọ́n owó yín lọ abroad. Any touch not my anointed. Who did this to us in this generation? It is a wicked, pervert generation that I can't even believe that I am in this generation of lies. You can beat somebody, you can talk down to anybody, but once it is your pastor, or once it is your afa, or once it is your babalawo, we cannot talk again. Touch not my anointed that do my pro. Kò ní dá fáwọn tó da òróró lé wọn lórí àtẹ̀yìn tẹ́ ń support wọn. Ní jọ jẹun tí ó yọ yín. Lẹ́yìn kan rádaràdà, òótọ́ wá dọ́jà, ó wá kùtà. How did we get to this point in life? That truth has now become so scarce. We are now afraid. Hey, when you talk now, the anointing will make you blind. The anointing will that Oyedepo could look into our faces and see that God is asking him to increase Covenant University fees.
Yes.
And the winners members are not saying anything. Wọ́n tún máa lọ́njọ́ Sunday sìn. Wàrí mi inú wọn, wọ́n tún máa dá àǹkó ní ìyàwó àtọkọ máa wọ̀ lórí ọ̀kadà pẹ̀lú àwọn ọmọ wọn lọ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì. Àwọn wèrè tẹ́ fẹ́ lọ bá níbẹ̀ inú private jet inú mọ́tò tuntun tí ẹ̀rọ bà làwọn ọmọ wọn wọ̀ wá sí church. Báwo lọ̀bọ ṣe ṣorí tí náà kí o ṣe? Tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá ti ẹ̀rọ tara yín táyé tí yín ti bàjẹ́. What about your children? Can't you pity them for once? Àwọn ọmọ yín mi bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń dáwọ́ sí church tó. Ọmọ mi inú yín ò mọ̀ pé ẹja wọn ní ẹja ń gbénú agolo. Wọn ò mọ tó ń jẹ́ sardine, wọn ò mọ tó ń jẹ́ geisha. Ṣáyé yóò ti bàjẹ́ mọ́ tilẹ̀ báyìí. I'm telling you, lára àwọn tó wà liberated ló sọ kinní yẹn fún mi some months ago. Ó ní Mr. Rotimi ojú gbà mí tí my child came back from school. Hey daddy, ẹgbẹ́ àwọn ẹja kan ń gbénu agolo. Mo dẹ̀ ń san táìtì, mo ń san owó àdákú fún Oyèdépò. Ọmọ mi ò jẹ géṣà kò jẹ sadéèrì. Ìjọ yẹn lójú òun là pé nǹkan tí Mr. Rotimi máa ń sòótọ́ mà ní. Àti ìgbà yẹn náà ti lọ mọ́ àwọn àtìyàwó wọn pẹ̀lú àwọn ọmọ.
Wasting of time, wasting of money.
Of course, time is money. Once they waste people's time. Ẹ bá mi bèrè lọ́wọ́ Táíwò Òjó kí ni nǹkan prayer wèrè ẹ lọ wo orí page Táíwò Òjó kẹ́ ẹ understand the agitations in me. Láàárọ̀ lọ́sàn-án lálẹ́ Monday to Sunday. Adẹ̀dákẹ́ à ń wò, we are not shouting, making mad. Ẹ wo testimony táwọn ti Lord choosing give. Ṣé ẹ̀dẹ̀ rò pé àwọn èèyàn normal mọ́?
No, àwọn yẹn brain wọn ti shift. Brain wọn ti
Kì í ṣe àwọn yẹn nìkan. Every Christian, an average Christian in Nigeria, that's the state of their mind.
Brain wọn ti shift.
OFP Kennel Service. Ẹ jẹ́ sọ nípa religion tẹ́ fẹ́ sọ fún wa ká ṣe pápá ká tó máa lọ. Ẹ on mute. OFP Kennel Service. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá fẹ́ rajá tó wà pa gan, ẹ lọ consult wọn. Ó yẹ bá gbóhùn sókè.
Ṣé ẹni wọ́n tún wà
gbogbo lé o. Wọ́n wà sà. Ẹ̀ka lẹ́sà, ẹ̀ka lẹ́mọ̀ gbogbo lé. Ṣé rí mi ò ní lọ fà lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo fẹ́ sọ yìí.
Okay.
Mo fẹ́ sọ so that àwa tá a jẹ́ màmá tá a jẹ́ bàbá lórí pláfọ́ọ̀mù yìí àtàwọn tó ń wò out of window wọ́n á lè kẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ láti lè arrange àwọn ọmọ wọn papọ̀ lórí ẹ̀gbọ́n títí dé àbúrò lóbìnrin lọ́kùnrin so that wọn ní lè gbé legacy family wọn lè gbé dànù lórí religion. Mo ti fẹ́ sọ story families nítorí bàbá tó bí bàbá tèmi royal family náà ti wá. Wọ́n bí bàbá tó bí bàbá tèmi as prince. Bàbá tó bí bàbá tèmi ó wá bí àwọn bàbá tèmi as prince and princess. Ṣùgbọ́n nínú àwọn family dáàdì mi there were 7 numbers tí ìyàwó tó kù nínú ọwọ́ ìyàwó because wọ́n bímọ tó pọ̀ but tó kù for till now bí mo ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí religion ló tó everybody ká religion ló fọ́n everybody ká Muslim wà ń bẹ Christian wà ń bẹ Jehovah Witness wà ń bẹ. Dèní bí mo ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí religion ò jẹ́ kí wọ́n gbé nǹkan tí bàbá wọn kú lé lórí kò jẹ́ kí wọ́n gbé sókè which is oyè tó wà nínú ìdílé tí bàbá wọn bí wọn sí religion ò jẹ́ kí wọ́n gbé dúró. Anytime tí wọ́n bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ ọba inú kí ẹ̀gbọ́n dáàdì máa sọ pé bíbélì ò sọ wípé ká jà fọ́ba tàbí kí dáàdì tèmi gangan tó bí èmi máa sọ wípé ẹ fi wọ́n lẹ̀ fọ́lọ́run. Nǹkan tí bàbá wọn dẹ̀ kú lé lórí because ìyá bàbá tèmi ló tọ́ èmi dàgbà which is ìyàwó bàbá wọn tó bí dáàdì tèmi ló tọ́ èmi dàgbà. Wọ́n sọ gbogbo story bí ọkọ wọn ṣe kú lórí oyè bí ọ̀rẹ́ wọn tímọ́tímọ́ ṣe pa wọ́n torí pé family tiẹ̀ náà wọ́n ní ẹ̀tọ́ sí oyè kò ń ṣe àwọn ló kàn bọ́n ṣe máa ń joyè Ìbàdàn ni wọ́n ṣe ń joyè ìdúrà tí wàá kan ìdílé kan tí ìdílé mẹ́ta bá jẹ nínú tó máa jọba nínú family yẹn tí ìkẹta bá ti pé ó máa kan family míì tó ọ̀rẹ́ wọn tọ́jọ́ dàgbà ló pa oyè bàbá dáàdì mi due to láti jẹ ọba látìgbà tí dáàdì wọn wá ti kú náà tí religion ti occupy memory everybody wọn kò sẹ́nibọ́dì tó ń fight láti claim right tó tí bàbá wọn kú lé lórí yẹn títí tí ìyá wọn fi kú. Ìyá dáàdì mi lò 125 years kó tó kú. Gbogbo story yẹn ó wà lọ́wọ́ mi most of ìwé tí bàbá wọn kọ sílẹ̀ lórí pé tó jẹ́ ìkìlọ̀ pé wọn gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ kí oyè yìí kó kúrò nínú ìdílé òun kọ̀sìgbà tí bàbá tán poison bàbá yẹn tó mọ̀ pé wọ́n ti poison òun nítorí ọ̀rọ̀ oyè náà ṣe poison òun ó kọ ìwé sílẹ̀ fáwọn ọmọ òun pé torí oyè yìí náà ṣe pa òun náà ṣe poison òun ò tó ń bá gbábẹ̀ kú wọn gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ kí oyè yẹn kúrò nínú ìdílé yìí o bọ̀ torí religion because muslim àwọn obìnrin wọn náà muslim gbogbo wọn lọ fẹ́ kódà last born dáàdì mi ń sọ wípé òun ò lè kọrin jésù tó yẹ pé ìgbà ìmọ̀ ló ń ṣe ń kọrin ẹni tó bá ń kọrin ńgbà yẹn tó bá ń kọrin ibi tí religion scatter everybody dé nìyẹn o tẹ́kọ̀ ní voice tó máa ń kọrin ó máa kọrin jésù máa kọrin ìdílé ọba ó máa kọrin tẹ́kọ̀ nínú ẹ̀wọ̀n máa the last time tá a meet nígbà tí grandma tí yàrá mi kú ó ń jẹ́ kó yé mi ó ń sọ lójú mi wípé òun ò lè kọrin mọ́ torí pé ìgbàmọ̀ ló máa ń kọrin pé nísìnyí òun ti meet Allah pé Allah ò dẹ̀ fà wọ́n láàyè pé káwọn máa kọrin torí pé bẹ̀bílìkì lọ kó ẹ̀.
Chai.
Bẹ̀bílìkì lọ kó ẹ̀ ó ní Allah ò fà wọ́n láàyè pé káwọn máa kọrin pé ìgbàmọ̀ ló máa ń kọrin torí pé mo kàn wọ́n ẹ̀ nígbà àti ẹ wá kọrin fún wa at least o voice yín ìgbà yẹn kò tí kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀ onígbà ìmọ̀ ni o tó sọ hóhà lójú everybody. So ṣe rí religion tó wá Áfíríkà kò wá láti wá unite wa ó wá láti wá disunite wa ni ó wá láti wá gba millions lọ́wọ́ wa ni ó wá láti wá take out our pride. Because nígbà yẹn irú òdìsìn àwọn tó wá láti ìdílé ọba dìsìn tó sì dìímú pé yẹ̀sì ìdílé ọba làwọn ti wá ó ní ilẹ̀kẹ̀ tá máa ń fi sọ́wọ́ ó ní ilẹ̀kẹ̀ tá máa ń fi sọ́wọ́ tó máa jáde kò sẹ́ni tá máa júwe wọn wá ti mọ̀ pé ìdílé ọba lẹ́ni tí wà at any time inú fámìlì wọn ọba tún lè kan ìdá ọmọ ẹni tó dàgbà jù wọn àbí ọmọ ẹni tó dàgbà ọba lè kan kò sì ìdílé ọba náà ti wá. Ṣùgbọ́n ní ìsìn religion ò jẹ́ ká mọ ìṣebi tí olóòṣà tó yẹ pé ìdílé Ọ̀ṣun náà bí sí tọ́sùn ti ń gbé nínú church tí wọ́n rò pé mi ló gbé. Ọ̀ṣun gbé lómi ní ìdílé church sẹ́lẹ̀rú gbé lómi ìṣó nínú crusade wọ́n rò pé mi ló gbé. Mo ṣèrántí orin kan tó máa ń kọ́ pé ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ àgbo àgbàrá àgbo lọ́sùn fi ń wẹ mọ́ wọn kí dókítà ó tó dé.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Omi yẹn ó sì máa ń grab àwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan nínú anywhere tó máa wà. Bọ̀ tó bá grab wọn wá lẹ́mìí ló gbé. Nítorí pé iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n tó kálukú gbé wá látọ̀run ẹlòmíì tó ti torí owó ti gbé sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ kan. Ó ti fèsì ó ti religion yí padà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Láti lè máa mí ìkú.
Ẹ ṣé bàbá mi.
Sorry, Uncle Rotimi, I just wanted to chip in something small. Sherry, okay, I sent you a video of one idiot. Tó
wà lóńdó bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
You can imagine the foundation that Adeboye has laid down. You can imagine irú rọ́tì yẹn náà pa tó lóun lọ sílùú kan. Òun wá sọ fọ́lọ́run á lo ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì bíbá òtútù ò gbọdọ̀ mú. You can now see how as emboldened these criminals have become.
Irọ́ súná nìyẹn.
Wọ́n ìgbà tó ṣe pé ọ̀gá wọn grandmaster ti sọ pé òun lọ sí kí lorúkọ state òun náà wá ní US.
Colorado.
Ní Amẹ́ríkà.
Colorado. Also spend winter. Why? That's what gave that idiot the temerity to come online and come and brag.
And is there any record of this winter being suspended?
Irọ́ ni.
Even ìgbà tí kí lórúkọ ẹ̀ àwọn èèyàn ti lọ wo wọ́n ti lọ research on get meteorological data of that state when Baba referred to that state, they discovered that it was a lie.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So it's the foundation that We come online, we come and now build on the foundation. Toga wants to lay down. Well, no, lost it. 2 weeks. And come and see the boldness at which he was lying. Unfortunately, his congregants are literally lajuso. They can't know left from right, so they can't challenge.
Sherry, Bonaje,
Yeah.
I want to say this. Do you know that no one can manipulate you without manipulating yourself? You first of all manipulate yourself before someone can manipulate you.
To a large extent, yes. But ignorance also contributes to is a factor too.
Ignorance one there at poverty. Anyways.
Andy, I want to ask you a question. Andy, I'm asking it of you. Why is it to just pay and one of the group Toba Kurola Ro, Toba Paroni 8 o'clock? You don't have to jump by 8:10, 8:30, you don't have to jump. But why is it that even in spite of the fact to pay Ashiri Yatutu, why do they still have people following them? Please answer me.
Thank you so much for that question, man. And
sir, I can down question and due to my view. I can down question. Cherry, let's divide our total church 100%. 20% our total church. One lot due to benefits láàrin ara wọn pé àwọn ò ní family tó lè help àwọn. But inú church àwọn máa rẹ̀ tó máa help àwọn 20%. 20% wà fún àwọn tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n like ẹni yẹn in person. Ẹni tó jẹ́ pastor yẹn in person. Another 20% tó jẹ́ 60% wà fún àwọn tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n lè ronú fúnra wọn. Anywhere the crowd bá ti follow no máa follow. Another 20% wà fún wípé kásá máa jókòó sílé jẹ́ kí n sáré bí lọ. Mo like láti máa wà láàrin àwọn èrò. Mo like láti máa jó. Tẹ́lẹ̀ àwọn another 20% wá pa bàbá rẹ̀ ní wípé wọ́n ní wípé tí n bá lọ church máa rírí gbà. Ìyanu máa ṣẹlẹ̀.
Àwọn yẹn gan ló pọ̀ jù. Àwọn yẹn gan ló pọ̀ jù. Ibi tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ sí, tó nǹkan tí wọ́n ṣe iṣẹ́ wọn wá miracle. Àwọn yẹn ló pọ̀ jù. Ìwọ tó òun ẹ̀ ní bóyá 100,000 per month. You're already praying to God that pé kó ra private jet tó kó rí bí bàbá Adébóyè kó rí bí kí lorúkọ ẹ̀.
Eventually ẹni yẹn máa jalè tí ò bá pààyàn tán gan díẹ̀ ló kù.
Wọ́n máa tún máa ní kẹ́ ẹ máa gbàdúrà pé ibi tí aláàánú yín kọ́kọ́ máa sùn kó máa wo kó máa kọ́kàn ẹ̀ má balẹ̀ àfìgbà tó bá tó rẹ̀ yín lọ́wọ́. Irú wickedness wo nìyẹn?
Ẹ jẹ́ kí n fi kún ká tó end lẹ́ni because we will be back on Friday by God's grace. Even if it is going to be maybe 6 p.m. Nigeria time on Friday. In addition to our point that you raised, why we still have people there. Number one of them, Toku, is problem of what will people say. I have been going for donkey years. I don't have anything to show for it. If I stop now, will people not be shaming me? Will they not be saying they are forgetting that people start over every day on one thing or the other. Number two, the reason why so many people are still going is this. When you look at the association between the religious leaders and government officials, oh my God, the association is so deep and evil to such an extent that consider medical sector. In Nigeria, in a country where there is law, so many people will be behind bars. So if somebody is sick now, what they go to hospital, based on the status of our medical sector today, despite the fact wọ́n tún lówó wọ́n tún máa fàdúrà tí wípé ìwọ Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ kí wọ́n ṣe abẹ́rẹ́ gún ẹni yìí. Kí ló dé tí mo lé hospital ní Ìdí-Àpẹ́ ní Ìbàdàn ní problem lẹ́nu ọjọ́ mẹ́ta wọ́n lọ fún yàn ní nǹkan tó ti expire How many people not ti gún lábẹ́rẹ́ tó ti tẹ̀sẹ̀ ti bàjẹ́ ní Nàìjíríà lẹ́ni? I have some people like that when I was in school. Only one bí n báyìí abẹ́rẹ́ tán fún òní. Did they arrest the person? No. So you will see that the government will always do what will make us to always run to church or afar. And inú mi dẹ̀ dùn pé lórí program lẹ́ni, we have said it, so many people who have had opportunities to travel, they no longer see things as they were seeing it. Mo fẹ́ jáde kúrò nulẹ̀ as bàbá ìyá pẹ̀lú àwọn ọmọ. Àdúrà pray tá fẹ́ gbà ká tó lọ wọnú mọ́tò orí ìkúnlẹ̀ ni, ìwọ Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ àárín níjọ́ tẹ́bi ń pọ̀nà, ìwọ Ọlọ́run wá gba mọ́tò ìwà ọ èèyàn ra mọ́tò, pastor ń pray mọ́tò yóò ní mú ẹ̀jẹ̀ lọ́nà tí ò dá. Mọ́tò ò ṣe ní mú ẹ, àwọn ti sọ wá di wèrè Nàìjíríà gan. I'm telling you. So at the end of the day, èmi tí mo wà níbẹ̀ tí bá fẹ́ travel 10 hours, mi prayer ṣá, báàgì mi kékeré ni máa jù sínú mọ́tò mo lọ nìyẹn. So at the end of the day, the government will always do things that will chase us into the hands of these pastors who eventually are more useful to them when it comes to money laundering. So wọ́n jọ ń ṣiṣẹ́ fúnra wọn ni, kò sí pé lọ kábọ̀. And until when we do our best to reduce the population behind them, there is no way forward, because ara àwọn tó ń lọ náà ti ń dá jọdọọdún tó ń dá ní ìgbìmọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ òkùnkùn tán wà. Ẹgbẹ́ òkùnkùn tán wà, ara àwọn èèyàn yìí náà ti ìyàwó ni mo sì sọ pé ẹ̀yin kan á máa lọ ẹ̀ ní dé. Ṣó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ àbí kò ṣẹlẹ̀? Some people, if they had listened to me 4 or 5 years ago, they will still be alive today. Ojú ọ̀nà yẹn lẹ́lòmíì ti parun. Ojú ọ̀nà yẹn ló tún ẹlòmíì dẹni tó lo wheelchair lẹ́ni. Àbí nígbà tẹ́ bá ń ṣe program lọ́tí bàbá ní òkè afẹ́ sórí ọ̀fẹ́ o, ẹ máa délé láyọ̀. My father says all of you will get home. Èèyàn mélòó ló pa ẹ́ sọ́nà tí bàbá yẹn mọ̀? Kò kàn wọ́n mọ̀ náà, wọ́n ti gba tọwọ́ yín sílẹ̀. Ẹ lọ bèrè, ẹ lọ sí redemption camp, ẹ lọ bèrè iye tí wọ́n ń san lórí pé wọ́n ń ta wòsíwòsí ní káàmpù rádaràda yẹn. Kẹ́ ẹ mọ iye tí ìyàwó Adébóyè ń gbà lọ́wọ́ wọn. Tí wọ́n bá mísì ọjọ́ kan payment, wọ́n ń lọ́ọ̀kì wọn up, wọ́n ń lọ́ọ̀kì ṣọ́ọ̀pù yẹn ni. Go and ask. So, they will always have members as long as these problems linger in the society. But we won't give up, because the time will come, this religious liberation shout we get to a place where it will lead to revolution, religious revolution. And once the religious revolution is successful, people will now begin to ask the right question. And that is what will lead to political revolution. That is what is going to happen. But we won't keep quiet, we won't give up, we won't be tired, we won't deter, we won't stop at all. It's going to be liberation that will cut across beyond their expectation. And I will say this before I draw the curtain. Eba mi sọ fún Oyedepo. Oyedepo.
Because they are working together.
They are working together, of course. Eba mi sọ fún Oyedepo pé 100% capacity àbíkí náà ń pè yẹn tó lóun ń kọ́ yẹn. Eba mi sọ fún wípé irọ́ ló pa àwọn ẹbí ẹ̀ tó ti kú lọ́nà ọ̀run tó ti ráre, àwọn ló máa kó wá síbẹ̀. Kò ní réyàn kó wá síbẹ̀. Èmi ni mo sọ. Oyedepo ò lè ròyàn kó wá síbẹ̀. Ó kàn 100, ó kàn ibi gbogbo owó tẹ́ ti jí lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn káàkiri ẹ̀rí bí náà sí. Ó dẹ̀ mọ̀ pọ̀ lọ́jọ́ òní pẹ́ dé ló ṣe ń ṣe rádaràda tó ń ṣe yìí.
Lójú ẹ̀ kó tó lọ sẹ́ni rẹ̀ náà máa sọ náà máa rí gbogbo ọjọ́.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, olórí burúkú rẹ̀ ti sọ pé ní 2020 next year ẹni tí ò mọ̀ bóyá òun àdọ̀là tó ń dá parí oṣù olórí burúkú aláyébàjẹ́ ó ní 2025 àwọn máa ṣe sílò ń bẹ. Ṣé àwọn ẹbí ẹ̀ ló máa lọ kó síbẹ̀ tó ráwọn èèyàn ti já kó tó dìgbà yẹn láwọn bàbá rádaràda ẹ̀. Please ẹ jẹ́ ká pàdé níjọ́ Friday 6 p.m. Nigerian time. I know people have a lot of things to say. Let's intensify our agitations. Let's be I don't know which Oyibo to use now. We have to be factual. We have to have the fire burning in us for the liberation of others. And please, I will beseech that if you see our families, like what's her name has been saying that she has relatives that are still Aderike, please begin to show them some of our videos. I have a very good friend who sent some things to me and everything, very wonderful messages. The 78-year-old elder sister too got liberated watching some of her, and she has not stopped praying. So if those videos are helping, Emma Bawa share any one of us not to get liberator ben once they make any video. If you have any video, if you have any inspiration, drop your video, tag us, we will share it. And that is how this liberation will spread beyond the expected level, because we can't leave our people to be suffering in their hands. So on Friday it's going to be 6 p.m. Nigerian time, and God's willing, maybe I will be able to entertain calls from YouTube. I will be able to get a gadget for WhatsApp call, because so many people on YouTube, they always want to contribute to. So I'll work on that by God's grace. So I'll see you guys on Friday. Yes, mommy. Apá wọn ti jábọ̀, ẹ̀rù ti bà wọ́n, àjànàkú di méjì, ẹ̀rù ń bà kan. Wọ́n sì ń tán fẹ́ fi mí ṣe. Ọlọ́pọ̀lọ́ mi tó ń fariwo dí wọn létí ni kò sí fẹ́ fi mí ṣe. Brother again, thank you so much. Brother Karim, thank you so much. Mommy Baroness Lizzie, thank you so much. Yes, ma. YouTube family, thank you so much. Facebook family, thank you. TikTok, I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. Egbe.